So here I am. Little bit of a creepjack waiting room, everybody. I got half an hour of time. And then I got a show at 6 p.m. And I thought, what better to do with my time than spending it with you? Because you had some fun with Remo here tonight, didn't you? But but it was way too short, wasn't it? So you need some extra Warcraft content, don't you? Don't we all need a little bit of extra Warcraft content in our lives? I think we do. Thank you, Zebi. 60 months, dude. 5 years, you madman. Woo! Creepjack, best Warcraft 3 format there is. That is correct. It's absolutely correct. Sauber, danke dir. So, a little bit of ladder. Wow. You annoy me with previous predictions already. Maybe it was a mistake. Who won? 1-0, right? Very likely. Huh. I don't know. Wikipedia doesn't... Oh, yeah. Wait. There was no color... Wait. Huh? Who wins map 4? 1-0 and Kaho? Oh, it's the first game of the day. God damn, Remo. Yeah, so that annoying part out of the equation. People are so annoying with their gambling addiction. 100%. There's very little that annoys me more. They gamba. And now I said it, and now people will use it against me. But I enabled a word blacklist for that because I hate it so much. I got a couple of words on that. One is ping. I could remove that. I had refunded on my blacklist as well because people 3 years after Reforged came out still thought that's funny. And Gamba. Gamba definitely on my blacklist. So, yeah, positive vibes, eh? We got half an hour. That's probably time for one letter game. Let's do it. Did you notice that War3 Champions, the new launcher, is looking prettier and prettier? You didn't know that? All good, Sly. All good. It's looking prettier and prettier. Because some cool people are working on it. There we go. For example, these buttons here. Oh yeah. The menu getting restructured. There's a link to the Discord. There's a link to their Patreon. Isn't that nice? So I think next on the menu is this right-hand side list. Can't freaking wait for it to not look ugly. Touch these buttons. Oh yeah. Hello, Disengage from Disengage TV. I miss you. Send me your Spotify recap. I'm very interested in your Spotify recap. Should be fitting somewhere here, right? I guess so. So, queuing. LOL? Why LOL? Why is that funny? I had Ghost on number 1. Apparently I had a big Ghost fandom season earlier this year, which I cannot remember. every time I die. Not bad. Second ban, Don Broco for me. Don Broco 100% deserve it. Ghost, still a good ban, but number 1, really? Alright. You got sound. What the? I can't scroll!
I gladly obey.
Shit! It's a draw anyway. Cause I draw when people ask me to draw. About to take a bath in a lush bath bomb while listening to Leo. Do you touch yourself, Todd? That's my biggest question. I miss my bathtub, dude. In my new flat, I have a walk-in shower, which is great. Way better than my old shower, but I don't have a bathtub anymore. And you know, there's moments in life when a bath makes everything right. I think they put out a new album. Summer Ghost did a cover EP, I think. "3v3? Dude, I tested 3v3. Who ended up in the enemy team? Narbu and Sheik. Yeah, can you imagine how fun that was for poor little Neo to play Narbu and Sheik? Spotify #1 public broadcast service. Very good. I guess it's the guy from before. But we're not drawing this time, apparently. And I can scroll. Boom, everything's better than before.
The damned stand ready.
60 ping, boys.
I wish more gold is required. I gladly obey.
Could be with Nabu and Ark. Dude, do you know how good Sheik is, dude? But yeah, my discovery of the year, certainly Don Broco. What a fantastic band.
The damned stand ready.
Dude, my index finger feels very stiff. It's not good.
My fate stand ready.
I think I played too much Baldur's Gate. Sad to hear the Rara review. Oh boy, dude. Me too. Me too. Dude, what is this building placement? This is the ugliest base ever. Yeah, that's gonna be 8:15-ish. So after Creep Jack. We'll have a easy show of Creep Jack today, as the league is over.
I will be done. My fate is sealed. I wish only to serve.
You never play with us?
My life for their summoning is complete.
One wonders why.
My bidding, master.
Oh shit, I thought he trapped himself. Damn. Okay, this is already ugly. I don't like it, because it's probably Chinese Paladin.
I bow to your vengeance is yours.
If I had to take a guess.
My patience has ended.
I still don't know where the fucking critters are on this map, by the way.
Darkness. My vengeance is yours. My patience has ended.
Yeah, I thought he trapped himself, but he didn't. It's a little unfortunate. Like the hairstyle? Thanks, mate.
My vengeance is yours.
What? Oh, I didn't keep my... No, 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 no! Geez, I didn't play in forever and it is kinda noticeable. Developing a proper headache as well.
My patience has ended.
Will there be FFA night? Yes. I think so. I don't see a reason why not. Oh yeah, we can react to the Stormgate update if we have some time. What the? Yeah, that looks pretty good, to be honest. I was not anticipating much, and I was positively surprised. Oh, I see some herd units here, maybe. Oh, look at this. Oh no. Doesn't work. Anyway. You went to the shop, huh? Well, well, well. Let's see if there's anything left. Huh? You went to this shop? What the fuck? I'm so lost. I'm always lost on Turtle Rock. What? I don't get it. Well, not super efficient, but whatever. Where are you there?
Thy will be done, you call. My patience has ended. I am the darkness. My patience has ended. As you order. Thine survives. You call. Yours to command. My vengeance is yours. My patience has ended.
Pelly with the staff. Yeah, this will not be pretty. Hello.
Is complete. For the Lich King. I am sworn to never. Our forces are under attack. My vengeance is yours. My vengeance is yours.
This guy
My patience has ended.
has an odd creep route.
Where shall my blood be spilled? I am the darkness.
Don't get it at all.
My patience has ended. You call at last. I am sworn to never. Our forces are under attack. Our forces are under attack. Summon call is complete.
Why are people like this?
My patience has ended. More gold is required.
Just why? I don't get it, man.
Forces are under attack. My patience has ended.
So annoying.
My patience has ended. My patience has ended. Yours to command. You call. My vengeance is yours. Research. My patience has ended. Research complete. My vengeance is yours. You run. Yes, you master. More gold is required. My patience has ended. Yeah. As you order. Yours to command. My vengeance is yours. I am the harvest. More gold is required. My patience has ended. Our forces are under attack. Let battle be joined. At last, greetings. My vengeance is yours. Proceed. My patience has ended.
I hate games like these.
What is it now? I wish
A ton.
to serve. I cannot summon there. More gold is required. Vengeance you must hunt soon. Very well. What? Thought of that.
But should be fine. I think we're fine.
Yours to command. What is it now? My patience has ended. My life forces are under attack. Hello. Can I help you? Yes, you run. I believe call. My vengeance has What is it now? My patience has ended.
Ouch. Hee hee. Alright, I think we're more or less set. Feels good so far. Just can't miss the Q and then we're good. That's gone. Alright. As long as he doesn't have an expo, I think we're good. Okay. The Magi. Okay, let's position ourselves a little bit towards the middle. And then we got Cripple. And then we're good. Because in case you don't know, cripple is OP. Oh shit. Woo, baby! Couple of losses, but that's fine. Ah, could have just hidden. Well, anyway. Come on, get out the way! And here we go again. We should be more than fine. I got a feeling that this person is one of these people who never leave games. No, miscoiled. No. Oh, he did leave. He does leave. Ease. Never stressed, never troubled. That's just a lot better. I don't offensive GG boys, you should know this. Yeah, that was rather smooth. Thanks, War3Champions, for giving me the easy opponents for my warm-up game. That's why I pay the big bucks. That's why I pay them $300 a month. Jeff P898, thank you for the prime. Looks so easy, people might say under this OP, but Neo is just an outstanding player, not comparable. That is correct, Changer. And if one player knows it, it's you. First time I see Neo win on stream. Shut the hell up! I had a legendary game last week. Where I won with crippling. I got a 100% win rate with cripple on this patch. What can I say? Cripple OP. You don't even have to use it. Just having it is enough. Thank you, Little Drum the Second, for the 2-year sub, dude. Thanks, Neo, for 2 wonderful years. That is lovely, mate. So, let's watch the Stormgate thing, and then it's creep check time.
Mission accomplished.
Is that brimstone I smell? It seems like the forces of the underworld are a bit upset we didn't get any StarCraft news at BlizzCon this year. But Frost Giant, where many veterans of Blizzard's now defunct RTS team have banded together, is giving us the closest thing we'll probably ever get to a StarCraft 3 with Storm.
New unit. New unit right there.
Stormgate. And over the last few months, I've gotten up close and personal with its second major faction, the Infernal Host.
Yes.
These are the bad boys of the upcoming RTS, and if you were a Zerg main in StarCraft, I think they'll make you feel right at home.
Could be. It's still different from the...
That home might be covered in spikes and actively on fire, but I'm not here to judge.
Glad you could make it.
We gotta move. Now. There's a storm coming.
Much like StarCraft's Zerg or Warcraft 3's Undead, the Infernal Host is Stormgate's spread corruption across the map faction.
True.
With a new mechanic called Shroud that swirls in a radius around your main base building and defensive towers.
I don't really know what's new about it, but alright.
Unlike the Zerg and Undead, you don't have to build on Shroud. You can plop structures down anywhere you want.
I think that's good. Because, you know, Blight is very limiting. So if you get a bonus while on the Shroud, Blight, whatever, is good. I don't think it should limit you to just that.
But Infernal units standing on it will slowly fill up a secondary health bar, what the devs are currently just calling white health.
It's a shield.
That makes them extra tanky.
It's a shield.
This is a great...
Let's be honest, it's a shield. Like... It's an HP bar on top of your HP bar. Thank you, Cento, for the sub. It's a shield.
Natural deterrent to early harassment, since even your workers get access to it. White health begins to degrade when you're not standing on Shroud, though.
Is that good? That your shield goes away? That feels a bit punishing for leaving the base, but it should always feel rewarding for leaving the base, right? So that's odd. Speaking of odd, they swapped the mini-map to the right-hand side and everything else to the left-hand side. I really hope this is customizable, because I will definitely not get used to that.
This encouraged me to build up a huge critical mass of troops on my Shroud and then send them in all at once while they were at their beefiest. Little groups of units don't necessarily do well deploying to far corners of the map where they can't top up. Though, of course, you can always set up forward outposts if you need a little more juice. These wave tactics are encouraged by other Infernal mechanics too. For instance, their units build instantly, but each building only has so many spawn charges which take time to refresh.
So, this is new. I haven't seen or heard about that yet before, but it's basically like Protoss, right? When you warp them in. So you don't produce, you technically produce an available amount of units in the building, and then you can spawn them for a price on the map. It's nice that it's different from the regular production of I click a button, it takes time, unit appears. It's not revolutionary, but having something that differentiates the races from each other is good, and it's a mechanic that, you know, has been in RTS for a long time.
So if you hold off on building units for a while, you can build a whole bunch really fast.
That, like, my biggest issue with most RTS is that I don't have a town portal. I got so used to town portals in Warcraft 3 that my base is always wide open. And I think a town portal is a great concept. So having this warp in mechanic built into the race makes it easier to defend at home, even though I don't have a town portal. So for me, it's gonna be really good.
This allows for some fairly brutal timing and tempo pushes, with the demon hordes coming in waves rather than a trickle to the front line. The Infernal Host is designed to be a faction where you don't sweat the deaths of a couple.
This is new. This entire thing on the right-hand side is new. I am not really sure what it is. Like, I think it's control groups. 5 and 6 are buildings, and 1 or 2 is just F2, I think, like select all.
100 minions. There are plenty more where that came from, and you have worlds to conquer. In fact, you want to see both sides' population numbers drop, as this faction collects a unique resource called Animus every time something dies anywhere on the map.
That's also new. If something dies, you collect something. What can you do with Animus?
Which can be used to perform special rituals like summoning this capstone flying unit.
That fits the theme so well. I mean, it's basically XP, right? Something dies, you can do something with that, right? Wow, so eloquent, Neo. But I like it. Gives you a reward for throwing your units away when that race is designed around the fact that it just sends myriads of troops your way. That's good.
The Flayed Dragon. Animus is collected by all Infernal players simultaneously, so in Infernal versus Infernal games, you can expect a pretty chaotic mirror match.
Holy moly.
Many Infernal units also benefit from your own side.
So it doesn't give you an advantage when you kill more? It's probably one of these things where they said, it's a snowball mechanic. We don't like snowball mechanics. Not sure if I like that.
Taking losses in other ways.
But, you know what? I'd rather see 5 of these dragons in a mirror match than break a war.
The Brute, who reminds me a little bit of the two-headed ogre mage from Warcraft. He's a big, tanky frontline fighter, but if he's not getting along with his better half, he can literally rip himself in two and spawn 2 fiends, who are sort of the zerglings of the Infernal Host.
Yep, very fitting.
There's even an upgrade that causes this to happen automatically whenever a brute dies.
That's cool.
Fiends are fast.
It's kind of fun when you're able to split last second. But man, you got 12 of them and stuff is dying at a decent rate. It's just frustrating if you don't hit the button at some point. So having this to be an upgrade, yes, is good.
And deadly, but their regular health bar starts dropping automatically the moment they come into existence. You can keep them alive longer by putting them on Shroud, since their white health won't decay. But it's usually not a very efficient use of your population cap to just keep a bunch of them around.
Yeah,
so
it's like
instead
skeletons.
just send them off to fall in glorious battle before time takes its toll.
And Scout. Like, I'd say it's basically a skeleton.
Your other basic infantry unit is the Gaunt.
Gaunt present.
These pointy little dudes with a glaive attack that can bounce to multiple enemies. They're most effective in large...
First, I gotta say, since it was a problem at the Vanguard faction, the units of the Infernal very distinguishable from each other.
Groups. And their unique upgrade allows them to pay a little bit of health to make their glaives temporarily spread an infest status effect to enemy units. Any unit that dies while infested spawns a fiend. You may see where this is going. A front line of upgraded Gaunts and Brutes can turn into an absolute doom tide of fiends, even if you're taking much heavier losses than the enemy, which turns the momentum of the battle around fast. Note that Stormgate is still being actively balanced, and since the Infernal Host is the newer faction,
there's a camel cat. New unit, everybody. Walks like a camel, looks like a naked cat.
Not quite as balanced as the poor human Vanguard here.
Listen.
That's not the only way to use Infest, though. Remember this big guy? The Flayed Dragon can inhale the Infest effect from all nearby units affected by it, inflicting damage on them and topping off the white health of his nearby allies.
That's kinda sweet. Wait, what does it do with the shield?
Inflicting damage on them and topping off the white health of his nearby allies.
Yeah, nice.
He's kind of like a Frostworm on steroids. The best counter seems to be not letting your opponent get one in the first place.
That's super cool, man. That synergy of one unit to another. That's the first time I really say, yo, you're nice.
I got to see a couple more Infernal units too. This is the Weaver, a big,
Dude,
slow,
I love that
spidery
design.
thing that can tell an enemy to get over here, like Scorpion from Mortal Kombat.
Oh, I really hope it's balanced and the range is not too long because I hate that pull mechanic a lot. Because it's just insta-death. But the design of this thing, awesome.
They can also see up smaller cliffs due to being so tall.
Can they walk over units?
Magmadon here, which gives me Kodo Beast vibes, can charge through most enemy ground units, pushing them out of the way and allowing it to get to the softer back line.
It's more of an ultra
Doombringer
list.
is an air transport that creates a radius of shroud around it when deployed, though it has to touch grass to do so.
That's
kind
cool.
of like a warp prism that's a bit more vulnerable to counterattack.
So, can you then summon units from your barracks here? Or will they still come out of the racks? I don't know.
The Infernal Host is the kind of RTS faction that takes some getting used to, in contrast to the more standard Vanguard. But it really is a riot once you get the hang of it, with battles that look hopeless to a newcomer turning into a clean sweep, as the ground is replaced with fiends and your enemy winds up completely inundated by death. They share some traits with factions in this team's past work, but are very much their own thing. If you want to try them out yourself, the pre-launch page for the Stormgate Kickstarter is now live. For more on the latest upcoming video games, don't miss our recent hands-on look at Avatar Frontiers of Pandora. And for everything else, stick with IGN.
The best thing they've produced in a long time. That's the first time in forever where I say that's pretty cool. There were a couple of L's in their recent development and their recent publications. But this is cool. I like that. So, I gotta go now. For Creepjack, switching to German, switching the scenes. Be right back.
Hallo, hallo?
Hallo, sorry,
Hey,
ich musste noch
servus.
fertig reacten. Entschuldigung.
Kein Problem, alles gut.
Ja, wundervoll. Bin ich jetzt schon hier zu sehen? Ja, ich bin hier schon zu sehen. Ja gut, dann wollen wir loslegen.
Ja, legen wir los.
Ja, wunderbar. Hier, Intro!
Mich hat mal ein Pferd getreten.
Eine neue Woche, einmal wieder 18 Uhr. Hier sind Janni und Flori mit der Warcraft-Unterhaltung.
Hi!
Hallo, na? Hey.
Schön, dass du da bist. Herzlich willkommen. Ich musste dich hier gerade erst noch beschwören hier bei mir in meinem Stream, dass du wieder mit dabei bist. Ich hoffe, es klappt. Da bist du ja, da ist er wieder mit dabei. Schön, dass du da bist. Herzlich willkommen. Es geht natürlich weiter mit Creepjack. Wir befinden uns gerade so ein bisschen in der Off-Season. Wir haben sturmfrei, wir legen ein bisschen die Füße hoch und machen uns eine schöne Zeit.
So ist es. Jetzt wird hier nicht so kompetitiv reingehauen wie die letzten Wochen immer. Es geht hier nicht um Plätze, Punkte, Abstieg, Aufstieg, Frustration, große Emotionen. Nö! Heute haben wir mal Spaß und zeigen euch da draußen vielleicht mal auch was Neues.
Wobei wir vielleicht am Anfang direkt mal auf die Situation eingehen können, wie es denn aktuell aussieht in der Liga, in der aktuellen Situation. Denn ihr habt es ja mitbekommen, mein letztes Spiel lief nicht so wahnsinnig gut. 1:1, naja, läuft besser. Was mich jetzt allerdings leider in der Liga auf den gefürchteten Relegationsplatz wirft, beziehungsweise Gleichstand mit Quickheat.
Krass.
Beide haben wir 3 Punkte ergattert.
Es ist abgefahren. Und was bedeutet das denn jetzt für deine weitere Ligakarriere?
Das bedeutet Folgendes. Nächste Woche werden Quickheat und ich uns treffen auf dem Parkplatz
Ja.
und dann werden wir das klären.
Okay, braucht ihr dafür einen Caster?
Ich weiß nicht, ob das juristisch so sinnvoll ist, da Zeugen zu laden. Aber auf jeden Fall, wir werden es streamen in Creepcheck. Und dann werden wir uns das Ganze, wir werden es klären. Und dann gibt es natürlich noch das eigentliche Relegationsmatch. Denn
Auch noch.
nur wer dieses Spiel gewinnt, hat ja sozusagen, wer das Spiel verliert, muss relegieren, glaube ich. Wer das Spiel verliert, muss das Relegationsmatch spielen gegen denjenigen aus Liga 4, also der Liga, in der Jannis zum Beispiel ist, muss dann sozusagen mit dem aus Liga 4 spielen, damit der die Möglichkeit hat, aufzusteigen. Ich werde versuchen, diese beiden Spiele in die nächste Folge Creepcheck zu legen, sodass wir einerseits direkt mein Spiel sehen und dann direkt sehen, wer absteigt und aufsteigt. Das heißt, falls ich das erste Spiel verliere, muss ich nochmal ran und um mein Leben spielen. Falls ich gewinne, bin ich fein raus.
Aber dann können wir zusammen casten. Und wenn die anderen ums Überleben spielen.
Genau, das wäre
nice.
meine Vorstellung. Ich hoffe, das klappt so nächste Woche, dass wir das so hinorganisiert kriegen. Aber wenn, wird das auf jeden Fall cool und dann werde ich auf jeden Fall mal beweisen müssen, wie es läuft. Quickheat ja auch ein Nachtelfenspieler. Das heißt, wir werden da ein wildes Mirror sehen und mal gucken, wie das läuft.
Da freue ich mich jetzt schon drauf, weil ich kann mich jetzt zurücklehnen. Ich habe weder besonders gut noch besonders schlecht performt. Für mich ist alles durch. Ich bin besser als Sparta, das war uns allen klar. Von daher lehne ich mich zurück und caste einfach, was auch immer hier passiert. Wünsche dir natürlich ganz viel Glück und so, aber will dich auch schon ein bisschen leiden sehen.
Ja, hast du vielleicht so ein paar Tipps für mich? Wir haben jetzt natürlich den Patch gesehen, der hat sich jetzt natürlich schon so ein bisschen eingelaufen. Ich habe da Gerüchte gehört, von wegen Firelord First wäre relativ erfolgreich gewesen, in der Pro-Szene zumindest. Was ist da passiert?
Ja, wir hatten ein Team-Tournament, wo es Teams bestehend aus 3 Spielern gab und die haben um 18.000 Dollar gespielt. Und das große Finale war genau wie im RARALAND Team Happy gegen Team Moon, wo es dann da auf das Showdown der beiden hinausgelaufen ist. Und natürlich weiß man, Happy ist sehr, sehr gut. Happy ist aber besonders gut gegen Nachtelf. Von daher hatten die Leute schon die Vermutung, oh, jetzt ist das wieder so ein Happy-Ding. Da fährt er wieder drüber. Und ist er auch. Auf der ersten Map. War aber zum Glück ein Best of 3. Und dann kam der Firelord, Florentin Will. Und der Firelord, der hat Happy aber mal sowas von eingeheizt. Der wusste gar nicht, wo links und rechts ist. Oben und unten. Alles war durcheinander. Die Lava-Spawns war da. Die Ghule waren weg. Die Echse stand. Und dann auf einmal GG. Happy raus. Und nicht nur einmal, nicht nur zweimal, sondern 3-mal. Firelord übernimmt.
Wow. Firelord First und dann aber als Einzelheld oder kam da noch was dazu?
Da kam manchmal noch mal eine Naga dazu, wie man gerade so lustig ist. Was man dann gerade so braucht. Aber Firelord macht ja extrem viel Damage. Naga macht alles langsamer. Das heißt, der Firelord kann dann Sachen noch öfter attackieren. Ist doll.
Ja,
ich kriege jetzt schon Firelord-Allergie. Ja. Danke.
Das heißt, ja, genau, der macht ja immer mehr Schaden, je häufiger er das Ziel trifft. Das ist natürlich mit Slow eine gute Kombination. Mal schauen.
Stark.
Vielleicht packe ich das aus gegen Quickheat. Schön mit Firelord.
Weil unser Chef, Liga, Schiedsrichter und Admin sagt, das ist falsch, was du gerade gesagt hast, weil der Verlierer von Florentin gegen Quickheat ist Vorletzter und damit direkt abgestiegen. Der Gewinner muss in die Relegation.
Ach Gott.
Ja.
Ja, stimmt. Ja, das ergibt viel mehr Sinn. Ja, ich sehe es auch gerade hier mit den Farben. Das ergibt viel mehr Sinn.
Ja.
Richtig. Wer hier auf Rot ist, steigt automatisch ab.
Korrekt.
Wer auf Gelb ist, der hat noch eine Chance zu spielen.
Ja.
Uiuiui. Uiuiui.
So ist es nämlich. Da hast du dir gedacht, gewinnst du kurz das Nachtelf-Mirror, dann bist du fein raus, aber nee.
Ich muss beide Spiele gewinnen, um in der Liga zu bleiben.
Ja, wie rechnest du deine Chancen dann aus?
Ich kann nicht so gut rechnen.
Ja, man muss das auch nicht immer alles in Prozenten ausstellen. Ihr könnt ja mal in den Chat schreiben, ob ihr denkt, dass Florentin nächste Woche eine Chance hat.
Aber bitte nicht in meinen, ne? Das könnt ihr gerne bei Jannis unterbringen.
Florentin 4-0 wird hier gesagt.
Oh, okay. Okay, kann sein. Ja, mal schauen. Ich bin bereit. Ich werde mir die Hände warm reiben, denn es ist richtig kalt.
Es ist wirklich kalt. Es ist so kalt. Oh mein Gott, es ist so minus 10 Grad hier in Hamburg.
Und ich fahre ja immer mit dem Fahrrad hierher.
Immer noch?
Immer mit dem Fahrrad. Und dann konnte ich gestern Abend nicht nach Hause fahren, weil das Schloss von meinem Fahrrad einfach festgefroren war. Und ich dann mein enges Fahrrad hätte klauen müssen. Und ich habe einfach das Schloss nicht mehr aufbekommen. Und dann konnte ich einfach nicht nach Hause fahren.
Eieiei, was hast du denn dann gemacht?
Ja, da musste ich mir so einen Rutsch-Mietroller holen, mit dem ich dann da irgendwie so über die nächtlichen Straßen gerutscht bin, wie so ein Vollidiot.
Das hätte ich gerne
so ganz
gesehen.
langsam gefahren.
Also, das fürs nächste Mal, ich habe einen Profi-Tipp, wenn das Schloss zufriert, dann einfach dran lecken.
Oh, okay. Gut, das kann ich ja vielleicht gleich direkt nach der Sendung nochmal probieren, ob das so eine gute Idee ist. Wunderbar.
Ich sag ganz ehrlich, gestern, ich habe gemerkt, wie kalt es ist. Ich bin dann todesmutig so einkaufen gegangen, dass ich jetzt 4 Tage nicht mehr raus muss. Ich bleib einfach drin. Ist mir egal. Ich lasse mir alles liefern, den Rest, den ich jetzt nicht habe. Ist gefährlich jetzt draußen.
Was hast du denn gekauft für 4 Tage? So ein ganz langes Baguette. So ein 12 Meter langes Baguette.
Ja.
Wo du jetzt da jeden Tag dran knabbern kannst.
So ist es. Viele Konserven. Die habe ich dann mit so einem Bollerwagen mit Schneeketten hinter mir hergezogen.
Was ist so deine Go-To-Konserve? Was packst du? Die klassischen Ravioli oder was gibt's bei dir?
Es ist schon die klassische Ravioli. Ich bin aber auch ein Suppentyp.
Oh, eine komplette Suppe in der Konserve. Dann aber so Hühnernudelsuppe, solche Geschichten, ne?
Hühnernudel finde ich ein bisschen eklig, aber Linsen und Bohnen.
Linsen und Bohnen.
Linsen
ist auch
und
nicht
Bohnen.
So gesund, ja.
Das ist meine Konserve.
Ich habe die gefrorenen Kirschen für mich entdeckt. Ich gehe mal morgens einkaufen, hau dann so gefrorene Kirschen in so eine Schüssel. Die lasse ich dann so auftauen und wenn die schön weich sind, hau ich noch einen Joghurt dazu und dann schnabuliere ich mir das rein, als gäbe es keinen Morgen.
Lecki. Aus der
Richtig
Dose?
Lecker. Nee, aus so einer Packung, Tiefkühlpackung einfach. Papierpackung, einfach die gefrorenen Kirschen dann da rein.
Ja, mit Kirschen kriegst du mich immer, ne? Das ist eins der besten Geschmäcker auf der Welt. Mit allem. Joghurtkirsche, beste. Fruchtkirsche, beste. Haribo oder andere Firma, die Gummidinger herstellt, Kirsche, beste.
Ja, außer Marmelade.
Korrekt.
Da dominiert Himbeere.
Nein! Für mich ganz klassisch die Erdbeere. Da bin ich der Klassiker.
Ja.
Aber, ja, stimmt. Kirsche, das stimmt.
Ja, nehme ich schon gern mit. Ist okay. Ja, wir haben natürlich jetzt so ein bisschen Zeit für uns auch mal ein bisschen besser kennenzulernen, Janis. Und vor allem, wir haben die Möglichkeit, auch mal so einen kleinen Blick über den Tellerrand hinaus zu wagen. Ja. Ansonsten, natürlich, ihr kennt Janis Tjax, ist natürlich Warcraft 3 Fan, glaube ich, kann man sagen.
Ich lebe das Spiel.
Ja, okay. Aber es gibt natürlich immer auch noch andere Möglichkeiten. Und zwar haben wir letztes Mal natürlich entdeckt, Warcraft 3 Reforged hat nicht so geklappt, wie wir uns das vorgestellt haben. Die neue Grafik, das hat nicht so gut funktioniert. Allerdings, die Warcraft 3 Fan-Community hört nie auf, zu versuchen, das Spiel zu revolutionieren und vielleicht alternative Versionen anzubieten. Und eine Version, die wir damals vorgestellt haben, vor ein paar Wochen, ist eine Version von Warcraft 3 in Dota 2. Also am Anfang stand Warcraft 3. In Warcraft 3 gab es eine Fun-Map namens Defense of the Ancients. Daraus ist dann über einige Spiele hinweg irgendwann das offizielle Dota 2 entstanden. Und jetzt gibt es in Dota 2 wiederum Warcraft 3. Also das ist wie wenn du sozusagen eine Maske von deiner Oma aufhättest. Also es ist sozusagen du bist in deinem Ursprung drin, sozusagen.
Ja, ich möchte das jetzt nicht mit lebenden oder nicht mehr lebenden Personen darstellen, weil da rutscht man schnell in den Inzest.
Ja.
Das
passiert ganz schnell.
Ja, das sollte man vermeiden. Ich weiß, einige Bundesländer haben es da mit eher als andere, aber ich möchte da gerne nicht, gerade kurz vor Weihnachten, das ist immer peinlich, wenn man dann die Familie wieder sieht. Anyway, wir spielen das heute.
Genau, wir wollten uns das mal anschauen, wir wollen das mal ausprobieren. Janis T. wird uns sagen können, ob das so gut funktioniert. Ist das nah dran an Warcraft 3 oder nicht? Wir müssen mal gucken, wie das jetzt technisch klappt, weil tatsächlich, das Ganze sehen wir hier. Das Ganze heißt Warcraft RTS Alpha. Um ehrlich zu sein, das ist schon die erste Verwirrung für mich. Warum denn Warcraft und nicht Dotacraft? Heißt es in irgendeiner Sprache Bota?
Ich weiß es auch nicht so genau, also wegen Bots vielleicht oder so. Den Namen habe ich auch noch nicht so ganz gerafft. Aber ja, so sieht's aus, Freunde. Da seht ihr
Ich
schon.
bin mir auch nicht sicher. Aber ihr seht es hier in Dota, das ist der Dota 2 Client hier, da gibt es auch die Spielhalle, wo es auch verschiedene Maps gibt, wo man spielen kann. Und ich glaube, wir können hier auch eine Lobby aufmachen, wo wir gemeinsam auch dann gegeneinander spielen können. Wie sieht's denn bei dir aus? Bist du drin? In Dota zumindest?
Also ich habe mir heute Dota runtergeladen. Von daher sind meine Grafikeinstellungen vielleicht nicht so ganz perfekt. Und ich muss sagen, ich weiß nicht, wie so Freundeslisten bei Steam funktionieren. Ich bin seit 20 Jahren an Warcraft interessiert. Ich kann Battle.net. Und da auch eher so ein bisschen. Du müsstest mir jetzt gleich sagen, was ich zu tun habe. Aber der Dota-Klient, er startet.
Okay, also ich habe eine Lobby aufgemacht. Mit einem Passwort.
Okay.
Jetzt müsstest du nur noch diese Lobby finden. Also schau mal unter Spielhalle und dann Botacraft.
Okay, meinst es lädt noch gerade? Das lädt ganz schön lange, muss ich sagen. Oh, jetzt reagiert's nicht mehr. Jetzt reagiert's wieder. Wild. So, jetzt steht hier schon mal Wald. Das erste Mal Dota auf einem Creepjack-Stream. Oh, mein Greenscreen sieht auch aus wie Arsch hier. Das muss auch mal anders. So, jetzt sehe ich aus wie Arsch. Egal. Jo. Eieiei. Eieiei, du bist laut, Dota.
Ja,
so.
Das stimmt. Das war eines der größten Probleme für Einsteiger, dass Dota sehr laut ist.
Es ist wirklich unfassbar laut.
Sehr laut.
Bevor mir hier die Ohren erstmal runtergedreht werden. So, ich bin in der Spielhalle. Dann mache ich genau was nochmal?
So, jetzt warte mal, müssen wir gleich mal gucken. Also.
Search Custom Games? Nee, Lobbylist?
Genau, Lobbyliste.
Ja.
So, und da, warte mal, ich mach nochmal auf. Und da kannst du ja mal gucken nach Bota.
Ja, Botacraft RTS Alpha, 1 von 2. Und, oh, gibt's nicht mehr. Ich kann auch.
Warte, ich mach auf.
Ja.
Ich hab wieder zugemacht. So, jetzt bin ich auf.
Kann man irgendwo refresh? Okay. Nee, ist noch nicht bei mir angekommen.
Schau mal, ob du reinkommst. Warte mal.
Refresh. Wenn ich Refresh drücke, dann passiert hier erstmal nichts. Das hätten wir vielleicht mal üben sollen vor der Sendung. Kann ich irgendwie enter a password to find a private lobby. Ja, ach so. Ja, jetzt haben wir. Ja, okay. Habe ich gerafft. Okay.
Ich glaube, wir sind drin.
Hast du eine Lasagne als Profilbild?
Das ist nicht so wichtig.
Ich liebe ja Lasagne. Ist wirklich lecker.
Ich starte einfach mal. Und ihr werdet gleich sehen, es ist tatsächlich Warcraft 3 in Dota 2. Man muss dazu sagen, so wie ich das verstanden habe, gibt es nur eine spielbare Rasse, nämlich nur Night Elf.
Natürlich wieder die Nachtelfen bevorzugt.
Na klar.
Wie in jedem Patch.
Und für Leute, die sich nicht so gut mit Dota auskennen, kann ich ja vielleicht bei so ein paar Sachen sagen, aber Leute, die schon mal Dota gesehen haben, die werden natürlich vieles wiedererkennen. Man hat versucht natürlich jetzt rückwirkend zu versuchen, die alten Einheiten wiederherzustellen. Hier sehen wir schon, da ist die Goldmine. Wir haben Io als Wisps, ein Held in Dota 2, der auch häufig Wisp genannt wird, weil der natürlich auch basiert auf dem Wisp aus Warcraft 3.
Ja.
Und wir haben hier, also ihr seht ja mal wir haben die Möglichkeit, hier Sachen zu bauen. Moonwell, und dann steht das alles mit den Warcraft 3 Assets.
Hui, das ist schon ein bisschen clunky, wie man die jetzt so an die Goldmine bringt zum Beispiel. Aber nicht verkehrt. Also ich weiß nicht, wie du das machst, aber das ist schon ein bisschen komplizierter als gedacht. Oder nicht? Oder bin ich einfach zu blöd?
Ja, es ist natürlich... Ich muss ganz kurz meine Einstellungen ändern.
Ja, mach du mal deine Einstellung.
Sonst komme ich da hier nicht mehr weiter. Aber ansonsten funktioniert das alles ganz gut. Man sieht hier rechts unten sogar auch, man hat eine Produktionsschleife.
Ja.
Und man kann natürlich auch Steuergruppen benennen.
Korrekt. Ich habe jetzt mal meinen Altar gebaut zum Beispiel.
Ja.
Den habe ich... Beim ersten Test habe ich den nicht ganz gefunden, wo der denn ist. Aber jetzt habe ich's. Die Ressourcen sind oben rechts. Keine Inflation, sagen sie hier zu Upkeep. Im Vergleich zur echten Welt, ne, wo wir alle drunter leiden. So, jetzt habe ich hier, ich kann einen Helden bauen. Da sind natürlich noch die Dota-Assets am Start.
Und ansonsten hat man aber hier versucht, wirklich alles 1:1 zu übernehmen. Also hier auch Nature's Blessing.
Ja. Alle Gebäude, die heißen noch ein bisschen anders, aber alle Gebäude sind theoretisch da. Gefühlt dauern Sachen länger, kann das sein? Ich meine, du bist der Nachtelf.
Ja, kann schon sein. Ja, es ist... Ich bin mir nicht 100%ig sicher.
Kann man mehr als 5 Wisps in diese Goldmine packen?
Nee, ich glaube nicht.
Sicher?
Mystery Treant.
Geht echt nicht.
Battle Treant.
So, ich habe hier meinen ersten Kollegen schon am Start. Kann ich jetzt zum Beispiel... Ah, wenn ich eine Huntress bauen will, sagt der, du brauchst die Research-Halle. Ja, schau, das hat er drauf. Ja, und jetzt, spielen wir einfach mal gegeneinander, ne? Ich kann hier skillen.
Ja.
My quiver is full.
Warum heißen die denn nicht so wie in Warcraft? Das wundert mich ein bisschen.
Und das Tolle ist, dass die Creeps auch immer so einen kleinen Grabstein haben.
Du creepst schon.
Wenn sie sterben.
Ui, ich habe irgendwas gedrückt, dass alle meine Wisps weggehen.
Hast du gedetonated?
Nee, aber die laufen jetzt über die Welt. Was ist denn hier? Ich glaube, ich habe... Hä? Ich raff hier gar nichts mehr. Jetzt geht das schon wieder los. Ich bin vollkommen überfordert mit der Kontrolle dieser Einheiten. So, jetzt habe ich es, glaube ich...
Wie nicht hin, Moonwells zu bauen.
Ich
glaube, weil die Befehlskette nicht so gut funktioniert, ne?
Das mag sehr gut sein. So, jetzt habe ich es, glaube ich. Hui, das war ein Akt. So, ich habe jetzt Immolation an zum Beispiel. Und ein paar Archer. Junge, das lief mal gar nicht.
Not enough supply.
Ja, der muss natürlich Mondbrunnen bauen, ne? Daran wird hier nicht gespart. Bei mir übrigens dasselbe. Huiuiui, das ist schon ein bisschen anders, muss ich sagen.
Das ist schon sehr anders, ey.
Und ich habe das Gefühl, der speichert meine Kontrollgruppen nicht richtig? Oder ich bin einfach zu blöd?
Das kann, aber auch an den Hotkeys liegen.
Man kann mit Shift 1 die Kontrollgruppen nicht erweitern, glaube ich. Ich glaube, mit Steuerung 1 funktioniert das alles ganz gut. Shift 1 geht nicht.
Guck mal.
Was denn?
Hier, das ist die Taverne. Ich habe die Taverne gefunden.
Da bist du also. So.
Da kann man aber nur tote Helden wiederbeleben. Ich glaube, es gibt keine neutralen Helden.
Okay. So, ich check jetzt mal auf Tier 2. Finde ich natürlich gut, dass da direkt steht, wie lange das dauert. Was, wieso konntest du mich... Ich hab doch gecloakt! Das ist gemein, Florentin. Ja, zeig mir dein Dota-Micro. Du spielst doch hier die ganze Zeit. Warum warst du weg?
Warum hat es mit...
Warum warst du denn weg auf einmal?
Ja, okay, dann hat's doch geklappt.
Ja, du warst kurz weg, aber... Warum? War das Blink oder was?
Ich habe Knöpfe gedrückt. Nee, das ist die Fähigkeit. F.
Wie F?
F, naja, Shadow Meld.
Ach so. Okay, ja gut, dann warst du kurz weg. Das hat geklappt. Huiuiui. Also fühlt sich schon gut an, wenn man so über die Map läuft und so. Weil, ist halt Dota, ne? Das ist ja deren Haupt, ist ja
über die
deren
Map laufen ist wichtig, ja.
Butter und Brot ist das von denen. Aber dieses Base-Gebilde und so. Ich sag mal, das wird Warcraft 3 in naher Zukunft jetzt nicht ablösen.
Ja,
I'm a
noch
straight
nicht.
shooter.
Noch nicht.
Kanalisiert auch alles. Also man muss natürlich hier bedenken, dass das alles in einem anderen Spiel ist, das eigentlich nicht dafür gedacht ist, all das abzubilden. Aber es funktioniert einigermaßen.
Korrekt. Das stimmt. Ist schon faszinierend. Wie viele Stunden sind da wohl reingeflossen wieder?
Ja.
Ohne dass diese Person jemals dafür belohnt werden wird.
Durch uns wird sie vielleicht ein bisschen belohnt.
Irgendwie, jetzt klappt das Shift 1 doch ganz gut. Seltsam. Aber hat man sonst in Dota auch so Upgrades und so? Wie zum Beispiel Archer Long Range oder so. Oder muss man das einfach... Das musste ja nachgebaut werden, irgendwie.
Das ist nicht so, naja, so 1:1 gibt's das nicht.
Crazy. Was ist denn jetzt schon wieder? Jetzt laufen wieder alle aus meiner Goldmine dahin. Ich raff das nicht mit den Wisps.
Ey, die müssten Gold sammeln,
The
Janis.
Wind Ranger.
Ja, aber...
Die Steuergruppen funktionieren schon einigermaßen. Also man kann schon die klassischen mit Shift-Klick hinzufügen.
Jetzt gehen die alle wieder woanders hin. Was ist denn hier los mit den Wisps? Hast du da keine Probleme mit, oder was?
Nein, sind die in der Steuergruppe?
Nee. Die laufen einfach kreuz und quer sonst wohin. Ich verstehe das nicht. Eieiei. Oh, die Splits von Florentin Will. Schaut ihn euch an. Bringt ja auch nichts. Hätte ich mal Mana Burn genommen, ne? Das wäre um einiges einfacher geworden.
Ich mag, dass alle Einheiten auch so einen Grabstein haben.
Ja. Der geht der weg jemals? Der Bodyblock. Holy moly. Oh, ich kontrolliere hier gar nichts mehr. Ich glaube, ich habe auch keine Moonworlds mehr, oder? Oh, der ist safe. Also das fühlt sich schon sehr gut an, Sachen zu
Ja,
kontrollieren.
wenn mal was passiert.
Jo. Das ist wirklich nice.
Great.
Okay, ich habe gerade getestet, man kann auch nicht zweimal denselben Held bauen. Auf solche Kleinigkeiten muss ja auch geachtet werden.
Ja, sehr gut. Firestorm. Ah, die haben alle die Dota-Namen, ne? Es ist Mirana, Lashrak.
Ja.
Interessant, dass Lashrak der Keeper ist.
So, was hättest du denn sonst gerne gehabt?
Ja, also Nature's Prophet hat auch einige Fähigkeiten von dem, aber ja, kann man machen.
Okay.
Ist natürlich immer eine Frage, wie man das dann angeht. So, jetzt schauen wir uns mal ein paar andere Einheiten an.
Ach, du hast schon andere Einheiten.
So,
Meine
Hurricane-
Wisps laufen immer noch wie wild durch die Gegend. Ich raff das nicht. Aber da du diese Probleme nicht hast, denke ich einfach mal, ich bin zu blöd. Sehen schon gut aus, die Trees. Ich meine, die Units sind halt einfach Dota-Units und Helden wahrscheinlich irgendwie ein bisschen kleiner gemacht und so. Aber
Ja.
die Bäume sehen schon crazy gut aus.
Very well.
Die Creeps sind aber auch nicht ohne.
Die darf man nicht unterschätzen. Unterschätze niemals einen Creep.
Ach, guck mal, Strength Tome. Das ist ja auch süß. Oh, ein Mana Potion. Okay, das gibt's in Dota eigentlich nicht so.
Ah, gibt's keine Consumables?
Doch schon, aber es gibt nichts, wo man einfach so direkt... Na gut, es gibt eine Mango.
Oh,
Was war das für ein Geräusch?
mein Held ist gestorben, weil ich wollte mal testen, wie das so ist, wenn der
Gibt's
stirbt.
Oger auf der Map, Janis?
Es gibt anscheinend eine Winged Turtle, die sehr, sehr stark ist. Ich habe nicht gesehen. Ich bin mit A-Klick über die Map und dann ist er ins Creep Camp gelaufen. Das kann ja wohl mal passieren. Kommen die Creeps wieder? Nee, ne?
Generating Ring.
In
Oh,
Dota kommen
Ward.
die wieder, oder?
Die Helden kommen wieder in Dota, ja.
Hier nicht. Also nee, ich meine die Creeps.
Ich verstehe, das ist jetzt Ancient of... Ja, ist es Claws?
Ancient of Claws?
Of Wind. Ancient of Wind.
I go.
Knowledge Treant. Okay,
Nee, das
Knowledge Treant.
Knowledge ist Lore.
Das ist Lore, ja.
ja.
None shall hinder me.
So, ich krieg jetzt hier...
Ja, die Moonwaits sind noch ein bisschen
Ja.
komisch,
Ja,
weil man
ja.
die auch nicht in der Gruppe nehmen kann.
Junge.
I vow thy will.
Train Puck. Ja.
Ach, Pack. Nicht das Pack, sondern Puck.
Nee, ja.
Die, ja. Oh, shit. Kann man mit... Ich weiß nicht, wie geht das Town Portal denn jetzt hier? Ich hab doppelt drauf geklickt, das geht nicht. Ich kann das nicht kontrollieren.
Ja, aber dann ist es doch genau wie Warcraft.
Ach so,
oder?
es
Das
hat...
beste-
Ach, ich hab getown Portal nur halt extrem spät. Ja gut, das ist natürlich ein Ding. Ja, ich sag mal so.
Ah, Nature's Prophet.
Ich hab nicht mehr so viel. Hast du mir jetzt meinen Creep da weggeklaut?
Ja,
Das ist gemein.
das nennt man, also für Warcraft-Spieler nur mal als Hinweis, das nennt man einen Creepjack.
Ach so, das ist der sogenannte... Heißt, gibt's nicht auch so eine Sendung, die so heißt?
Die gab's früher mal, ja, aber dann ist die,
True path.
Ja.
gab's die dann irgendwann nicht mehr.
Ach so, das ist natürlich schade. Hat mir mal gut gefallen, vor allem der eine.
Ja, der eine war super, der andere,
Die hatten mal so einen dritten, den mochte ich gar nicht. Der hieß irgendwie Marco und hat immer was
Der
mit
Marco,
Westen.
ja.
Hat immer was mit Westen erzählt.
Ach, guck mal, und Puck fliegt.
Ha, ha, ha.
Fairy Haze. Aber es gibt keinen Autocast, interessanterweise. Oder ist es ein Altcast?
Ich habe meine Helden an die Creeps verloren wieder. Das zweite Mal in diesem Spiel.
Aber ich höre das, wenn deine Helden sterben. Oh, und der nächste auch. Janis T. Janis T. Was ist denn da los?
Aus irgendeinem Grund habe ich überhaupt keine Kontrolle über dieses Spiel. Also gar nicht. Ich weiß nicht, was da falsch läuft. Aber gar nicht. Alles ist anders.
Oh, die Bäume bewegen sich, okay.
Ja, man kann die
Ancients
auswurzeln.
greifen an.
Also so einer.
Nee, das ist meiner. Ich greife meine eigenen Einheiten an. Aber irgendwie ist die KI nicht besonders schlau, ne? Also die Helden stehen auch oft einfach nur rum.
Ja.
Also die KI ist nicht ideal.
Ich muss sagen, also das... Ich finde, das sieht alles nett aus. Und das ist toll, dass die relativ viel auch gemacht haben, was es in Warcraft gibt. Und dass das der Lore so aussieht wie der Lore und so. Aber uiuiuiui, ist das clunky. Hast du da keine Probleme mit?
Nee, ich finde das super. Also ich finde, das ist sehr passend.
Insane.
Nee, also ist natürlich schon, muss man sich natürlich anpassen. Und guck mal, jetzt mein Held zum Beispiel steht einfach da.
Ja.
Macht gar nichts,
Ja.
obwohl er direkt neben einem anderen Helden steht.
Ja.
Das sind natürlich so Sachen.
Ja.
Aber so von den Einheiten Stärken fühlt sich's gut an. Also wie viel so ein Held aushält oder so. Wahrscheinlich hat man da auch genau die Stats übernommen.
Ich finde so Creeps sind zu stark. Und
Ja gut, aber das ist ja dein generelles Problem. Ne? Also
ja,
das
ist richtig.
kennen wir auch aus Warcraft.
So, wie komme ich denn jetzt hier aus dem Spiel raus? Da hatte ich das Problem, hatte ich nämlich heute Nachmittag schon. Ah,
Das Wichtigste für dich ist, ich brauche den Aufgeben-Knopf.
ja.
Okay, nice. Komm, machen wir ein Rematch.
Was gibst du hier? What do you think of this custom game? Gibst du einen Daumen hoch oder einen Daumen runter? Oder
Ich habe einen Daumen hoch gegeben. Ich finde das eine gute Idee. Mich würden natürlich noch die anderen Rassen interessieren.
Ja.
Deswegen fände ich es natürlich cool, wenn das noch erweitert werden würde, wie das
Okay.
Ganze aussieht.
Ich skippe das jetzt mal. Ich habe noch keine Meinung.
So, komm. Jetzt gib alles. Jetzt bist du drin. Jetzt sind wir drin.
Ich bin noch nicht drin. Hast du das Passwort wieder dasselbe wie vorher? Ich finde nix. Oder
ja, gleiches wie vorher, ja.
Findet er nix. Ah! Jetzt. Incorrect Passwort. Hast du dich vertippt?
Kann sein. Kann sein.
Oh, jetzt existiert das nicht mehr.
Caps Lock.
Ah. Immer schön zu sehen, dass ich nicht dumm bin.
Nee. Du, in Dota ist es ganz schlimm, weil da ist mein Alt, ist Caps Lock. Und in Dota musst du ständig Alt drücken für Ansichten oder alternative Casts oder so. Und deswegen drücke ich ständig auf Caps Lock. Deswegen die Hälfte der Zeit, in der ich dann tatsächlich was schreiben muss, ist es einfach groß. Und dann sage ich, thanks, guys. Aber anstatt thanks, guys, sage ich, thanks, guys!
Ja, nett.
Das ist ein bisschen passiv-aggressiv.
Auch mal Dankbarkeit doll ausdrücken. Ist doch schön.
Ja.
Nicht immer nur den Hass laut rausbrüllen.
So, Leute, jetzt let's go. Jetzt
Junge.
alles.
Also jetzt so Serious Match, oder was?
Ja, klar, Mann. Ja,
Ach so.
Ja, klar, Mann. Ich will jetzt mal was sehen hier. Ich will jetzt mal was sehen von Jannis T.
Okay. So, wie schickst du denn zum Beispiel deine Wisps jetzt an die Mine? Da hatte ich ja gerade
Einfach Box und auf die Mine klicken.
Okay.
Und dann soll es gehen. Dann ist eigentlich alles gut.
Aha. Okay. Jetzt hat er den Altar schon wieder nicht gebaut. Irgendwas mache ich hier grundsätzlich falsch in diesem Game. So, aber dass eine Goldmine nur 5 Wisps drin haben kann, das finde ich schon cool.
Ja, das ist schon gut gemacht.
Ah, rechts ist die Produktions-Queue. Okay, habe ich noch nicht gesehen bisher.
Ich finde das immer wieder verrückt, was man da alles machen kann mit solchen Editern. Also, dass man so ganz andere Sachen dann aber doch irgendwie hinkriegt, das ist schon echt krass.
Ich weiß gar nicht, also ist der Dota-Editor mächtig so? Ist der bekannt dafür, sehr mächtig zu sein?
Ich habe kaum Erfahrung damit tatsächlich. Also, das gibt schon verrückte Sachen, aber...
Bist mehr so der kompetitive Typ, ne?
Ja, klar. Nee,
Ja,
Spaß steht bei mir an zweiter Stelle.
Ja, so kennen wir dich.
Oh, Inflation. Ach so, okay, ich verstehe. Upkeep, ja.
Ist Upkeep, ne?
Ja. So, jetzt habe ich noch nicht genug Holz.
Holz braucht man immer.
Holz ist immer gut. Aber auch mit den Rally Points und so, das klappt alles.
Ja, ne? Also.
Das ist schon gut, dass das geht.
Gibt's die. In Dota gibt's die doch auch bestimmt, oder nicht? Oder? Also so.
Da gibt's halt keine Produktionsgebäude in der Hinsicht.
Ah, so meinst du das, ja. Aber so Shift-Klick, um Sachen aneinander zu hauen. Das
ja, das schon, ja.
Ist natürlich schön, dass so Spells die Range anzeigen, zum Beispiel.
Ja, das ist cool.
Sehr nett.
Das ist super cool.
Haben schon ein paar Quality-of-Life-Sachen, diese Dota-Leute, die man sich dann auch vielleicht mal wünschen würde.
Und sowas wie Quickcast ist auch sehr cool. Also, das fällt mir auf, wenn ich jetzt Warcraft spiele, dass das teilweise schwer ist, wenn du Quickcast
weiß ich nicht, was
gewohnt
das
bist.
ist.
Also, dass du, wenn du einen Knopf drückst und über dem Ziel hoverst, das automatisch den Zauber da drauf wirkt.
Ah.
Und du nicht nochmal extra klicken musst.
Ja, da kann man sich dran gewöhnen. Mann, ich drück immer F1, weil ich da meinen Helden aushalten... Ja, genau, ist gar nicht so einfach, ne? Weil ich damit meinen Helden auswählen will, aber F1 ist irgendwas anderes.
Holy shit, diese Creeps sind ja krass. Ey.
Ja, hast du nicht...
Ich hab
Also,
versucht, Ancient zu creepen. Keine Chance.
Ja, keine Chance. Einfach gar keine Chance. Man muss zum Grünen gehen und selbst dann... So, das Spiel läuft besser als gerade eben, sag ich jetzt schon mal.
Ja, nicht direkt beide Helden verloren an Creeps.
Nö.
Super.
A wind of change.
Aber Gebäude kriege ich nicht auf Kontrollgruppen irgendwie. Nur Einheiten.
Doch, mit Steuerung geht.
Echt? Okay.
Ja. Das geht alles ganz famos.
Virtue. 'Tis on thy head.
Die Namen sind natürlich manchmal noch ein bisschen komisch, aber ansonsten...
The true path.
Ah, jetzt laufen sie wieder in die Creeps rein, die Deppen. Und in dich auch, nochmal.
I go.
Oh!
Was
Ui! Mana Burn, Alter, wie krass.
Ja.
Holy shit, was ist das für ein
Pow!
Cooldown?
Bau! Genauso wie in Warcraft.
I'll strike thee down.
Aber jetzt hast du keinen Mana mehr, das ist natürlich doof.
Oh oh.
Be gone.
Hast den Grünen gar nicht gemacht. Was denn?
Ja, dieses aufregende Spiel einfach.
As thou will it.
Ist schon aufregend für mich.
I vow.
Ich spiele einfach Dota mit einem Helden. Das ist auch okay. So ist, ich spiele jetzt Warcraft in Dota, aber ich spiele nur Dota. Das bringt das Ganze nochmal mehr ad absurdum.
Der Lateiner.
Na klar. Plung. Jetzt hat er die Huntress nicht gebaut. Ich glaub, mein Schwein pfeift, ey.
Du meinst die Luna Hall.
Die Luna Hall. Mystery Hall oder so heißt es, glaube ich.
Okay, Detonate ist B. Betonate.
Ja. Boom. Steht für Boom.
Ja.
Yes.
Oh, ich hoffe, da gibt es nicht jedes Mal Mana aus.
Wer denn? Für was?
Path.
Naja, für
Ja.
für Moonwell. Wenn er gar nicht wirklich heilt.
Das wäre natürlich doof, ne?
None shall
Ei.
hinder me.
Ja, schau an, wie ich hier schon gelernt habe. Da muss im Nachtelf-Mirror aber mehr kommen nächste Woche, Herr Will.
Wie schlecht wir auch spielen einfach.
Was? Ich weiß überhaupt nicht, was du hast. Ich spiele super.
Wenn man das so einem Dota-Spieler zeigen würde, so, ja, langjährige Warcraft 3-Spieler probieren. Und wir einfach, hey.
Das ist echt traurig.
Lose me.
Ja gut, natürlich diese Sichtlinien bei Höhenunterschieden sind natürlich verrückt.
Sichtlinien bei Höhenunterschieden sind natürlich verrückt.
The path is clear.
Ja, dass man es nicht sieht, dass man Highground nicht sieht. Ich meine,
Ja.
das ist bei Warcraft auch so, aber da gibt es nicht so oft Highground. So, jetzt ich probiere mal zu reparieren. Geht das?
I go.
Geht Reparatur.
Schon wichtig, ne?
I go.
I go.
Mystery Tree. Aha, okay, das ist ein Shop.
Aber ich muss sagen, weil wir haben ja bei Reforged immer sehr viel über Readability gesprochen und so.
Mhm.
Ist schon ein bisschen, da passiert auch schon viel bei diesen Gebäuden, sag ich mal.
Ja, das stimmt.
Ist nicht ganz easy.
Sag mal, ist nicht dein Ernst,
Was
oder?
denn? Das ist ein sogenannter Creep-Tag in Warcraft-Kreisen.
I'll strike thee down.
Jesus, aber der Mana Burn tut richtig weh.
Das ist ganz normaler Mana-Burn.
Der
Den
tut
machst du auch
richtig
immer.
weh,
Den
aber
machst
das Geräusch, ei.
ja, das ist schon ein schönes Feedback, was man da kriegt.
None shall hinder me.
Da musst du nur echt aufpassen. Also, meine größte Angst ist nicht dir zu begegnen. Meine größte Angst ist, dass hier irgendwo ich in die Creeps laufe.
I.
Und die sind ja viel stärker als du. ist denn jetzt?
Appearance Powder.
The path is clear. I'm under attack.
Ah, was habe ich jetzt gemacht? Ich habe irgendwas gedrückt. Ich glaube,
TP, oder?
warum?
TP hast du gedrückt.
Ja, wollte ich gar nicht.
Weil du Angst hast.
Nee, was,
Berechtigterweise
wie ist denn
von
das
meiner-
passiert? Vor was?
Ja, von meiner riesigen Armee.
Ja, ach so. Alter, der baut hier nicht so ganz das, was ich will. Alles nachgucken.
Ich finde auch geil, dass die Gebäude sich in die Richtung drehen. Wenn sie eine Einheit heilen zum Beispiel, dreht sich der Moonwell in die Richtung von der Einheit. Das ist ein Feature, das fehlt mir ab jetzt wirklich sehr in Warcraft.
Das ist Service.
I go.
Ui.
Yes.
Gott sei Dank habe ich viel Gold. Aber ich würde sagen, also die Unit-Proportion, die macht dieses Warcraft schon besser als das Reforged Warcraft.
Ach komm.
Was denn?
Das ist doch lame anzugreifen, während man creept.
Das ist ein sogenannter Creepjack.
Oh oh.
Ah!
Ich wusste nicht, wie TP funktioniert.
Ja. So. Und hier, Item kriege ich nämlich auch.
Oh, ich wusste nicht, wie TP funktioniert.
Das ist doof für dich, aber tut mir nicht so leid, weil du mich auch ausgelacht hast. Vorher. Krass, man kann sogar mit Steuerung Klick, so wie in Warcraft, das auswählen, also die Gruppe an Units dann auswählen. Das ist nett.
Disorder. I purge.
Aber T3.
Der Bär sieht funny aus.
Alter, der Bär ist krass. Der Lone Druid Bär.
Okay, also, erstes Game war natürlich voll Katastrophe. Zweites Game geht schon besser. Oder auch nicht, oder auch nicht, oder auch nicht. Na komm. Hat er jetzt... Aha, hat er.
From exile I emerge.
Nein! Was denn?
Die Produktion abgebrochen.
Nein, oh nein, oh nein.
Ah, die Moonwells check ich noch nicht ganz, ehrlich gesagt.
Hä, wieso? Du klickst da drauf und dann werden deine Units geheilt. Oder nicht?
Ja.
Magic aside. Defilement.
Aber ja, man muss immer den richtigen ausgewählt haben, glaube ich.
Ja, man sieht halt nicht, wie viel da noch drin ist, ne? Das ist ein bisschen doof.
The siege shall be soon.
Aber mit F2 kann ich irgendwie den Shop auswählen, aber da muss ich dann auch in der Nähe sein. Aber ansonsten funktioniert... Also jetzt bin ich sagen, bin ich doch mehr begeistert als gerade eben. Mountain Giant, oder?
Hey.
Alter! Das sieht impressive aus. Not gonna lie. Oh, für mich so ungewohnt. Ich habe ja sonst YXCW Hotkeys. Jetzt ist das auf der anderen Seite. Schwierig für mich.
Boah, aber die Gebäude sind schwer zu unterscheiden, muss man schon echt sagen. Aber wo ist denn T3?
Hä? Auf deinem Hauptgebäude und dann das Zahnrad.
Aber das kann ich nicht anklicken.
Vielleicht brauchst du da noch irgendwas für.
Stone Core.
Enchanted, I'm sure.
Das muss ich sagen, das nervt schon. Nein! Ich hab doch den anderen.
Was denn?
Jetzt hatte ich 2 Wisps ausgewählt. Einer hat schon gebaut gerade, der andere nicht. Und habe den beiden Baubefehl gegeben. Hat der abgebrochen zu bauen. Und,
Ja, das Problem habe ich doch auch die ganze Zeit gehabt.
Da denke ich mir auch, wirklich.
Spawn of sorcery.
Junge, Junge, Junge.
Ich find's albern, was du hier betreibst.
Was betreibe ich denn?
Ja,
Dich besiegen, oder?
Schmutzkampagne.
Och. Aber so Sachen aus der Gruppe rausnehmen und so, das funktioniert auch ganz gut. Ich sehe meinen Cursor nicht mehr. Jetzt sehe ich ihn wieder.
Shit, ey.
Vielleicht muss ich hier ein bisschen aufpassen. Nice.
Ah, das sind alles Tree and Protector Skins, glaube ich, die hier die Gebäude machen, ne? Das ist schon auch cool.
Tree and Protector Skins, die hier die Gebäude machen. Ja, bestimmt.
Es gibt ja einen Helden, der ist ein Baum in Dota, Tree
Ja.
and Protector.
Okay.
Der hat ja verschiedene kosmetische Skills. In Dota kann man ja Skins bekommen.
Ja. Okay, das ist natürlich nett. Oh, ich habe ein Level Up.
Puck ist einfach der Beste, ey. Beste Held. Da wartet seine Armee.
Ja, klar.
Irgendwie kriege ich T3 nicht hin.
Das ist doch auf deinem Hauptgebäude. Da siehst du es nicht.
Die Zahnräder.
Ja.
Aber die sind bei mir in Passive.
Kannst du da vielleicht trotzdem draufklicken oder so?
Nee.
Das ist natürlich doof. Was ist das für ein Schneeheini? Hurricane Treant, was geht denn da ab? Ach, auf Wind oder was?
Wind, ja.
Das ist natürlich funny. Oh, mein Nachtelf-Micro. Do you see that?
Also bist so gut. Wo hast du das gelernt?
Von
Von mir nicht.
Ich hatte heute eine Stunde einen Call mit Kevin Schwem. Da habe ich
Okay.
einiges gelernt. Hä? Jetzt mach doch! Ich kann nicht zurück in den normalen... Ah. Raff gar nichts.
Schauen wir uns mal an, ob die hier noch... Die Viper hier noch am Start sind.
Ich glaube, mein Bär-Modus ist gebuggt oder so. Jetzt geht das wieder.
Es ist manchmal so schwer, einen einzigen Wisp anzuwählen.
Ey, das sage ich doch die ganze
Aber
Zeit!
du musst wirklich die Box machen.
Aber ich hab dir das
Du
doch
kannst nur die Box
gesagt.
machen.
Hast du die alle wieder hochgeheilt? Deine Fairy Dragons sind natürlich nervig. Ein Keeper macht auch wieder nix hier. Jetzt macht er wieder was. Face Shift funktioniert. Lecker. Oh, gekillt. Mountain Giant weg, GG. Ich glaube, ich hab dich gleich, oder?
Jesus.
Boom, Baby! Ah. Und die haben keine Mana-Indikatoren. Das ist... Ich weiß jetzt nicht, ob ich das Redo casten kann oder nicht. Aber zum Glück.
Ja, das stimmt. Diese Diener haben das nicht. Ich würde so gern T3 gehen. Das geht grad einfach nicht.
Das ist funny.
Light of foot, light of heart.
Okay.
GG.
Best of 3. Komm, Best of 3. Einer geht noch.
Oh, war ja. Jetzt natürlich.
Komm, jetzt bin ich drin.
Okay, also, das war gerade keine Lüge. Ne? Ich weiß, ich muss ins Dashboard und dann Disconnect. Ist das das?
Ja, genau.
Okay. Also, kompliziert.
Ey, vielen Dank für den Raid an FVB. Herzlich willkommen und herzlichen Glückwunsch natürlich auch nochmal für den Ligasieg Platz 1. Sehr, sehr schön gemacht. Nächste Woche werden wir mein Relegationsspiel sehen, ob ich es weiter in Liga 3 schaffe oder ob ich die riesige Demütigung auf mich nehmen muss, in die gleiche Liga wie Jannis zu gehen. Das wäre natürlich eine Katastrophe. Bis dahin schauen wir uns gerade nochmal Warcraft an. Nämlich Warcraft 3 in Dota. Als Fun-Map, es ist wild, es steht 1:1 gerade.
Ja.
Jannis, auch wenn er langsam seine physische Existenz ablegt hier und immer mehr in die Astralwelt abgleitet, so ist er trotzdem dominant in diesem Spiel Warcraft 3.
Ja, ist klasse. Es ist natürlich eine Frechheit, dass du den Raid bekommst und nicht ich, aber ich gönne dir das auch. Jetzt kriegst du aber nicht, jetzt kriegst du einen Raid von mir. Bin gespannt. So, das klappt schon mal besser.
So, ihr seht hier, wir haben quasi alle Sachen, die wir in Warcraft 3 auch haben. Weil natürlich viele Dota-Inhalte inspiriert sind. Von Warcraft 3 gibt es ja natürlich gute Übereinstimmungen.
Ungefähr
natürlich
alles.
Hier der Wisp, den man als Ayo kennt, aber der auch oft noch Wisp genannt wird im Spiel. Also viele haben ja auch diesen alten Namen noch übernommen.
Ayo klingt auch komisch. Ich weiß nicht, was ein Ayo sein soll. Das ist wie der Song, der hat genervt früher, weißt du? Ayo. 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 Nervig.
Aber daran erkennt man dann immer in Dota die ganzen Oldschool-Leute, die dann wirklich.
Ja. Und man umgibt sich ja auch am liebsten eigentlich mit Oldschool-Leuten.
Ja, auf jeden Fall.
Diese neuen.
Das sind mir die allerliebsten. So.
Oh shit. So.
Okay. Jetzt haben wir 5 in der Goldmine.
Jetzt schon?
Ja, ich hab mal Gold Rush. Ich rush hier mal Gold. Das ist mir sehr wichtig. Ist aber auch verrückt, ne? Es sieht anders aus und man vergisst sofort jede Form von Bildorder. Also ein komplett neues Spiel lernen. Das ist einfach. Ich bin auch nicht so schlau einfach.
Nee,
nicht so
ich bin da auch.
anpassungsfähig.
Ist auch schwierig für mich.
Our presence was requested.
So.
The markswoman of the wood.
Wie lange habe ich den Ohrwurm jetzt, Jannis?
Weiß ich nicht, ein Jahr. Es ist so nervig, ne? I feel you. Ja.
Yes.
Nein! Uiuiui, da muss man natürlich auch in Otacraft,
My quiver is full.
weiterhin Mondbrunnen bauen.
Baut
mir-
mehr Mundbrunnen.
Ja, was mir jetzt gerade in diesem Moment nicht so gut gefällt.
Since you command it.
Hat man wohl immer Cross-Position?
Ja, davon gehe ich aus, ja.
Forward by bounds. Forward, pet. As you will.
Mann, ey, die Hotkeys sind alle umgedreht. Das ist so schwierig. Alles, was sonst Q ist, ist jetzt Y und vice versa.
Oh. Was ist das?
Good idea.
Vice versa.
Nee, ich
Andersrum.
meine, dieser Angriff hier.
Achso, ich dachte, ich komme mal zu Besuch. Find's nicht gut.
Ist das hier deine Form von Humor, oder was?
Ich weiß nicht, du hast
Soll
gesagt,
das-
bau mehr Mondbrunnen. Ich wollte dir da mal einen kleinen Schubser in die Richtung geben.
I'm a straight shooter.
Oh, da habe ich jetzt natürlich viel Damage genommen. Holla. Au! Searing Arrow sieht aber lecker aus, muss ich mal sagen.
Oh ja.
Oh, das gefällt mir.
The Moon Rider
Ja,
has arrived.
das muss man schon sagen. Die Animationen sind teilweise schon eine feine Angelegenheit.
Hast du Ancient of War creept?
Ja.
Verdammt!
Und, Fun Fact, man kann nicht denyen.
Oh, das ist natürlich gut für dich.
Cower before us.
Oh, wirklich jetzt? Ein Hit, Alter?
Agreed.
Ui. Hast du geblinkt, oder?
I'm
Na
under
sicher.
attack in the
Ich kann den ein.
Oh,
Ich hab,
ho, 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 ey.
ja.
Aber was halt echt auch schwierig ist, dass man, glaube ich zumindest, nicht wirklich reparieren kann.
Meins
Of
nicht.
course.
Ich bin mir da nicht so sicher. Wobei, ich habe gerade Probleme, meinen Wisp ans Holz zu schicken, weil anscheinend manche Bäume sind dafür okay und manche nicht. Es ist schwierig.
Luna.
Also ich hab doch
Ja,
zu... Oh nö, jetzt hat er nicht
Krieg ich
gerafft,
schon
das...
On track.
Das Gebäude fallen mir noch am allerschwierigsten.
Jo.
Also am schwersten. Die Gebäude zu checken, welches Gebäude was ist,
Jo.
ist sehr schwer.
Und kann man nicht Autocast anmachen? Ah, doch, jetzt Autocast. Alles klar. Haps.
Ja, genau, das geht. Bei Fairy Fire habe ich es nicht gefunden, aber bei manchen geht's.
Vielleicht bin ich doof, aber sieht man irgendwo meine Erfahrung? Au! Blödnase.
Tuck your tail and run, you mutt.
Ach ja, jetzt sieht's aus wie meine alten Dota Games. Einfach die Luna und rein damit.
Ja, du hast Luna gespielt.
Ja klar. Na, aber fein. Damals, ne? Das ist lange her.
As you will it.
Ach, Luna ist super.
Das ist relativ easy, ne? Die hat halt so Bouncing Glaives und dann ist das gut.
On track.
Warst du schon mal bei diesem Shop?
Could use a snack.
Nee,
Forward, pet.
Ich würde da mal einmal
ich habe jetzt meinen
vorbeikommen.
eigenen Shop gebaut, glaube ich.
Oh. Au! Vergessen, dass da Creeps sind.
Since you command it.
Mystery Tree und... Ah, die haben so Charges für die Items. Ups.
To the battle.
Ich weiß nicht, wo ich meine Erfahrung... Ach, unten links ist das... Um die 1 rum ist die Erfahrung. Ah! Eieiei.
Ah, ja,
hast-
ja.
Good idea.
Du machst viel mehr Schaden als ich. Aus irgendwelchen Gründen.
Ja, das sind Archer gegen Huntresses,
Good
Janis.
idea.
Das geht aber andersrum auch. So, ist das jetzt mal mit dem Tech hier durch? Geht doch.
Ja. Das wird alles schon. Das
Ist
kriegen
das
wir
so?
hin.
Ist das so? Ich weiß
glaube, das
nicht.
dritte Match wird das spannendste bisher.
Ja.
Also ich finde, bis jetzt ist es extrem spannend.
Wir sind halt beide noch Level 1, ne?
On the prowl.
Ja, gut.
Ui, ist das nervig mit den Mondbrunnen, dass die immer weiter heilen, auch wenn die nur einen Mana-Punkt haben. Bling, 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 Alter. Geh ans Holz jetzt ran da!
Forward by bounds.
Aber von dem emotionalen Erlebnis ist es schon nah an Warcraft.
Ich bin
3.
voll drin. Ah.
Ich habe immer nur Angst, dass ich irgendwie Sachen abbreche. Das ist bei mir immer ein Riesenproblem.
Good idea.
Die Cancel Culture, ne? Sie trifft auch Florentin Will.
Someone requires my protection.
What?
Someone requires my protection.
What?
Ich raff es nicht ganz.
Was denn?
Was geschieht
Agree.
um mich herum? Aber die Map ist auch komisch irgendwie.
Ja, ist so ein bisschen
gibt-
Knollwood-mäßig, aber es ist einfach so viel los, aber so wenig zu tun.
Forward
Es gibt die
by
grünen Creeps und
Ja.
die absolut unbesiegbaren.
Die Weißen, ne? Ja, genau.
Das sind so die beiden Creep-Ränge, die es so
Vollkommen
gibt.
korrekt.
I guard the wooded ways.
Forward, pet. Luna. Yes.
Au, 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 au. Nein, nein, nein! Schlaf! Danke.
I speak for the trees. I guard the wooded ways.
Naja.
Naja, nicht zufrieden, nein?
Nee, noch nicht zufrieden.
The Moon Rider has arrived.
Ich bin noch nicht ganz zufrieden, muss ich ganz ehrlich sagen.
Das tut mir leid. Ich hoffe, du wirst da noch hinkommen.
Don't do
As
it.
you will it. Run like the dogs you are.
Run like the dog you are. Gefällt mir.
Shit.
Die service of
I speak for the trees.
Oh.
Fair warning. You're dead.
I'm under attack.
This grows interesting. Attack.
Au!
Wooded ways.
The Moon Rider has
Come on. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Sieht gut aus für mich. Da muss deine Warden jetzt schon was machen, ne?
Ich raff leider die Moonway jetzt nicht so gut.
Musst du einfach nur draufklicken, oder nicht?
What an enchanting enchantress.
Ah.
I speak for the trees.
Come on. Alter, wie viel sie aushält neben so einem blöden Mondbrunnen. Stirb doch! What the? What the?
we ride.
Shady lanes.
Nein!
Leads away.
Nova could use a
Was war da los?
Forces of nature.
Wieso?
evil curse. Inferno.
Oh.
Evil curse.
Dein Micro hilft dir ja auch nichts.
I guard the wooded ways.
Oh nein! Mach was mit dem TP jetzt! Ich dachte, du bist tot. Nicht so ganz.
Ach, lange nicht.
Since you command it.
Ei. Das tat weh. Oh nein, ich hab was vergessen.
The Moon Rider has arrived.
Ich bin leider auch hart Supply blocked.
Ah, das ist natürlich doof. Ich würde dir natürlich wünschen, dass du jetzt so bauen könntest, wie du wollen würdest.
Ja. Das ist nett von dir, danke. Das weiß ich auch echt zu schätzen. Aber ganz so leicht ist es nicht, ne?
Nee, man braucht immer hier, auch gerade in Deutschland, die Baugenehmigung. Da muss man aufpassen, dass da im Boden keine wertvollen Tiere sind.
Of course.
Ob da...
Hält einfach auch die eigenen Gebäude angreift.
Ja, das ist schon doof.
Oh, weiß nicht, ob das so sein sollte. Aber ich liebe, dass jede Einheit einen Grabstein hat. Das finde ich so gut.
Die bleiben auch, ne? Nein, du dummes scheiß Creepvieh! Mann, das regt mich auf! Ja, was soll das denn?
Ja, warum creepst du auch?
Ich wollte das nicht, ich wollte da einfach nur langlaufen.
Run like the dogs you are.
Thoughts cross my mind as the
Good
sun.
idea.
Ui. Aber
Nein, ich hab keine Moonwells gebaut.
oh nein, das ist natürlich jetzt richtig doof für dich.
Ey, wie dumm kann man sein eigentlich?
Oh, die Eule ist die niedlichste. What the fuck?
Interesting.
Oh, die Eule finde ich mega.
We ride.
Oh,
Oder? Ist
ja, die
sie?
ist ja super süß.
Good idea.
Ich habe meine Economy so hart verrafft einfach.
Ah ja, das passiert.
Okay, bitte, das ist so.
Attack.
Mann, ich bin doch da.
To the battle.
So
Aha.
langsam, dass sie keine Agro ziehen, glaube ich.
Aha.
This should be less tiresome than.
Cool, Shop funktioniert wirklich gut auch.
Forward, pet. On the prowl.
Was denn?
In the
Alter, was für ein Item. Mana Steel Blade. Ach so, es ist nur ein Wand of Mana Steel.
Jo.
Ich dachte, das ist sowas wie Diffusal Blade oder
forward
so.
by bounds.
Tja, wieder mal eine Enttäuschung. Was ist denn hier los?
Yes.
In your tongue, I am known as
The Moon Rider has arrived. Leap forward.
Junge, ich verliere auch immer Myriaden an Units gegen dich hier.
Ich raff leider die Moonwells nicht.
Was gibt's
Tut mir
denn?
echt
Ich verstehe nicht, was es da zu raffen
Ich glaube, ich bin immer außer Reichweite oder so.
Power before us. Yes.
what is this? A game of some sort?
Jesus. Okay, GG.
Ja,
Schön gemacht,
Mann!
ey, schön gemacht.
Das erste Botakraft Best of 3 geht an mich.
Da merkt man auch einfach, du bist einfach der Dota-Experte. Du kennst dich da einfach aus, du kennst die Einheiten, du kennst einfach die Spieldynamik, den Spielrhythmus. Ja, das war ein kleiner erster Einblick in Botakraft ActS Alpha. Ich bin sehr gespannt, ob dieses Experiment weitergeführt wird mit neuen Rassen natürlich, die eingebaut werden. Aktuell haben wir die Night Elves. Mal schauen, ob es da irgendwie noch weitere Dinge gibt. Lass mich noch ganz kurz die Hotkeys zurückstellen, sonst vergesse ich das.
Ich muss kurz nochmal sagen, ich habe gerade deinen Main-Tree gekillt und dann den Sieg bekommen. Das heißt, man könnte wahrscheinlich einfach den Haupttree snipen, während deine anderen Gebäude ja noch standen. Die Win-Condition ist halt in Dota eine andere als in WC3. Das müsste eventuell noch irgendwie gefixt werden.
Achso, der zählt dann so als Throne. Ja, okay, verstehe.
Heieiei. Ja gut, das war schon ein Ding. Ich würde sagen, da muss noch einiges dran geschraubt werden, dass ich da wieder mal zu lang. Aber hey, wenn du mal, ich habe jetzt Dota installiert, wenn du mal mit mir Dota spielen möchtest, sag gerne Bescheid.
Du, lieben gerne. Lieben gerne, da finden wir auf jeden Fall was. Ansonsten natürlich aktuell Off-Season gerade. Die Liga findet nicht statt, beziehungsweise nächste Woche gibt es noch die Relegationsspiel von mir unter anderem. Aber natürlich viele von euch, die jetzt vielleicht in der Off-Season sagen, naja gut, okay, da haben jetzt die Finger ein bisschen Pause, irgendwie, ich spiele mich vielleicht nicht mehr so viel. Die sagen sich vielleicht, ich nutze natürlich die Off-Season, um mehr über Warcraft 3 zu lernen.
Gut.
Mich so ein bisschen von der Theorie-Seite zu nähern. Ja, klar, hier wild rumklicken, das kann ja jeder, aber nur ein wahrer Warcraft 3 Experte, der kennt natürlich auch das gesamte Wissen dahinter. Und da versuchen wir natürlich auch, euch so ein bisschen was beizubringen. Und dafür gibt es natürlich nur eine fantastische Rubrik, die heißt Janis Kanes.
Aber.
In der wir 3 Fragen zur Warcraft 3 Spielmechanik beantworten. Allerdings heute machen wir es komplett in Botacraft, in der Dota-Mod.
Hast du niemals vorbereitet? Natürlich nicht. Aber hätte ich funny gefunden.
Wir schauen uns natürlich die ganz klassische Warcraft 3 Spielmechanik an, mit der Jannis Tjax ja schon, muss man sagen, glaube ich, du hast die 100 Stunden langsam voll, die du dich mit diesem Spiel beschäftigt hast.
Ich habe viel gespielt, diese Season, also ganz viel.
Stimmt, ja.
Ich weiß, also ungefähr, ich weiß natürlich mehr über Botacraft, da bin ich ja ungeschlagen in Botacraft. in Warcraft, muss ich sagen, habe ich die ein oder auch andere Niederlage schon kassieren müssen. Aber
ja,
gut, man muss halt damit umgehen. Junge, ich sehe echt aus wie Arsch, Alter. Was ist denn hier los? Aber ich werde natürlich auch mich und dich und die Leute da draußen überzeugen, dass ich hier der Experte bin.
Ja, wir spielen Jannis Kanes. Das bedeutet, Jannis muss jetzt 3 Fragen zur Warcraft 3 Spielmechanik beantworten, die aus der Community kommen. Und ich hoffe, Jannis, du bist bereit, denn du musst alle 3 Fragen richtig beantworten, um diese Ausgabe zu gewinnen und guten Gewissens ins Wochenende zu gehen.
Ach, Wochenende, Schmochenende. Ich habe noch kein Wochenende. Aber ja klar, jetzt auf geht's. Ich kann das.
Wir steigen ein mit Frage Nummer 1 und da möchte Löwente wissen, kann ein gewebter Hippo-Rider absteigen? Antwort 1, ja, aber der Archer bleibt weiterhin gewebt. Antwort 2, ja, aber der Hippo bleibt weiterhin gewebt. Antwort 3, ja, aber der Archer und der Hippo bleiben beide weiterhin gewebt. Oder Antwort 4, nein.
Wäre funny, wenn der Archer gewebt wäre. Wenn eine Ground Unit auf einmal gewebt werden könnte. Ich bin mir sehr sicher.
Kurz zu erklären, Hippo Rider ist eine Einheit, die eigentlich aus 2 Einheiten besteht. Man kann hier absteigen und dann hat man einmal Hippo und Archer wieder zusammen sozusagen. Und die Frage ist natürlich, was passiert, wenn man diese Einheit von einer Crypt Fiend einspinnen lässt? Dann wird sie auf den Boden gezwungen und kann sie dann noch absteigen. Was sagt uns Jannis T?
Nein!
Nein?
Ich sag nein.
Okay. Bist du dir wirklich sicher?
Nö. Nein.
Okay, also nur jetzt, weil es die erste Frage ist und so eine Reinkomma, da bist du dir wirklich 100% sicher.
Ich bin mir bei dem sicherer als bei allem anderen.
Gut. Dann hast du hier deinen Hippo Rider.
Ja.
Bist du bereit?
Ich bin bereit. Das geht nicht. Ist ausgegraut. Kann nicht draufklicken. Funktioniert nicht. Komm aus dem Netz.
Funktioniert nicht. Völlige richtige Antwort Nummer 4. Nein. Man kann nicht absteigen, wenn man gewebt ist. Völlig richtig. Sehr gut. Ein Punkt für Jannis Tjax.
Juhu.
Du kannst jetzt auch hier aufhören, ne?
Echt? Dann habe ich ja 100% richtig. Krieg ich dann einen Preis?
Aber das machst du natürlich nicht, weil du den kompletten Sieg nach Hause holen willst. Deswegen machen wir weiter mit Frage Nummer 2. Die kommt von Werner Bock, der wissen möchte, reflektieren gestannte Footmen mit Defend Projektile. Also ein Footman hat Defend aktiviert, reflektiert also Projektile, ne? Stichschaden, klar, wir kennen das Ganze. Was ist allerdings, wenn dieser Footman gestunt ist? Nur als Hinweis, es wird sich gleich um den Stormbolt vom Mountain King handeln. Reflektieren die weiterhin Projektile? Antwort 1, ja. Antwort 2, nein.
Also ich bin mir nicht sicher. Natürlich nicht. Aber ich glaube, Passives funktionieren auch, wenn man gestunt ist.
Und ist es ein Passive?
Weiß ich nicht. Ich weiß nicht, wie Defend funktioniert, muss ich sagen.
Wir hatten schon einige Fragen mit Defend. Das ist eine Fähigkeit, die kam oft schon ran.
Ja.
So dass ich manchmal auch Leute auf die lange Leiter schicken musste, weil wir gesagt haben, wir können nicht jede Woche eine Defend-Frage haben. Gab's mal eine Zeit. Aber
Ja,
jetzt können wir wieder ein bisschen.
Also könnte man eigentlich auch wieder auf die Bank schieben, finde ich. Ja, ich bleib bei ja. Ja, bestimmt. Ja, muss doch.
Janis sagt ja, er glaubt, dass sobald der Schild mal oben ist, bleibt er oben. Egal, ob der dahinterstehende Footman gestunt ist oder nicht, das bleibt alles so. Das passt. Ich würde sagen, ich gebe dir mal den Footman.
Ja. Defend aktiviert. Jetzt micro das mal schön, Florentin
So,
Will.
Defend aktiviert. Jetzt
Ja.
schauen wir uns das mal an,
Ja.
ob hier reflektiert wird oder nicht. Wir
Nö.
achten auf die HP von der Archer.
Zack,
Ja.
boing.
Wird reflektiert, kein Problem.
Zack,
Ab und
boing.
zu wird reflektiert. Und jetzt schauen wir uns mal an, wie das ist mit Stun.
Zack, boing.
Und hier sehen wir auch da, wird reflektiert, überhaupt
boing.
kein Problem. Auch ein gestunter Footman kann mit Defend-Projektile reflektiert. 2 Punkte für Janis T.
Auf geht's! Schild bleibt oben. Genau wie meine Laune. Und jetzt hole ich mir das Ding.
RARALAND
Das kenne ich.
war eine schöne Veranstaltung, zu der sich viele Leute getroffen haben und natürlich viele Warcraft 3 Spiele angeschaut haben, gespielt haben, aber natürlich auch viel über Warcraft 3 gesprochen haben.
Oh nein.
Und natürlich
Nein.
in so mancher Diskussion kommen da so auch manche spielmechanische Sonderfälle mal zur Sprache und da unterhalten sich auch die Warcraft 3 Experten. Da steht man zusammen in lockerer Runde bei einer Bierschorle und überlegt, wie funktioniert eigentlich dieses Spiel so gerne. Und da gab es eine Gruppe Leute, Warcraft 3 Enthusiasten, die saßen zusammen auf der RARALAND Kommentatoren-Couch und haben sich unterhalten. Und dann haben sie eine Frage gefunden, haben ein Spiel geschaut und haben eine Frage gefunden und die haben die Antwort nicht gewusst, Janis. Kannst du dir das vorstellen? Die haben über eine Frage gesprochen und die haben die Antwort gar nicht gewusst.
Aber
Und dann, was haben sie dann gemacht? Dann haben sie überlegt, naja, an wen können wir denn unsere Frage schicken, dass wir endlich eine Antwort bekommen? Und da war natürlich nur ein Name, eine passende Adresse. Und zwar natürlich Janis. Und
warum
deswegen
haben sie
sehen
denn
wir
nicht
hier-
gefragt? Ich war doch da.
Ja, na klar, aber du hast da so viel zu tun, du bist so involviert und so und da willst du jetzt nicht irgendwelche fachspezifischen Fragen beantworten, sondern da wurde das eher auf dem postalischen Weg eingereicht. Und deswegen ist es mir eine große Freude, hier einzureichen bzw. weiterzuleiten. Die Frage, die kam von Jenny Prenzelberg, der RARALAND auch moderiert hat oder bei vielen auch Segmenten als Host aktiv war. Und der hat sich überlegt, er hat gesprochen mit Todd, der hat mit anderen Leuten aus der Warcraft 3-Szene diskutiert und man hat einfach keine Antwort gefunden. Vielleicht kann Janis hier helfen. Und zwar lautet Frage Nummer 3. Wenn ein Gargoyle eine Acid Bomb mit Stone Form dodgt, splasht dann der AOE-Effekt auf nahe fliegende Gargoyles. Über möchte wissen Jenny Prenzelberg. Und Janis T. kann so eine Frage doch ohne weiteres beantworten, oder nicht?
Fick dich, Dennis. Warum fragt man denn sowas? Warum redet man nicht übers Turnier? Was ist das für eine Hostaufgabe? Warum redet er nicht über Koalas, sondern über Gargoyles? Das ist doch vom Host einfach schon generell mal falsch den Job angegangen. Findest du nicht?
Du, ich finde das ein Ausdruck von Vertrauen, dass er sich mit so einer Frage an dich wendet, die ja auch intim ist in gewisser Weise und dass er einerseits sich eingesteht, dass er da noch Lücken hat in seinem Warcraft 3 Wissen und andererseits sich da an jemanden wenden kann, der ihm da väterlichem Rat geben kann, wie das ist. Also, wir gehen das nochmal
Ich wollte gerade sagen, können wir das einmal kurz durchspielen?
Absolut. Acid Bomb ist eine Säureflasche, die geworfen wird. Die hat also ein Projektil, ist also eine Weile lang in der Luft. Jetzt kann natürlich ein schlauer Undead-Spieler, dessen Gargoyles beworfen werden mit diesen Säurefläschchen, natürlich schnelle Finger beweisen und zwar mit der Stoneform dodgen. Bedeutet, das Projektil fliegt auf den Gargoyle zu, er drückt Stoneform, sodass Acid Bomb nicht mehr wirkt, ja oder nein? Da wird schon heikel. Aber uns interessiert eher, was passiert mit seinen Gargoyle-Freunden, die neben ihm herflattern. Werden die getroffen, wenn man mit Stoneform dodgt? Also, ganz pragmatisch, wir aktivieren Acid Bomb. Genau nachdem er geworfen hat, versuchen wir mit Stoneform auszuweichen. Und dann schauen wir, was mit den Gargoyles-Kumpels passiert.
Du machst das mit dem Dodgen, ne?
Nee, das machst du schon du.
Ja.
Nee, du bist hier der Microgott.
Der Microgott, so werde ich.
Du bist der Undead-Spieler vor allem.
Oh, ist das
Gargoyles
schwierig!
nicht umgehen. Also normalerweise würde Acid Bomb natürlich alle Flieger treffen. Wie ist das, wenn in dem Moment, in dem es in der Luft ist, man ausweicht? Trifft es dann nur den Stoneform Gargoyle, der immun gegen Magie ist? Werden dann Bodenziele getroffen? Werden alle noch in der Luft trotzdem getroffen, weil es auf ein Luftziel gewirkt wird? Werden Luftziele auch so getroffen, wenn man ein Bodenziel angreift mit Acid Bomb? Ganz viele Fragen, die wir hier alle eingedampft haben auf eine ganz, ganz simple Ja- oder Nein-Entscheidung.
So simpel ist das, ja? Dann kannst du das ja beantworten, wenn das so simpel ist. Was sagst du denn, Florentin Will?
Ich habe natürlich da absolute Neutralitätspflicht. Auch Jenny Prenzelberg hier gegenüber ist das natürlich klar, dass von dir hier die Antwort kommen soll. Denn, klar, wir haben hier den Versuchsaufbau parat, aber das müssen wir ja gar nicht durchziehen, weil Jannis ja die Antwort kennt.
Ich glaube es ja. Ich glaube, es ist so eine weirde Dynamik. Da kann ich jetzt natürlich alles mit wegwerfen, was ich mir hier gerade erarbeitet habe. Oder es ist glorreich. Ich bleib dabei. Brauchst mir gar nicht reinreden. Ist ja. Ja, gut. Irgendwie geht das.
Jannis sagt, ja,
nicht, ne?
die Acid Bomb splasht trotzdem auf nahestehende Gargoyles oder nahe fliegende Gargoyles über, selbst wenn man erfolgreich dodgt. So, jetzt kommt der schwere Teil.
Ja.
Der leichte Teil war die Antwort. Der schwere Teil ist das Ganze jetzt auch noch richtig zu Micron. Damit schafft Jannis das natürlich. Also, pass auf. Du siehst deine Gargoyles, ne? Beweg die bitte mal nicht. Ich werfe die Acid Bomb auf den Gargoyle rechts unten.
Okay.
Ich komme hier gleich von rechts unten angerannt.
Ja.
Und dann werfe ich die Acid Bomb auf den rechts unten.
Okay.
Und deine Aufgabe ist es dann, meisterliches Micro zu beweisen.
Ja, klar.
Okay?
Kein Problem.
Kriegen wir das on the fly hin?
Let's go, Florentin. Im Tandem lösen wir diese Aufgabe.
So, Achtung, ich klicke in 3, 2, 1. Jetzt läuft er los. Achtung!
Ja, Mann! Richtig ausgeführt, richtig beantwortet, alles richtig gemacht. Boom!
Völlig richtig. Die Acid Bomb splasht trotzdem über, auch wenn man meisterliche Reflexe an den Tag legt, wie Jannis T. hier. Und damit,
baby!
meine Damen und Herren, ist es eine 3-Punkte-Serie von Jannis T., der es kann.
Ja! Und wie? Heute ist mein Tag.
Ja, er kann es. Er kann es einfach. Was soll ich sagen? Er kann es einfach. Jannis T. Völlig richtige Antwort. Damit hoffe ich, liebe Grüße an Jenny Prenzelberg und Konsorten, dass dieses Mysterium ein für alle Mal gelöst werden kann und hoffentlich man jetzt wieder ruhigen Schlaf findet. Dass ich nicht in den Schlaf grübeln muss.
Wo ist mein Preis?
Glückwunsch. Das war fantastisch.
Wo ist mein Preis?
Ganz fantastisch. Ja, zu deinem Preis. Es ist ja aktuell wieder Glühweinsaison.
Yeah!
Weswegen ein Kasten Glühwein natürlich zu dieser Jahreszeit ein willkommener Preis wäre.
Genau. Habe ich einen?
So, dann kommen wir zum nächsten
Gib mir
Punkt.
den!
Denn wir sind natürlich aktuell in der Off-Season. Wir haben natürlich die Möglichkeit, mal auch so ein paar neue Dinge auszuprobieren. Und natürlich eine ganz wichtige Anlaufstation für alle Warcraft 3-Fans ist natürlich immer W3 Champions, die natürlich immer wieder ganz viele tolle verschiedene Features einbauen in Warcraft 3. Die haben eine eigene komplette Ladder und die haben mittlerweile auch viele, viele Fun-Maps mit im Angebot. Richtig, Jannis?
Ja, ich hab hier 5 Subs gegiftet bekommen. Danke, Sparrow. Das ist mein Preis. Danke. Ich werde dich auf den Glühwein werde ich dich noch festnageln. Aber ja, das ist vollkommen korrekt. Und Custom Games, die kommen ja in so Wellen. Mal ist Banjo Ball beliebt, dann mal was anderes, ne? Und jetzt Survival Chaos.
Survival Chaos, einer dieser Namen unter den Warcraft 3 Fun Maps, die man mit Ehrfurcht raunt, die mir allerdings persönlich noch nichts sagt. Worum handelt es sich? Nur zur Randnotiz. All das ist jetzt offiziell hier eingebaut in dem Client mit dem W3 Champions Add-on, das man sich runterladen kann. Und dann kann man das sogar auch in einer Ladder spielen.
Absolut korrekt. Einfach auf den Q-Button gehen und dann kann man loslegen. Survival Chaos, es geht natürlich ums Überleben. Das ist klar. Es ist auch sehr chaotisch. Das ist auch klar. Man hat eine kleine Basis. Ein Gebäude und so 4 Tower-Dinger drumherum. Von da aus spawnen Units und laufen so Lanes lang, wie du es auch von Tank-Dings kennst. Battle-Tanks kennst.
Ja.
Das kann man dann als Upgrade. Castlefight, meine ich ja. Man kann auch Helden bauen und muss dann halt diese Lanes pushen, bis man seine Gegner dann irgendwann aus dem Spiel gekickt hat. Und das werden wir jetzt zusammen mit der Community rausfinden. Wir brauchen noch 2 Spieler. Wir brauchen 4 Spieler. 2 Spieler. Also 4 insgesamt. Wir brauchen noch 2.
Aber wir spielen nicht zusammen, wir spielen gegeneinander?
Ja!
Geil, finde ich gut. Okay, dann kommt mal gerne ran.
Wenn wir
nebeneinander
spawnen, können wir natürlich so einen Pakt machen.
Nee. Das ist schon Feindschaft aufs Blut. Vielen Dank übrigens an Tenchi für die Gifted Subs und herzlichen Dank an Hovite für den Raid. Herzlich willkommen.
Wieso kriegst du denn Gifted Subs?
Wir haben gerade in Dota 2 die Warcraft 3 Mod gespielt. Hovite ist natürlich legendärer Dota-Spieler. Da haben wir uns mal angeguckt, wie würde Warcraft 3 in Dota aussehen, das ja ursprünglich aus Warcraft 3 kam. Also es war ein rein Raumzeit-Kontinuumsknoten, den wir hier präsentiert haben und ich habe verloren.
Korrekt. Ich habe gewonnen. Und du kriegst
Blue Dragon ist am Start mit lockeren 10.000 Ping. Kein Problem. Kriegen wir alles hin.
So, sieht's besser aus. Und Timo ist auch da.
Ach, jeder hat sein eigenes Team?
Ja.
Nee, ich gehe ins Team mit Timo.
Nein, du gehst da raus jetzt.
Timo-Team, Tamok.
Kann man noch mehr?
Ach, jeder hat sein eigenes Team? Ist das die Idee?
Ja, okay. Jeder hat sein eigenes Team. Kann man noch mehr haben als 4? Ich schmeiß den Tamok jetzt hier raus. Observer.
Ja, macht ihn zum Observer, der darf zuschauen.
Okay,
wie der kleine Bruder, der zuschauen darf, wenn man Resident Evil spielt. Ich war immer dieser kleine Bruder. Ich war immer der Kleinste. Ja, wirklich, ich habe 2 größere Brüder. Ich bin immer nur der Zuschauer gewesen.
Wahrscheinlich bist du
deswegen ich heute auch so ein fantastischer Caster bin.
Ja, kannst du mal casten, dass hier unser Game gecrashed ist. Was ist das denn?
Das Game ist gerade gecrashed. Was ist da los? Natürlich ein bisschen Überforderung in den ganz knackfrischen Servern, die hier bereitgestellt werden von W3 Champions, die uns diesen Game Mode hier anbieten. Damit verzögert sich das Spiel natürlich noch ein kleines bisschen, allerdings nicht zu sehr. Denn
Cryptjack 2.
Ich finde ja gut, wenn W3 Champions diese Fun-Maps aufnimmt, weil man dann immer so eine offizielle Version auch hat irgendwie. Ja. Das Problem bei diesen Fun-Maps ist oft, du hast 1000 verschiedene Versionen und niemand genau weiß, welche ist die richtige, die gebalancete und so. Ja. Und hier hat man zumindest in dem System irgendwie mal eine. Und
das ist richtig. Jetzt muss das nur noch klappen.
Mit welchem Spiel gab es auch eine Ladder oder ein Matchmaking-System? War das Banjo Ball?
Es war Banjo Ball.
Banjo Ball, okay, geil. Wer ist da eigentlich auf Rangliste 1 gerade auf Banjo Ball?
Weiß ich nicht genau. Wir versuchen das jetzt nochmal. Schon wieder nix.
Rausgeflogen.
Ich auch.
Warte, ich starte mal neu.
Ich auch.
Alle mal neu starten. Das ist so ein bisschen LAN-Party-Feeling auch immer, wenn wir so eine neue Map ausprobieren. So, das klappt. Die Magie liegt darin, dass es nicht funktioniert.
Hör mir auf, ey. Was wir beim RARALAND für Probleme hatten, das werden wir alles aufarbeiten. Im Anschluss an diesen Stream gibt es ein großes RARALAND Recap, wo wir euch alles erzählen, was schiefgelaufen ist.
Oh, nice.
Der Stream geht 800 Stunden.
Das ist dann so wie die Fire Festival Doku und so. Was
ähnlich.
ihr alles machen musstet und wie ihr Leute bestechen musstet, damit die irgendwie noch für euch arbeiten und dass das alles überhaupt noch stattfindet.
Es war wild. Muss mir eigentlich den Schnaps schon bereitstellen. So, Game ist offen. Nur Creepjack ohne Zahl. Ich glaube, es war meine Schuld, dass die Games gecrashed sind. Das tut mir jetzt schon mal leid.
Oder wir spielen einfach Amazonia.
Nein! Da sind wir so froh, dass es raus ist. So. Wer switcht zuerst auf Team 3 und Team 4?
Ach geil, die sind alle Observer einfach.
Alle sind Observer, weil ich zu langsam war, die Map zu wechseln. Timo hat's geschafft. Das große
Da,
heiße
Timo.
Rennen zwischen Tamok und
Timo!
Blue Dragon. Wir haben den
Tamok.
Tamok.
Okay,
Auf
stopp.
geht's.
Yes! Da sind wir dann. Okay, Survival Chaos. Eine brandneue Fun-Map. Ich habe sie noch nie gespielt. Ich habe wirklich gar keine Ahnung, worum es hier geht.
Aber warum hast du dann nicht 1500 MMR in diesem Modus?
Naja, gut. Das ist eine gute Frage eigentlich. Ich finde gut, dass ich schon mal mit meinem ersten Spiel auf niedriger als der Standard skaliert wurde. Das Spiel merkt sofort, lass uns lieber bei 1363 anfangen, nicht bei den normalen 1500.
Ist das dein Lieblingsjahr, 1363?
Ist schon eines der besten Jahre. Also Top 3 Jahre auf jeden Fall 1363. Oh, Kreuzzüge. Mua. Herrlich.
Da hatten wir alle Spaß, ne?
Vielleicht stimmt das sogar. Es gibt eine Chance, dass das stimmt. Aber wahrscheinlich nicht.
Ich hätte da jetzt nicht widersprochen.
Nee, ist okay.
Ich glaube, dein Wissen über Kreuzzüge ist größer als mein Wissen über Kreuzzüge.
1500 bei dir, ist das ein Bringerjahr?
1500, weiß ich nicht, da ist die Welt im Wandel, weißt du, an so einer Jahrhundertwende. Ich bin immer eher so für ungerade Sachen. So, was geht hier ab? Man kann Skins unlocken, glaube ich. Das soll uns erstmal egal sein. So, du hast dein Hauptgebäude und jeder hat Rassen zugewiesen bekommen, glaube ich. Und ich bin...
Und man schickt Einheiten in die Mitte, oder wie?
Ja. Von diesen... ein paar gehen automatisch. Mit deinem Gold, was du hast, kannst du auch noch einen nachschicken. Oder 2 oder 3. Von diesen... bei mir sind Pools. Ich habe da 3 Stück von. Damit kannst du was schicken.
Ah, und wir kämpfen alle gegeneinander. Wir sind alle mit Lanes verbunden.
Korrekt.
An.
Ja. So ist es.
Und durch die Train Grunt kann man zusätzliche Einheiten schicken, als die ohnehin schon kommen.
Yes.
Okay, da müssen wir natürlich mal gucken. Die Frage ist, investiert man in Einheiten? Investiert man in Upgrades?
Und in der Mitte treffen sich natürlich alle. Das ist klar.
Dann machen wir das mal so. Dann gucke ich mal. Hier an meiner rechten Flanke habe ich Jannis. Du spielst Insekten anscheinend. Scarab und Broodmother.
Ja. Ruppel bei mir oben angelangt. Wie gesagt, man kann nachher noch Helden bauen und so. Alles upgraden, alles stärker machen. Guck mal hier, der Timo, der ist schon ganz aggressiv bei mir an Gange dran. Und wahrscheinlich
in der Mitte
kriegt man
gibt es
wieder...
dann einmal so eine Riesenschlacht.
Ja. Man kann Damage
Unit
upgraden.
Direction.
Hä? Kann man die drehen? Oh. Ich werde hier... Du hast ein neutrales Gebäude gecaptured? What?
Klar, Mann.
Wie? Das ist natürlich jetzt unfair. Ich verliere beide Lanes. Ich weiß nicht wieso.
Aha, Arrow Volley.
Noch eins? Was machst du denn?
Na klar, Leute.
Hast du keine Gegner?
Survival. Naja, nur dich halt.
Jetzt kommst du mir schon gefährlich nah. Das gefällt mir gar nicht.
Ach, okay. Und du bist auf 3 Uhr, verstehe.
Ja, ich bin auf 3 Uhr.
Ah, okay. Man hat auch Effekte, wo man direkt was einsetzen kann. Wie so Arrow Volley, Lightning Storm.
Oh, das sieht nicht gut aus, Freunde. Du machst bei mir schon alles kaputt. Was soll ich denn machen hier?
Okay, dann schicken wir das mal los.
Hä? Ich bin gleich tot, oder was?
Ach, Quatsch. Aber was ist das denn für eine Ressource? Blau.
Weiß ich
Ist
nicht.
das sowas wie Mana dann, oder wie?
Mein Gebäude ist weg. Jetzt habe ich hier eine riesen... Irgendwas ganz Großes. Aber mein...
Ohoi! Swarmhouse!
Es ist groß. Aber...
Holy shit, Swarmhouse.
Aber... Was macht
Darauf
das
hast du jetzt gespart, oder was?
Nee, das war meine Barracks. Die ist weg, die hast du kaputt gemacht.
Ach, und du hast so eine Fähigkeit, dass deine Gebäude zu Kreaturen werden, wenn sie
Anscheinend.
sterben, oder wie? Das ist ja auch geil eigentlich.
Okay, aber jetzt habe ich halt die Barracks nicht mehr. Außer die gräbt sich wieder ein. Das wäre natürlich nett. Oh, sie läuft zurück. Jetzt läuft sie wieder vor. Scheiße. Wie soll ich dich jetzt aufhalten?
Ich mach mal diesen...
Und hier werde ich auch angegriffen. Scheiße.
Outside Range.
Was habe ich denn
Boah, der
falsch
ist aber
gemacht?
krass, sein Swarmhost, Alter.
Jo, aber den habe ich halt nur einmal. Danach kannst du halt die Lane pushen, wie du lustig bist. Bitte.
Jesus. Aber was für ein geiles Modell auch. Das hab ich
Ja,
nie gesehen.
ich auch nicht. Das ist schon nett. Aber ich kämpfe hier einfach nur ums pure Überleben. Und selbst das funktioniert nicht gut. Wenn mir jemand sagt, was ich falsch gemacht habe, das wäre nett von euch.
Also dein Swarmhouse kommt aber gefährlich nahe auch irgendwie.
Ja,
Das gefällt mir gerade nicht so gut irgendwie.
aber ich kann ja kein Backup schicken oder so.
Vor allem der regeneriert auch HP. Das ist nicht so geil eigentlich.
Wie tech ich überhaupt?
Oh oh. Oh oh. Ich krieg hier von Westen Schwierigkeiten gerade.
Sehr gut. Hive Node 2. Wie komme ich da denn hin?
Outside Range? Was hat das denn für eine Range? Den Rex. Okay, Swarmhost geht langsam down, aber boah, da 7000 HP, ey.
Das ist schon viel, ne?
Timo!
Jetzt hat er das Gebäude da geholt. Upgrade Hive Node. Nee, das ist was anderes. Doch, Upgrade Hive Node. Darauf muss ich sparen.
Alter, wie krass dein Swarmhost ist.
Ich will, dass du kaputt gehst jetzt!
Der hat sich halt komplett hier hochgearbeitet. Gegen alles, was ich ihm in den Weg stelle.
Zu Recht.
Neo hat ein neutrales Gebäude gecaptured.
Ja, das untere. Jetzt krieg ich wieder mehr Gold. Aber wenn das Ding weg ist, was mache ich dann? Wenn der Swarmhost weg ist, wie halte ich dich auf?
Ja, der ist so schnell nicht weg, mein Lieber.
Ja, aber, also da kommen doch jetzt wieder 1000 Sachen.
Boah, ich muss den aufhalten. Aber ab wann kann ich denn diesen Volley einsetzen?
Welcher Volley? Oh, ich bin unten an seiner Base.
Diesen Archer-Volley.
Was mache ich jetzt? Soll ich sparen? Ich muss, glaube ich, sparen.
Ich kann dein Swarmhost nicht aufhalten, Janis T.
Hahaha! Verlieren, um zu gewinnen. Das ist die Strategie nämlich.
Ah, doch, jetzt kommt mein Arrow Volley.
Noch eine Runde, dann habe ich Tier 2.
Komm, der hat halt nur noch 1000 HP.
Nur noch. Ach, das 7500, das ist schon krass. Wenn ich jetzt deine Rex auch kaputt mache, dann ist der wieder ausgeglichen. Aber ich glaube, das schaffe ich nicht.
Aber ich hab Türme. Ich hab Türme! Ich hab Türme! Yes!
Jetzt meine Rex
jetzt
weg.
ist eine Rex weg.
Jo.
Jetzt muss ich nur dieses Gekrösel hier überleben.
Jo. Und dann sehe ich nicht, was dich hier irgendwie aufhalten soll.
Ja, okay, wunderbar. Das sieht doch gut aus.
Puh, ja, jetzt kannst du mich halt
Hier
hier
gegen die
durchpushen.
Nachtelfen gehen wir auch vor. Building Hit Points.
Oh, das war doof. Tamok lost the barracks. Schau an. Oh, ich kann Heroes bauen.
Wo kannst du Heroes bauen? In welchem Gebäude?
Ich habe meinen Spawn-Pool, wahrscheinlich deine Racks, auf Level 2 ausgebildet.
Upgrade Fortress.
Oh, jetzt habe ich den Prophet.
So, jetzt geht's aber an deine Türme ran hier.
Oh, du bist schon da? What the?
Ui, die Türme sind aber haarig.
Aber ich brauch Gold.
Ja, ich hab Raider. Vor allem, ich hab die coolen Raider mit den grauen Wölfen.
Nein, die sind uncool. Schick
Die
die
sind
mal.
richtig cool.
Schick die mal lieber weg. Glaube ich. Warum zerstörst du mich auch? Warum haben wir nicht alle gegen die anderen gemacht?
Nein, du hast noch einen Swarmhof.
Ja, aber das ist halt auch meine zweite Rex weg dann. Was macht mein Prophet unten? Nicht so viel, habe ich das Gefühl.
Aber wie cool die Modelle hier aussehen.
Ja, mega, oder?
Das gefällt mir schon echt gut.
Oh, let's you choose Aura.
Allein wie cool dieser Swarmhost ist.
Ruppel is winning, sagt er.
Ja.
Ja, ich muss jetzt da oben was bei dir kaputt machen, ansonsten weiß ich nicht. Was zur Hölle? Der Timo, der pusht mich ja auch übelst weg unten.
Ui, jetzt kriegen wir Helden.
Nein,
Train
lass die mal
Warchief.
weg.
Blade Master. Aber ich check's nicht ganz. Diese Einheiten, die man auswählt, die spawnen dann jedes Mal, oder was? Oder spawnen die wirklich nur einmal?
Ich glaube, die spawnen einmal, wenn du die dann baust. Uiuiui, der hat so viel.
Oh, aber Tamok hat jetzt hier Warden.
Es geht bei meiner Brood
Frage ist,
Mother.
was ist wichtiger? Jannis auslöschen?
Nein, du willst mich gar nicht auslöschen. Mein Prophet ist weg. Er hat ins Gras gebissen. Scheiße, ich muss deine Rex da
Great
kaputt machen.
Rex. Okay, hier ist mein Blade Master. Oh, der ist Level 1 gegen seine Level 3 Warden.
Ja, deswegen dachte ich, ich rush mal so schnell wie möglich.
Ja, das ist, glaube ich, gar nicht so dumm.
Alle meine Spells sind outside range. Das ist doch kacke. Und ich muss irgendwie einen Weg finden, Helden zu beschwören. 500 Sekunden? Das ist eine lange Zeit.
Ich brauche ganz viele Schamanen. Nein, mein Blade Master geht down. Oh, Level 2 Blade Master immerhin. Und was ist, wenn der Held stirbt?
Dann dauert das. Habe ich gerade gesagt, du hörst wieder nicht zu, nämlich nicht.
Ja, sorry, ich war vereinnahmt in mein Zeug.
Es dauert 500 Sekunden, dann ist er wieder da.
500?
Weißt du, wie lang das ist?
Das sind viele Stunden.
Ja, genau.
Aber
das.
dein Swarmhouse ist leider wieder im Begriff, mich zu vernichten.
Nee. Ich bin gleich weg, glaube ich.
Aber man kann mehrere Blade Master haben, oder was?
Weiß ich nicht. Oh, meine letzte Rex ist weg. Ich mach nicht mehr viel.
Knight Armor.
Der hat so viel. What the fuck?
It's a lightning storm over your base. Alter, aber... Oh, Tamok ist hier, aber... Eieiei. Ich glaube, das wird mal wieder zwischen den beiden anderen ausgespielt, wie das Spiel ausgeht. Und wir haben da gar nichts zu sagen.
Alter, der Timo, der macht mich so fertig.
Ich mach hier mal Armor. So, jetzt müssen wir gucken. Ja, warte mal, ich glaube...
Der macht mich kaputt.
Lightning Storm, bitte. Lightning Storm, yes!
Nein!
Nimm das, Swarmhost.
Warum ist deine Rex dann auch immer noch so heile? Junge, Timo macht mich so kaputt. Da mache ich nichts gegen. Alle Barracks weg. Ich bin doch gefühlt der Einzige. Tamok gehört die Mitte. Mir gehört hier nix. Alles weg. Ja. Jetzt bin ich hier.
Okay, aber mein Blade Master ist wieder da. Man kann ihn auch einfach neu kaufen. Sehr
Wo?
schön.
Wieso?
Also
Was?
an einer anderen Rex konnte ich den Helden einfach wieder neu kaufen.
Ich habe keine Rex mehr.
Ja gut, aber das ist jetzt eher ein Jannis-Problem, oder?
Jetzt kommt Tamok auf mich zu. Mann, ey. Was habe ich denen getan?
Ja, gegen Tamok muss vorgegangen werden, da gebe ich dir.
Keine
wirklich
Chance. Oh, ich bin tot.
Fortress
Jetzt kommst du
Mana,
da auch noch
Fortress
zu.
Armor. Fortress Armor ist eigentlich egal. Ne?
Leute, ich bin weg. Ich sag's, wie es ist. Ich bin tot. Ich glaube, ich hatte die schwerste Rasse.
Ey, aber Tamok hat einen Level 6 Held mal, by the way, ne?
Hier noch 2 Helden. Hat Tamok überhaupt nicht.
Doch, hier bei dir.
2 mal Level 5
Nice.
steht da.
Alter,
Oh, doch,
die
auch
Helden
noch Level
von
6.
Tamok sind ja krank.
Der hat noch 3 Helden. What the fuck? Anscheinend sind Helden ganz gut. Ich bin tot.
Okay. Ja, der hat wahrscheinlich recht schnell die 3 Helden gebaut und dann
Ja.
kann man die auch gut hochleveln. Das ist natürlich super schlau. Super schlau von Tamok.
Sowas lernt man wahrscheinlich auf dem RARALAND. Da war der nämlich auch mit dabei.
Research complete.
Ja, toll, Alter. Jetzt habe ich hier noch einen Turm. Dann bin ich weg.
Alter, was sind denn eigentlich Beast Rider für krasse Einheiten?
Weiß nicht, ich sehe die nicht.
Rexa habe ich hier noch.
Ich sehe nur Wolf Rider.
Ich habe echt Angst vor Tamoks Helden.
Hab du mal lieber Angst? Ach, der Beast Rider. Jo, der sieht fresh aus. Geile Models auf jeden Fall da drin.
Richtig geil. Ah, du hast noch einen Turm, ne?
Nö. Warte kurz.
Bei mir steht noch ein Dune Worm.
Ja.
Leer.
No, ich habe noch 500 HP. Und tschüss, Sikowski. Na gut, jetzt kann ich immerhin casten noch für 10 Minuten. GG, ja. GG. Der Tamok, guter Mann.
Tamok ist raus?
Was? Der hat auch so... Ja! Ist 1 gegen 1 jetzt? Du gegen den Timo.
Aber wo ist Timo? Timo
Unten.
ist unten, ganz unten, ne?
Yo, good luck. Das ist der mit den Beast Riders. Der haut dich in Grund und Boden, haut er dich jetzt. Ja, Tamok, der hat noch ein Gebäude auch, ne? Dann ist er weg.
Ja, wo sind meine Helden, ist die Frage. Ich habe nur noch einen Helden. Ja, soll man die immer wieder neu beleben? Wahrscheinlich schon, ne? Weil, das ist schwer zu sagen.
Ich denke schon, die müssen
Boah,
leveln.
Timo drückt aber gut rein.
Ja, der hat, wie du sagen würdest, der hat eine Riesenwurst. Der hat eine Riesenwurst gebaut.
Ja, das ist schon ein Vorteil manchmal.
Ja, ist richtig.
Ja gut, Frall in der Mitte sammelt EP, das ist schon okay, der ist schon Level 5. Aber die anderen leider nicht.
Tamok raus. Florentin will gegen Timo. Tini gegen Timo.
Eieiei, da kommt aber eine riesige Armee hier von Timo
Ich
rechts.
sag es dir. Ich
okay,
sehe jetzt
kann
die
ich
gesamte
hier-
Map, ne? Der kommt noch mehr.
Okay, folgender Plan. Ich baue jetzt hier einen Beastmaster und versuche dann, den zu leveln an den Türmen. Weil der jetzt hier ganz viele Kills kriegt gleich.
Good luck. Du wirst es brauchen.
Ja, gleich ist mein Lightning Storm da. Ich glaube, wenn ich den krieg, dann
Weißt du, wie viel
können wir
das
was
ist?
machen.
Weißt du, wie viel Armee das hier ist? Die haben mich schon alle kaputt gehauen. Die Horde rennt.
Ja, schon Level 4 auf Beastmaster. Alles kein Problem, alles kein Problem.
Shadow Bear
Lightning
auch
Storm
heftig.
müssen wir jetzt mal kriegen hier, bitte.
Ja. Oh,
5.
Alter.
Kein Problem!
Lightning
Level
Storm
6.
ist ja insane.
Level 6. Level
What
6.
the
Alles
frick,
gut, alles
Giddy
gut, alles
frack?
gut. Alles okay. Beastmaster Level 6. Rollt jetzt hier drüber.
Florentin will. Der macht das noch.
Mitte haben wir Level 7 Warchief. Ja, wir haben halt leider gerade keinen Blade Master, aber kriegen wir auch noch gleich. Thrall geht's auch nicht so gut. Ja, aber der ist schon Level 7. Der hat sich echt schon auch hochgelevelt. Ja, nice. Warum geht die Schaman zurück? Alles gut. Kriegen wir alles hin.
Ich weiß noch nicht so ganz genau, wie man dann so zu reagieren hat, wenn man so unter Druck ist und so. Aber das Prinzip finde ich voll geil von dieser Map.
Mach ich auch ganz gern. Ich habe noch hier Unlocks Ultimate Weapon für 1000 Gold. Klingt jetzt nicht so vielversprechend, finde ich.
Hau doch mal raus.
So, jetzt erstmal wieder Blade Master auf die Map. Hauptsache, alle Helden sind auf der Map. Oh nein, mein Thrall ist tot, glaube ich, oder?
Jo.
Ah, den kann ich nicht neu starten.
Timo hat jetzt hier 4 Katapulte. Und die kommen aber mal ganz straight auf dich zu. Dafür sieht deine linke Flanke aber mal lecker aus hier.
Ja,
muss
da
nur die
kommt
Mitte
auch der
überleben.
Blade Master.
Ruppel ist leading. Wenn du die Mitte
Bitte,
überlebst.
ey.
Ja, aber wenn du die überlebst, dann geht da vielleicht was.
Shit, Alter, die hageln sich da richtig durch. Holy shit.
Das ist krank. Der Damage ist krank.
Ah, aber jetzt kämpfen die von den anderen Drags. Alter, wie schnell das da durchgeht. Ich brauche Ultimate Weapon. Ist das zu langsam? Shit.
Deine Tower
Das
sind
dauert
weg,
zu
ne?
lange. Bei mir ist alles weg.
Der Shadowhunter hält hier auch auf der linken Seite. Auf der rechten Seite hast du noch eine Wurst. Aber der Timo, der drückt einfach durch.
Ich krieg den noch gleich.
Die Wilsche Zange. Sie schließt sich, aber ich glaube, die ist ein bisschen rostig. Es dauert zu lange.
Nein!
Kriegst du noch irgendwie einen Helden? Irgendeinen Sturm oder so? Irgendwas?
Gleich. Ja, ich habe jetzt nochmal die Pfeile, aber die haben nicht gereicht.
Oh.
Ah, Lightning Storm reicht nicht. Lightning Storm reicht nicht.
Kriegst du mal ein bisschen Zeit.
Oh Mann, ich hab Level 10 Beastmaster. Ich hab so krasse Helden. Okay, ich muss die Fortress upgraden. Das hätte ich vielleicht früher machen sollen.
Oh je.
Naja, guck mal, aber da ist jetzt wieder einiges gespawnt von mir hier.
Die Horde rennt. Die ist schon in Sichtweite.
Da geht was, was.
Oh.
Held ist da, Held ist in der Base.
Ist das spannend. Kriegst du die Katapulte? Yo, 1 ist weg. Oh, jetzt kriegt er natürlich auch Reinforcements. Sein Shadowhunter, der sieht gar nicht gut aus.
Nee, der geht down.
Weg mit ihm.
Ja, Mann, Level 10 frei.
Da hält er.
Let's go.
Und jetzt hier, zack, mit dem Blade Master drauf, die Base. Die bewegen sich nicht mehr, warum auch immer. Die sind da irgendwie... Ach, die sind gemaßscheckelt.
Wie heißt seine Fraktion? Kann man das irgendwie sehen? Ist er auch Ork, Horde?
Weiß nicht, wie die heißen. Oh, Blade Storm. Crit für 903.
Ah, Illusion. Oh, die rechte Flanke mit Rexa ist auch nicht ideal, ne?
Aber er verliert auch einen Held vielleicht.
Hier gehen gleich Helden kaputt. Hier geht's ein Level 4 Held kaputt.
Aber, weiß ich nicht, der Dorn. Du haust dich selber kaputt mit den Dornen.
Level 11. Es geht über 10, aber ich sterbe. Ich sterbe. Noch lebt er.
Oh, da ist er weg. Holy shit, ist das spannend. Aber er kriegt einen Held wieder und pusht dich weg, ohne dass er eine Rex verliert.
Ja, aber guck mal, was hier in der Mitte kommt. Und meine Schamanen haben jetzt Chain Lightning.
Okay, das ist
Ich
cool.
glaube, ich muss erstmal den Helden. Nee, sie haben noch nicht Chain Lightning. Der Tag ist noch nicht durch, aber bald. So, aber wo will ich jetzt meinen Blade Master? Links oder rechts? Ach nee, ich kann nur rechts. Oh, aber ich habe noch einen neuen. Oh, Ogre. Ich habe einen Ogre.
Oh, sein Held Level 5. Der hat 2 Helden in der Mitte.
Mitte sieht gut aus, oder?
Oh, wenn sein Held kaputt ist, yo. Aber der geht nicht kaputt. Oder? Geht er kaputt?
Ich habe so viel Bloodlust und ich habe jetzt auch Chain Lightning auf den Schamanen.
Level 13. Mein Lieblingslevel.
Oh, da kommt sein Level 2 Held. Oh, nein.
Oh, süß.
Ach ja, Mensch. Oh, mal gucken, ob wir den schaffen. Ja gut, der hat meinen Helden gekrebst.
Jetzt ist schon Level 3.
Ja. So, gleich haben wir Ogre. Let's go, Ogre. Oh, guck dir den Ogre an hier.
Ui, der ist mächtig.
Ja, der ist mächtig. Aber den brauche ich, glaube ich, auch.
20.000 AP. Auf Level 1, lol.
Ah, Mitte läuft sich ein bisschen... Na, nicht tot, will ich gar nicht sagen. Aber leider ist mein Held immer gekrebst. Das macht er schon gut.
Dafür machst du rechts... Sieht rechts ganz gut aus.
So, jetzt komm, Ogre. Let's go, Ogre. Der Ogre muss jetzt kloppen, Level 2 direkt. 2 Ogre gegen 12 Shadow Shaman. So, was soll ich überhaupt noch machen? Restores 200 Mana. Das braucht man nicht. Ich glaube, Upgrades braucht man noch. Windrider. Ja, und die Rex upgraden ist wahrscheinlich auch gut, ne? Eieiei. Okay. Oh, die Mitte ist ganz alleine. Nur noch mein Held ist da.
Oh. Ja, da kommt,
Oh.
kommt nichts nach, ne?
Kannst du nicht Wölfe beschwören? Oh, Alter, mein 14er Tisch. Ja, stimmt, da kommt nichts nach. Ja, wohl doch ein bisschen schon noch. Alter, die nehmen den einfach auseinander.
Diese Bären sind echt gut, die Beast Rider.
Ja, aber der hält mein Ogre noch nicht auf, oder? Warum dreht mein Ogre um? Okay, jetzt geht's weiter.
Heimweh.
15.000 HP.
Ich habe so das Gefühl, ihr seid sehr ebenbürtig.
Ja, aber ich habe halt leider die mittlere Rex verloren. Das ist echt ein Problem. Aber davor kommt jetzt der Ogre, der ist schon Level 7.
Der pusht dich ja in der Mitte wieder gut. Da muss er rechts aber aufpassen.
Ja. Kommt jetzt auch mein Blade Master rein.
Oh, aber auch sein Level 12 SH. Episches Battle jetzt rechts.
Building Hitpoints, Building Armor, ist das wichtig? Oh, mein Thron.
Oh. Oh. Was soll jetzt helfen?
Oh, ich habe meinen Lightning Storm nicht aktiviert.
Oh.
Oh, ich bin dumm. Komm mal, ich brauch noch 7 Mana. Wie kriege ich Mana? Ah, über Zeit.
Seine Rex ist weg.
Okay.
Überlebst du das jetzt da?
Lightning Storm, 175 Mana. Ja, der Ogre. Komm, ich brauch 2 Mana, bitte. 2.
Er hat 2 Rex verloren.
Ich brauch 2 fucking Mana, bitte. Komm.
Oh.
Komm. Okay, jetzt haben wir Lightning Storm.
Schnell.
Wo ist mein Lightning Storm?
Oh. Der hält da. Und Timos Fortress ist weg. Ich glaub's nicht.
Da wird
Florentin
gehalten.
GG, das ist dein Ding. Florentin will Meister von Survival Chaos.
Yes. Kein Problem.
Insane. Richtig stark. Du bist ja ein Naturtalent einfach.
Ne, ich wusste einfach, dass ich dich möglichst schnell raushauen muss, damit der Weg offen bleibt.
Ja.
Aber coole Map auf jeden Fall. Finde ich auch interessant, dass man zu viert anfängt und dann fliegen die raus und dann werden neue Wege aufgemacht und so.
Der Schwächste fliegt.
Der Schwächste fliegt. Coole Map. Survival.
Ja.
War.
Ja. Survival Chaos.
Survival Chaos. Ab jetzt
Jo.
spielbar in W3. Champions als Fun-Map könnt ihr einfach so aufmachen.
So ist
sehr,
es.
sehr coole Sache auf jeden Fall.
So, was machst du denn jetzt und so dieses Wochenende noch?
Ich werde mich jetzt ein wenig ausruhen.
Mhm.
Und ab morgen geht's richtig los mit World of Warcraft Season of Discovery. Eine neue Form von World of Warcraft Classic. Ab morgen geht's los. Morgen 14 Uhr der Stream. Geht's los. Vielen, vielen Dank an Sparrow übrigens für die ganzen Gifted Subs gerade.
Wieso kriegst
Dankeschön.
du denn auch, wieso kriegst du die
Ja, weil ich Survival Wars gewonnen habe.
Achso, ich habe Janis Kannis gewonnen.
Überlegenheit.
Ja,
Du hast Janis
okay.
Kannis gewonnen. Stimmt, Janis Kannis gewonnen, muss man auch nochmal sagen. Hat er wirklich sehr gut gemacht. Aber der eigentliche Sieg in seinem Leben ist ja jetzt nicht irgendeine Quiz-Sendung, die man hier mal so nebenbei abräumt. Nein, sondern der fantastische Content, der Woche um Woche auf Back to Warcraft läuft.
Genau, hier geht's nämlich noch weiter. Ich krieg gleich 2 Gäste, die mit der Wertschätzung definitiv mit dir konkurrieren können. Und zwar den guten Yannick und den guten Benny von Being Esports. Die haben mit mir das RARALAND organisiert und am Laufen gehalten. Mit denen schnack ich, was ist gut gelaufen, was ist schlecht gelaufen, was waren unsere Probleme generell, was und so weiter. Also da wollen wir mal gucken, was wir da so erzählen. Wir sind komplett transparent, gehen auf Feedback ein und haben einfach eine gute Zeit. Morgen und am Samstag und am Sonntag ist TP League, die letzten 3 Tage der November TP League. Da geht's wieder heiß her. Moon gegen Happy, das Rematch. Wir freuen uns alle auf den Firelord in der 2. Runde und vielleicht auch auf Happys Antwort auf den Firelord. Dann haben wir natürlich noch unseren Weekly Cup und ja, das ist unser Content.
Sehr cool. Ich bin gespannt und
Jo.
wünsche allen jetzt ganz viel Spaß in der Nachbesprechung zu RARALAND. Ansonsten habt eine schöne Woche. Wir versuchen, zumindest ich versuche nächste Woche das Relegationsspiel und also die Entscheidung für die Relegation und die Relegation für nächste Woche hinzukriegen. Dann haben wir auf jeden Fall ein spannungsgeladenes Fest nächste Woche. Bis dahin wünsche ich euch viel Spaß. Schöne Woche. Haut rein. Tschüss, Janis.
Mach's gut, Flori.
Wir
Bye,
sehen uns.
bye.
Ciao. Nächste Woche. Ciao, ciao.
So, bevor wir ins Event gehen, danke Jebbe, danke Floki, danke Okane, danke Lord, danke Eisi, danke Nase, danke Xentro für die Subs. Wir switchen jetzt einmal kurz rüber in das gewohnte Back to Warcraft Umfeld. Dann mache ich eine 10 Minuten Pause, um ein bisschen was zu essen. Und dann reviewen wir RARALAND. BG.
Afraid to turn out the lights? Is there something you're scared of? What's there out in the dark? Make sure to keep all your windows locked. Do you surrender? You try to stay awake. These walls you can't escape. Here's one for the lonely hearts, for the ones that fear the dark. You better run out of here. You can't look the other way. Here's one for the broken road. That's the only one you know. You better run out, truth or dare. Get me out, take me anywhere but here. Oh, anywhere but here. Wanting something good to come, waiting for things to run away from. Are you just hiding? Yeah, walking into the fire, talking like you never die, like you're immortal. You try to stay awake. These walls you can't escape. Here's one for the lonely hearts, for the ones that fear the dark. You better run out of here. Bet you can't look the other way. Here's one for the broken road. That's the only one you know. You better run out, truth or dare. Get me out, take me anywhere but here. Here's one for the lonely hearts, for the ones that fear the dark. You better run out of here. Bet you can't look broken road. That's the only one, you know. You better run out, truth or dare. Get me out, take me anywhere but here. Oh, anywhere but here. Oh, anywhere but here. Oh, anywhere but here. Anywhere but here. elephant in the room. If you were in my head, you would hear me whine. I'm walking on a thread with teary eyes. I'm the elephant. I'm the elephant. With my eyes closed, I feel comfortable. In another world, I'm not so vulnerable. I know I'm not what you might call elegant, but I'd rather be that than the elephant in the room. If you were in my head, you would hear me whine. I'm walking on a thread with teary eyes. Elephant, I'm the elephant. I'm the elephant. If you were in my head, you would hear me whine. I'm walking on a thread with teary eyes. If you were in my head,
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. We are back from Creepjack. We're back from my letter session. We are here with something that we wanted to do last week, but as you know, you start to plan something and then things get in the way and you have to postpone stuff. And this is why we're doing it this time. That was the bad news. Last week we couldn't do it. But the good news is last week we initially intended to do it with 2 people and now we're 3. So every bad side also has a good side. My name is Neo. Welcome. You know me. You might not know the other guys here, and they are here for a reason, because these guys are my partners in crime when it comes to RARALAND, the best event on the planet, the hottest ticket in the universe. And we thought, because we didn't do it last time, we sit down for like an hour or 2, do a little podcast and tell you our perspective on what went down at RARALAND, what went down before RARALAND even happened, what are obstacles in organization, what went as planned, what didn't go as planned, and why the hell does this Neo guy paint his fingernails? All of that on the agenda, whatever, for the day. Obviously, if you guys have questions, post them in the chat. We'll go through them one by one, and we also have a feedback survey up at RARAFeedback, I think, in the commands here on Twitch. Yep. I think it's RARAFeedback. There we go. But of course, you know me. I don't have to talk that much. You might know these guys' faces and their nicknames because some of them have a VIP status here on the channel. Others don't. So let's introduce you guys. The guy without a VIP status, Benny. Who are you and what's your job and why am I working with you?
Yeah, why you're working with, I don't know, but you luckily do. So yeah, I'm Benny. I'm from Being Esports. I'm one of the 2 founders. The other one is also here. That's the VIP guy. We founded Being Esports around 3 years ago. We started off with PUBG, and in Being Esports, I'm one of the project leads. I'm also CEO of the company behind it. And with Warcraft and with RARALAND, I am responsible for everything that is behind the scenes, so to speak. Everything that is in the back office, everything around tech, around stream, around the players, and the setup in there. This is what I am doing when we have an event like RARALAND, and I think that's enough for now. Gideon, take it away.
Hi everyone, I'm Gideon. I'm the counterpart to basically everything that Benny just said, the second co-founder of Being Esports. Oh, what a coincidence. Also 3 years ago, obviously. Since then, we've been doing a lot of esports titles. And luckily, last year, we also picked up Warcraft together with Neo. We've done a little online thing with the Hello Warcraft Cup that we've done. And since then, we've also done the 2 RARALands together, where I'm in charge of everything that happens in front of the curtain, basically. So all of the administrative stuff, a lot of the planning, all of the time schedule things. And then obviously talking to a lot of you lovely people, at least those who attended the event live, have visited me and my team on the front desk of RARALAND.
That was pretty insane. I get a lot of praise for what I do, but you deserve that as well. Absolute freaking workhorses. These guys sleep less than I do. And that's not very healthy, but certainly very impressive.
It's also not much fun.
What? Working with me is super fun.
No, yeah, working with you is fun, but sleeping less than you is not. Working with you is great. So it definitely is. You're a charming personality with great fingernails.
Gideon sounded a bit screwed. New mic. Yeah, it's just the excitement. It will slow down. We did a sound check before the stream and I critiqued that as well. And then we didn't change anything and it fixed itself. So it will fix itself. Yeah. But
I figured it out. My cam is a bit blurry on the other hand. So we have one good mic and a blurry cam and the other way around. True professionals here in the stream.
Of course. I mean, usually we have Remo with like 1040p. So you guys look stellar in comparison. No worries. All right, guys. We obviously did 2 RARALands together. Was it certain for you guys that we do a second edition after the first one?
Oh, not at all. Not even one bit, actually. Those who've been attending or watching online have noticed a slight change of venue, also a slight change of where it actually took place in Germany. So the first one, obviously, 2022, took place at the Arcadia Gaming House in Germany. While the house still stands quite tall in Hamburg, it is sadly no longer a gaming house. So if we would have been able to continue working with them, which sadly was not an option for them, there would have been a great chance that we would have had a second RARALand there in Hamburg once again. But since that was not the case, we actually thought we would likely not be able to host another RARALand event, let alone any other offline events for any other esports titles that we have by being at Being Esports. And then there was a very, very, very long period of searching for new potential venues that would be willing to host these events that we really like. Small niche communities, but a lot of really loving people within those communities. And that took ages until we, by, I would say, mere coincidence, found Basetech in Dortmund.
Yeah, that's true. And it was really like we were a bit shocked. So we, as Gideon said, we were starting off plans for this year's RARALand with Arcadia, and we just kicked everything off and tried to get the paperwork together. And then all of a sudden, I think it was in December last year, so pretty much 1 year ago, we were called, or we were summoned into a meeting, and they just said, we are sorry, we are closing the entire thing down. And then we went, we had a lot of different ideas. We contacted a lot of people to find somebody, and in the end, it was Basetech. But this took, I think, when was it fixed with Basetech? I think it was May or June or anything, right?
First talk started out in March, and then it took a long time to convince them. It took a long time to convince us that they would have the capabilities and the know-how that we needed. May, June sounds about right.
Yeah, and in an ideal world, that's not the time where you decide on a venue. That's the time where you're looking for sponsors already, eh?
Yeah,
latest, I would say.
So normally how it goes is when you're planning an offline event, you have about 1 year's time of planning. I mean, for the people who were there, they at least know that it is an entire venue. There are many people involved, many things have to go together. So you normally start a year ahead, and as soon as you have the venue and you have a date, you start looking for sponsors, because when we are talking partners, it is for them, of course, that they plan the entire year marketing-wise as well. And so if you go ahead in mid of the second quarter of the year and you ask for partnership, they often responds, well, yeah, we would love to, but sorry, our budget is already placed. Nothing we can do. And so, yeah, in this time span, you are basically fixed with the partners and start planning the event already and going into it. Because there is a lot of stuff. It is the people, the tech stuff, ticketing, all kinds of things that need months of planning. And if you do not have the funding for it by then, it is rather stressful. It's rather rough.
Yeah, it's kind of the cat that bites his own tail, or whatever, or the dog, some animal, the snake, I don't know, some kind of animal that bites itself. So you can't start looking for sponsors if you don't have a venue. You can't start planning ahead with everything else because you don't have sponsors and no value, of course. No venue. We have a lot of value, but we had no venue. I think I communicated that a bit with my stream, that Arcadia was no more, and a lot of people reached out saying, hey, I got a big garage, haha, you want to do it at my place? So what are we looking for in a venue when we run an event like this, Gideon?
So first of all, do I sound better now?
You sound better, but you're slightly quiet. I will boost you because I turned you down before.
I can likely also do that on my side. I'm updating the setup as we speak.
Perfect.
My lovely girlfriend just quickly brought me her USB microphone.
My sister. Greetings.
Your sister, exactly. Yeah, exactly. We have to make that an urban legend. So what do we look for in a venue? So number one, I know this is going to be a bit boring, but number one is basically a venue that shares our vision and is some sort of just as desperate as we are, so that they would be willing to host the event for a very limited cost. Basedeck came in very handy here because they had not opened yet, and they were basically looking for a company to find all of their flaws for them, I would say. No, it's actually not that hard, but they were very welcoming, very open to let us into their venue before they actually opened, so that it would actually be a test for them and all of their individual facilities within the venue. So that's obviously number one, a place where we can actually do it, where they don't say, well, of course you can do it here, give us 50,000 euros, which is basically the budget of the entire thing. So that's number one. Number two is obviously enough space and technical capabilities to host our event. Warcraft is super easy in some parts, which I know some of you will hardly disagree with from the community. We don't need the strongest computers. We don't need the biggest space for each individual playing. But we obviously need enough space for a lot of the lovely people who want to come. And as it seems, even Basedeck wasn't really big enough, right?
Yeah, I mean, obviously selling out at 3 minutes, we could have needed more space. But yeah, it's also so much easier to do it with a gaming venue than with something else. Like I reached out to a couple of people who might know a place, and it would be fitting, for example, to run this event in a castle or a keep or whatever, because it's a fantasy setting. It would be nice. And there is a castle here around the corner, and I knew some people, and they invited me, like, hey, do you want to take a look? Maybe you want to do the event here. Lots of space, cool setting, and they said, yeah, feel free, we do nothing here. Take the venue whenever you want it, but there's like 2 things you might need to know. There's no plummeting, and there's no internet here, so you would have to take care of that, which is obviously goes way over our heads. And it's other things like a gaming venue has tables there, has chairs there, has PCs there, and we don't have the logistics to ship a train of equipment across Germany. So yeah, that certainly helped.
Yeah, from the tech side, it's mostly from the tech side. We also talked to some hotels who have like rooms or big rooms that are used for fairs or anything alike. The big problem is that we come to them and we tell them, well, we need at least 130 desks, 130 chairs, we need 130 PCs, we need at least 150 monitors, and it would be great if we would have a stack of peripherals if somebody forgets theirs. And this is mostly the part where all of these other venues are going, yeah, we got the space, but everything else you have to bring. And it's not, I mean, this is just the pure basics, right? We are not talking about now viewing experience and about stream and about casters, people who are watching. We're not talking about the bar or whatever. So there are many, many, many little bits and pieces that have to fit together after we found a venue that, as Yannick already said, shares our vision. We are very passionate about what we do. We also are completely bootstrapped and independent, so there's no investor or anything behind being esports, and therefore we try very, very hard to let the people experience esports as we would love to experience esports ourselves, and hope that this meets the expectations of many of the people out there. And I think we are doing a good job there, but it is very rough to find other people with the same idea in mind, and not only going for, okay, how can we make more money, or how can we make the most out of it, and let's cut this, let's cut that, because that only creates costs, even though we say no, let's keep that, because that's something the community loves. And as soon as you found them, it is even harder. So we found multiple people who would share this vision actually, but they simply did not have the technical and the very basic ingredients that a venue needs.
I would add on that I still think that the hotels drastically missed out, and I was shocked that they didn't really share our vision. So we need to bring some spicy things in here, and we need to give some interesting points to the community. So one of the very important things is that for those who are not actually living in Germany and who have the insane luck to live in a country where politics and I would say general public is more open to the idea of esports and gaming. That's not the case in Germany. And we have actually been in contact with a couple of hotels that are really struggling. We by luck found someone who's really big in the hotel, who has a very big network in the hotel industry. And they basically gave us 5 hotels who are close to filing bankruptcy. And we went to them and told them, hey, we will bring 300 people into your hotel if you just give it to us for free. And since it was gaming related, they still said no. So they just basically said no to all of the money that we would have brought in, because people like to drink at RARALAND, people like to maybe eat something at RARALAND. But that was shocking for me, that we basically went to them and said, hey, give us your place for free. We will sell 300 hotel rooms, we will sell a lot of beer and all of that stuff. And they were not willing, just because it's gaming.
Yeah, that was, to sum up this first part, we were all a bit shocked at the beginning because we couldn't use the venue even after a successful year for us in 2022. And then we spent half a year, or you guys spent half a year, finding a location, half a year which we could have used for planning and financing this entire thing. So basically, we were half a year behind schedule before the real planning even started. Yeah,
and I mean this. I think that's absolutely logical. As long as we do not have the venue, it is very hard to plan any step. So it was not. We were not only half a year behind. We were just completely starting from the beginning, about 9 months later than we would have the other way around. So because of course you cannot plan how should the players sit, how should everything go, how is the technical stuff going, how should the front desk work, and so forth and so on, as long as you don't know how the venue is. And what made it even more complicated was that as soon as we had the venue, the base tech, it was not finished yet. So the first time, Yannick can quickly elaborate on that, he was there, it was basically an empty building without walls.
Yeah, absolutely. So it was still, I'm gonna be really mean today, but I just want to get that out. It was still more beautiful than the Arcadia was, even shortly before the Arcadia closed down. One of the things that the base deck people really know about is design and lighting and all of that stuff, and actually finishing a place before opening it. I'm really sorry. I love everyone involved on the ground level at the Arcadia. I just am not really in agreement with the way that it was managed all in all, and they put a weirdly big roadblock right into our planning for this year by what they have done. But let's go back to base tech. There was nothing. It was just nothing, and that was 4 months before our event would have taken place, I think, 4.5 maybe. We had these weird little evolution steps in our way of seeing the event. I sent over a video from the entirely empty venue, and then Benny and Neo were going like, oh my god, is this actually a place where we can do an event in like 4.5 months? And then I visited a second time, sent over a few more videos. A little late, I'm sorry, Yannis, I know you wanted them faster. Then it was already a lot better, and then they really ramped it up towards the end. I mean, we will share some stories how it looked like when we arrived at Tuesday before RARALAND. We still had a lot of stuff to do, but they really know how to design this well. And I think everyone who visited both events and who saw both events in pictures maybe noticed quite a big difference.
Yeah. All right, that was the first part of the journey, and then we finally got the venue done. So Benny, maybe you have more expertise than this. When you do an event like we do with like 115 players and 300 viewers, how big should the staff be realistically to plan and execute?
Well, how I guess the question is how many people I would love to have to do that. It is definitely around 15 to 20 to have everything covered accordingly and properly. But guess what? We are no 20 people planning that.
Yeah, I guess we have the Thursday weekly meetings. This is why I never did a Thursday cast this entire year, guys, in case you were wondering. We are five people?
Yeah.
5 people.
Yeah, so basically it is, as Yannick already described, he did a lot of the planning stuff this year and took care of most of it. So he is basically the big head in this RARALAND. Then there's me, who is taking care of a lot of the technical stuff and to get the venue in shape so that everything works. Then we, of course, have you, Yannis, for all the community feedback and the broadcasting things. And then we have a few other people that you might have seen. We have Paul, who is It's Your Games, who is our main producer. Actually, it was his first event as a producer. The last years I was producer, and he tried to learn as much as possible, but I think he succeeded pretty well. Then we have Walflosse, who took care of our partners. And then there is our social media colleague Lucas, always there, and who is just in the meeting to hear everything and to learn and to know what's up, to then place respective posts on social media. And he also helps Yannick a lot with tasks that are important to like managerial tasks. So we were now I counted all of them, but it was 7. So we were 7 people, and what you would normally have is you would have like the project manager, then you have one for the creative department, then you have one for the admin department, then you have one for the cast and streaming department, you have one for the side program and everything around it, you have one for scenery and decoration, and you have all these different departments, and they have their teams below them, and this is how you normally would approach it, and this is how I come to the number 15 to 20.
Yeah, that would have certainly been helpful. Of course, I had my helping hands as well on the admin side. Shout out to Helpstone and Duro especially.
Oh yeah,
did,
of course. Yeah,
a freaking lot in, I think, starting August or something. But this is not people working on it full time. You guys have your PUBG and Dota events. I have to do Warcraft casting. This is basically a hobby of 7 to 8 people doing this. So we were delayed for half a year. We were severely understaffed. But the finances must have looked great, Yannick, right? I mean, we probably had some great funding and all the money we would have loved to have.
So to put it in perspective, because I don't want to seem like welfare here, or I don't want to make us look like welfare people here. We did not finish RARALAND 2022 financially that great. How money specific should I be in this?
Like, I mean, it's your company, you can be as specific as you want to.
Awesome. So, everybody who looks at the amount of tickets that we sell and who roughly knows what the stream from Back to Warcraft rakes in roughly, and then also what a partner usually provides for an event of this size, probably will notice that once you have a prize pool of 10,000 euros and you have to pay for flights and for hotels and for food for all of the 8 pros. On top of that, all of the staff and all of those things, you roughly end up somewhere where the budget where you are at like a zero-sum game at plus minus zero is somewhere in between 55 and 70,000 euros. That's what you really need to do this event if there's no rental fee for the venue itself. And we were below that both times, but, and that's a very big but, it got much better this year, up to a point where people bought so much merch that we might actually reach that at least zero, that illustrious zero that we really want to reach. And to really add on top of that, our vision with being esports, we are still at a stage with our company where we are all about building brand, building network, building these projects, creating reaching milestones that we can then communicate to potential sponsors. And in that regard, we had a freaking successful RARALAND this year. So I assume that after 2 years that were really struggling financially and where we reached a couple of situations where we were like, we really need another 1,000 euros to spend on this, but we simply did not have them. I don't think that situation will be the case if we do another RARALAND in the future.
Yeah. First suggestion here, make tickets more expensive.
Yeah, we're gonna do that.
Here comes, first of all, we'll probably do that, but here comes my text that I said to a lot of people at the event, because a lot of people said, why are the tickets so cheap? So, we started selling tickets. When did we start selling tickets? Do you remember?
Oh, I don't really remember, but I think we can find out really quickly, right? We started and we stopped selling tickets quite close to each other, I would say.
That's right. I would say we made the decision of how expensive stuff is in around June to July-ish.
Yeah, and we said we have to get out the tickets because many people are traveling from across the world. They have to book flights, hotels, and so forth and so on. So I think we started early August, and it of course ended early August. But maybe Yannick can find out.
Yeah, I'm just scrolling right now. I think the most important thing here that everybody should know is that originally we would have made tickets more expensive comparing to the event that we did in Hamburg last year. But since this was a fully new venue, once again, and since we had no idea how the venue would perform, how the event would be, look, and feel for everybody, we wanted to keep the ticket price as low as possible, so that we could still say, hey, this is the first time at Baystag, please bear with us if some things don't really go that well. We didn't anticipate to be in that situation, but it was basically a fully blank canvas all over again. And since we had all of these struggles and all of these points where it could have gone very wrong, we thought, let's make the tickets as cheap as possible so that nobody will be annoyed if the internet goes out for an hour, or Blizzard shuts down the login servers for Warcraft for 2 hours.
Is that some foreshadowing for what
that might be some foreshadowing. Let's talk about that later.
Yeah, to add to my point, if we made the decision around June, I always say it, for some weird reason, June is doom for Warcraft streaming and the scene in general. I have no idea why it is. It's not a summer thing.
No, it's not?
No, it's not. Like, July is amazing. August is amazing. June is a dumpster fire. When we had 1,800 average viewers in January, we had 900 in June. When we had 5K max viewers in January, we had 2.5K in June. So I was very pessimistic, as I always am in June. Don't talk to me in June. It's the worst month of the year. And that's when we made the decision. Like, can we fill this venue? We have more room, more space, more people that can play, more people that can come and visit. And I said, oh man, of course we can make it a little expensive, but will people actually come? Can we make this packed? I'd rather want 20 more people there, then increased the price to like $200 a ticket. And that played a big part in why the tickets were so cheap. In hindsight, we sold out in 3 minutes, but in my June mind, that was absolutely not possible. So yeah, we learned for next year, that's for sure. Because you come, apparently.
Oh man, I just found out a really crazy thing that I didn't really realize, or had not realized yet. Last year, we actually had the ticket sale open for almost 20 days.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Damn,
3
I did not
weeks.
remember.
People didn't trust.
We went from
And
3
this
weeks
year-
to 3 minutes.
Yeah. This year, people pulled it out of our hands, even if it wasn't live.
That's right. Yeah, so I guess that's the situation, how we finally were able to start working on this thing.
Yeah, and I mean, maybe to add another point, because Yannick is of course absolutely right, and I don't want to lie to anybody. I mean, we are a company. Our main job is to host esports events, so it is of course for us crucial to at least get some money out of it. And of course, this is it is seen as an investment. But what we want to do, not only in Warcraft but all our projects, is that we rather like to invest into a community that understands that we are on their side, and we are not just coming there trying to strip the money from them and go away. So it's a long-term thing. But I hope that next year with the same menu, we can hit another level of efficiency and bring even more stuff, because most of the money we make is actually not going into our own pockets. But we push it back into the projects we have until they are in a way that we say, okay, now we reach a level that it is so absolutely amazing that we cannot make them any better. And I think even though it was a great experience, we can still do so, and could put in more and more. And the more budget we have, the greater it will be.
Okay, some question from chat. How much was the ticket? I think a player ticket was, for the weekend, 120?
Depends on what you would have bought, right? It was 100 for a player ticket for 3
True.
days, plus Thursday. And then 25 euros for a viewer ticket for the entire weekend. And then we had a supporter ticket, which was also immediately sold out. I don't really know if it was immediately sold out because everyone wanted to support so much, or because there were no other tickets anymore. But the supporter ticket was basically a normal player ticket, plus you add some more money to the event budget. That was 150. And then we had a VIP ticket, 25 of them actually. Which
And they got a pin.
Yeah, and the supporters got a pin and eternal good karma, which is way more important, obviously. And yeah, the VIP ticket was 230 euros for the very special person treatment.
Yeah. All right, that was the setup then. How confident were you that the venue would be ready when we need it?
Oh, that came in waves. It was like a really good book. Like in Germany, we call it the Spannungsbogen. I don't really know how to translate that directly, but I was not very confident in the beginning, and then I got more and more confident. And maybe we have to make some bigger steps right now. I see it's already 8:45. Holy. So I would say there were 3 major breaking points. Number 1 was, will they actually finish the venue in terms of having all of the doors we need and all of the security stuff that we need to get a permit to host the event? That was dealt with quite quickly, I would say, because of the architect team doing it was quite efficient. But the other 2 points, especially the internet point, was the big breaking thing. I don't know how many people realize. I don't know how open you've been about that. But,
0.
All right, can I be open about it?
Yes, of course. Do it.
So
do
14 days prior to the event, we had no idea whether we would have any internet at all. So desperately bad that we actually thought about getting 20 Starlink thingies on the roof of the venue to see if it would work in that way. And then I think 9 days prior to the event taking place, we got the confirmation that we have internet, which is exactly the day on which we needed to report the IP addresses to Blizzard so they would actually whitelist the venue. So that was the roughest thing. I'm very confident about sharing that now. I would have not done so 9 days prior to the event, I would have to say.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, now that everything basically worked out, but I think that it came in waves is a good point. I was very confident that because the people we are working with at the base stack, and now we know them even better, we really trusted them, and they said, yeah, we got this, everything is fine, and so forth and so on, and therefore we were very confident that they will finish everything, and in the end, I mean, they somewhat did, but there was also a lot of stuff that was not ready yet. We had to finish many things, but then when suddenly this internet thing happened, and when they told us 5 days prior, yeah, well, we are still missing 50 monitors, I got nervous.
Yeah.
I would like to give that question back to you. How confident were you, Giannis?
Oh, absolutely not. Like, not at all. You showed me the empty venue and you said, oh, I have a vision here. I see it all coming together. And all I saw was just bricks and concrete. Like, okay, I trust him. I trusted him with Rara 22. I'm going to trust him here as well. I was super worried about the internet situation as well, because if you guys followed the Experion events that we did, if you don't whitelist the event and like 5 people try to log in, the entire venue gets blocked and you can't log in anymore. Nobody can play. That would have ruined the entire weekend. We don't know how to solve it, really, and how fast that gets unblacklisted. So you always have to reach out to the 1.5 dear people that I still know at Blizzard Entertainment.
Who's the full one? Who's the half one?
Well,
no, I'm just kidding.
Actually, it's the Hobbit.
The full person is the community manager lady in EU, and the half person is the community manager in America. So I deal a lot with the European part, so I know her a little better.
All right.
Yeah, and when she told me, brother, I need the IPs the day after BlizzCon, and in the meeting prior to BlizzCon, we had not a single digit of the IP. That was terrifying.
There was a big likelihood that there would be like some double dots and a 1 somewhere in there.
Yeah, okay, yeah. Maybe a 0 somewhere as well.
Yeah.
But yeah, that was stressful. We were all panicking. I remember that call. I was stressed as fuck. Benny was stressed as fuck. Yannick, I don't really know, to be honest.
We have a really good team of 3 people, I think. I'm the hopeless optimist, and then Benny is the controlling realist, and you are the person who, and I mean this in the best way, annoys everyone so much with every little question to make it all work out in the end. So I think that's a really, really good team that we have together. Maybe to give everyone here some key points of challenges. So as I already mentioned, 14 days before the event, we had no internet. 6 days before the event, we had no chairs for the main viewing area. 5 days before the event, we were 50 monitors short and 15 computers or 20 computers short. 2 days before the event, we had no power cables for the monitors, which we then noticed when we arrived there.
And for the computers.
And for the computers also.
40
Kaltgerätestecker. Yeah, the good old Kaltgerätestecker. So I guess the waves that we were referring to are more understandable now. And these things just kept coming. One thing that we discussed today when we had a little feedback meeting internally together with Giannis was the event was pretty doomed. I think you said that on Twitter as well, right? The event, like everything that could have gone wrong in the preparation process did go wrong. I think Murphy had a really strong law this year.
Yeah. Did you mention his phone already?
Oh yeah!
Shut
yeah,
up.
His phone got stolen on the first day. God damn!
Yeah, that was.
So we lost access to everything related to Back to Warcraft for right on the day before the event.
Then that is all my Google Docs, because of course I have 2-factor enabled pretty much everywhere. And then I lost my phone while checking into the hotel, and we couldn't find it, and nobody brought it back. So I had no access to my Google Docs, where the entire preparation was in. I lost access to Twitch, YouTube, Twitter, Facebook, all the socials, which of course we would have loved to use to give you guys a little impression of how we set everything up. I lost access to my bank accounts. Nobody could contact me. I lost access to my Discord, where all my contacts are when it comes to Warcraft 3, including the people at Blizzard. Just, you know, little bit of a foreshadowing, including the people at Blizzard. That was terrible. Like, losing that phone is not just like, oh, I can't pay with my phone anymore. I have to get the card out, and I can't respond to my friends, and I can't play Warcraft Rumble anymore. No, that was horrible.
With the words of one of our dearest colleagues, it really sucks when your phone gets stolen, right? It does really suck, right? Does it really suck?
Man, that's the worst, isn't it?
The worst.
Oh god, dude, it's the worst. It was the worst. I had no YouTube entertainment when I went to bed. That was also terrible. But yeah, losing access to all of that was pretty painful. So yeah, somehow this all got somewhat resolved. The cable situation, at least.
I just want to shout out the base tech here, because that sounds like they are a horrible venue, but all of these tech issues, it wasn't us solely who resolved it. They were very, very eager, and they knew that this is a very bad situation, so they put in everything they had. I think not the CEO, but the manager of the base tech, he drove to MediaMarkt and IKEA and whatnot on Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday around like 5 or 6 times to just buy stuff together that should be there, but it wasn't there due to different reasons. So they for most of this stuff, they weren't even responsible. They ordered everything in time, and it simply did not get delivered. And they put everything in that they could to make it happen, so that we at least had something, just to not to give a wrong impression here.
They are like firefighters when they are close to losing their job because there are not enough fires. They are really efficient at creating new ones themselves, but they are also really damn good at extinguishing them. So that's something where we have to give major respect to them. In the end, the whole thing felt a bit as if it was held together by bubblegum or something, but it at least held, and it's still holding. So that's a good point.
Yeah, so they have PCs now, they have screens, all the chairs are there. We actually helped to set up quite a bit of that ourselves when we arrived on Tuesday. Usually time that we wanted to spend on other stuff, like programming, organizing staff, etc., etc. So that was basically the Tuesday. My phone gone. All the access gone. By the way, that's also the reason why we couldn't control the ads on the channel, because nobody had access to Twitch, so we couldn't hit the button where it says don't play the ad right now. So sorry about that. But it was not possible. You could have subbed or you could have watched on YouTube. So
exactly. Twitch Prime is not a crime.
Twitch Prime doesn't prevent from ads.
Oh, it does not?
No. Well, only in some regions, I think. It's kind of weird, but yeah. Anyway, YouTube was there, so at least there's that. So the smart people among you weren't bothered by that. So that was Tuesday, and I think Tuesday, I had like 3 moments where I thought this is not gonna work, because this venue has a program called GG Leap, and that makes it so you can't control the PCs the way you would usually control your PC. It's basically a front-end software launcher kind of thing. Yeah. Makes it kind of easy to just start regular games like Valorant, Counter-Strike, whatever. Every other game.
Well, not even that, but yeah. Go ahead, sorry.
Pretty convenient, because you log in with your profile. You can, of course, play your games with your accounts, your settings, etc. You can order drinks from the bar with that GG Leap account, and they will bring it to you, etc. But Warcraft 3 has a couple of quirks that made it absolutely impossible to run Warcraft 3 with War 3 Champions with this GG Leap software.
Yeah, exactly. So this was the situation. You already mentioned it. I'm just stepping in because there was a lot on my part with all the PCs and the tech stuff.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Just to so. As you said before, the PCs weren't ready on Tuesday, so we started building them all up. And then we encountered the GG Leap problem, and we were working on it over and over and over again. And it did not work. It simply did not work. We didn't get it to work. And so what we did, and I'm also sharing this now, I would not have shared it before. What we did is we simply put all of them in admin mode. So every user, there was a huge risk. Every user that wanted to do anything with it, you could have downloaded viruses, you could have taken down the whole venue because you had admin access on every single PC. What you never ever do on an offline event if you have PCs there that are not the PCs of the people themselves. So we put them all into administration mode, and this is also the reason why when a PC rebooted for the players there, they know it reboots in GG Leap, and we had to unlock it for you again, which simply meant we went into the system and gave you full access over and full control over the PC. So we just took a risk there and hope that nobody will try out to do weird stuff with the PCs. And thankfully, this community, or at least the people who are players there, are so amazing that they didn't even try.
Yeah.
But it didn't stop there. So somebody else want to comment on that before I go forward?
I just think that this is the perfect situation to give a first, and this is probably not going to be the last one. The first very big, heartfelt shout out to the Warcraft community, because given that we had a wardrobe that was fully accessible for everyone who attended the event, there were like 100 security cameras, so I guess there was a bit of security layer there though. But I don't think that there are many other gaming communities where you could do something like that without anyone doing any harm. Not even any harm that they really wanted to inflict, but just by mere stupidity. But the Warcraft community is so mature and feels so friendly and respectful in that regard that I had no issues with doing that, to be honest. I kind of knew that nobody would do anything.
It was just like tickling in the back of my head. every second and every time somebody, I also know the look on the face of my team members, and I know the look of the face when they have like something very bad happened and I have to tell him now. And every time I had this look, and I got this look multiple times over the weekend, I had the fear that, okay, now it happened. Now somebody did it. Now we are done. Now we are roast. But actually it never happened. But so I wasn't afraid. I just had like this constant level of stress and fear put upon me all the time.
So to just for the people some information, why couldn't you do this with War3 Champions? The thing with GG Leap is that you can't see the tray, I think it's called, the bottom right hand side next to the clock. And if you close War3 Champions, then it goes to the tray and you can't find it anymore. So if your launcher gets stuck, which it kind of sometimes does, there's no chance with GG Leap to restart it. So that was a problem.
Oh, sorry. I thought you were done. I wanted to send a second massive shout out to the War3 Champions guys, right? Which you were in a meeting for like 6.5 hours for on Tuesday evening.
Yeah, that was pretty sick. They helped us out, or tried to help us out a ton. And the other thing is, why don't you just play LAN? People who are listening to us might know this, but Warcraft 3 has a built-in 80 millisecond delay on LAN mode, which is absolutely insane, and there's no reason to do this, but they did it for some weird reason. So we can't use LAN for anything proper. So we couldn't use LAN because of the built-in thingy. We couldn't use the GG Leap thing because if you click the X button, it War3 Champions closes to tray, and then we weren't able to restart it anymore. That's the thing, or that are things that you don't plan for. Like,
not at all.
Not at all. Who would have thought that this is going to be a problem? Not us. And then, we put them all in admin mode.
We just happened to admin mode and went with it. Yeah.
That was really fun, actually, because the Tuesday was such a horrible day for the two of you, being more on the tech side, or like the software tech production side of the whole thing. I think the Wednesday was much worse for me than the Tuesday, because then on Wednesday, more of the team people came, and also our first guests arrived, right? We had a bootcamp book by Phantom Aces, and they arrived with the first 7 players on Wednesday, and one of them was RARALAND, and we gave them a little corner. It was perfect for us because we had a little bit of testing that they would do for us to see if it would all work out. They started playing some games, and like 2 hours later, 1.5 hours later, RARALAND raised his arm and was like, my keyboard stopped working, and now my mouse stopped working, and now they don't really start working again. And then we thought, right, that might be an issue because he has like a Korean keyboard and a Korean mouse, and all of that might be like a weird coincidence with an old German computer. So we actually put it straight into the computer, and then it worked. And I thought the problem was resolved. And then half an hour later, Qbert went like, my keyboard's not working, and my mouse is also not working. And when it happened to a third person, we found out.
Cut you off real quick. There was a little hub for USB.
Yeah, exactly.
And the headset that was not directly. So if you want to set up, you plug it into the hub and not directly into the PC. And you couldn't originally access the PC because there was a, what's the English word? An iron thingy in front of the PC. So that was the hub thing was the only way you could plug in your mouse and keyboard. Go ahead.
Yeah, exactly. So, and then after the third person having the issue, and after us trying to put the USB hub into a different USB outlet with more power on the mainboards of the computers, we then noticed that the issue was within these USB hubs, and that they were probably not efficient enough to take in the signals of multiple USB devices for a long time, or some other reason. But as Yannis mentioned, all of the computers were in an iron cage. Some of them above the seats and some of them below the desks. And so what we had to do to ensure that all 125 players would be able to play on the next day, given that we wanted to open on Thursday evening for the first people who wanted to arrive early, we had to take cordless screwdrivers and screw open all of these iron cages, who were closed with 6 individual screws. So in the end, we had 125 cage walls and like 800 screws in a huge jar, and 2 team members who were worked to the bone because these things are heavy. They are freaking heavy. So that was fun as well. Torald, the guy in the koala bear costume, he basically almost did all of this by himself. So he went screwing for 5 hours, and not in a good way.
we got screwed. That's for sure.
He
got screwed.
Yeah.
He's screwed big time.
Yeah. So first, I got fucked because my phone got stolen. Then we got fucked with the War 3 Champions launcher and Warcraft in general. Then other people got fucked because we had to rip up these cages and set up everything else again. And then we also all got fucked because the German transportation system announced that they would be.
Yes, that was also.
They went on strike on Thursday, and we were saying, wait, our staff is arriving on Thursday, our players are arriving on Thursday, our viewers are arriving on Thursday. What the hell is happening now when public transportation in all of Germany is on strike?
Yeah. Remote came late, and only by the grace of somebody picking him up by car, right? Same holds for our event photographer, and then Marvin, one of the team members, also couldn't come on Thursday. Oh, that sucked so hard. That was really annoying.
And more. One of the tech guys that took care of the cameras and the microphones, he wasn't there because he couldn't arrive. And many others arrived late because we had to redesign the arrival process so people could share cars and whatnot. And then we, of course, also feared that many people couldn't arrive from the guests, as on Thursday the first people should arrive, and on Friday, of course, the strike go on. And this was another major blow where we thought, okay, we might have an empty venue, and we are already understaffed, and now we are abysmally understaffed. And I totally forgot about the strike.
Yeah.
True, that was also there.
Happy was
Jesus
also
Christ.
affected. Happy,
Happy.
The Happy story is pretty sick.
Happy was stuck in Switzerland.
Yeah.
Yeah, having a
He
bit
arrived
of
like
fondue.
1.5 days later than intended, I think.
Yeah. He arrived exactly 1.5 days later, and he basically arrived. I think this story already made it straight through the entire community, but he arrived 1.5 days later. We brought him into the pro room, which was pretty great, I think. We set him up, which took some time. Everybody who knows Happy knows that he's very specific about the way that he sets up his entire setup, and he has these like where the keyboard has to be, where the mouse has to be, the distance between the two, the distance to the screen. He's like very professional with all of this. And once he was set up, he basically put his noise cancelling headphones on, and he went through ladder game after ladder game. I think he went like 10 hours straight until we closed the venue down. That was crazy, really.
Yeah, he must have had withdrawal after not lettering for 1.5 days, dude. Some catching up to do.
Yeah, that's probably it. That was probably it.
Yeah,
he was so in the zone.
That's cool to mention though, because I mean only the VIPs could see Happy, but Happy is really professional. And by the way, this time around Happy was really cool. So last time it was a bit harder to work with him. This time he was really he appreciated everything, and he really cooperated amazingly. So no hate against Happy at all this time. But what's really cool is
what do you mean this time? What happened last time? Want to elaborate?
No. It's forgotten. It's all good. But so Happy is a great guy. He really is. And what's cool with the original story I wanted to tell is that Happy actually brings his own in-ears and his own noise cancelling. It is not even headphones, and the phones are these yellow ones. So he's looking like a construction worker when he's back there in the pro room, because he wants to be as close as the experience on stage as he can get. So he's really amazing. And yeah, and he had Oreos with him again. I just read it in the chat. But
I will keep those forever. I still have Happy's Oreos from Rara 2022. And I will keep them. They are hidden so that nobody accidentally eats them. And those will stay until Oreos are good forever, right? They will never run bad.
You should put them in front of the webcam, like this one hamburger.
Yeah. maybe one Happy story from last year, so people are not that disappointed. When Happy played on stage last year, we had to shut down half of the lights in the venue, so our entire camera work and everything was screwed because the lighting didn't work anymore because it was too bright for him sitting on a stage, which is not bad, and it is totally understandable, because he just all Happy wants to do, in my opinion, is to compete and compete on the best level, on the fairest level. And in his opinion, it was too different to anything else. But this was one just a little bit why I was saying that. And this time he was just I love him after this event. Really, I love the dude.
Yeah, you probably saw that things didn't go as planned when it comes to players and the stage. We'll definitely go into this. Before we do that, little bit from chat, coming back to the public transportation strike, because we told everyone the event is in Dortmund, but there's a big international airport at Düsseldorf. It's not that far. It's like 50 minutes by train. And we told literally everyone, just go to Düsseldorf, take the train to Dortmund. It's super easy. It's super convenient. Boom. Strike. Not easy anymore. Not convenient at all. But as chat says, a lot of people stepped up and offered their own cars in the Discord, which was super dope. So another shout out to the Warcraft community, who really stepped up big time.
Yeah. Truly amazing. So many people from our team also profited from that. So also internally, we had this little car group in our, for the team. As I said, the photographer then drove with somebody who lived close to him. So yeah, that was really great. Also, after the strike ended, though, a couple of people managed to not arrive on time. Talking about Hitman here, who had his phone die on him during the arrival in Frankfurt, and then while buying a new phone charger, he missed his train to Dortmund. That was so horrible because I thought finally we have everything. He even messaged me and was like, "All right, I'm gonna land now." And then he called me and was like, "Well, I just missed my train."
This is so funny though. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No.
It's so funny though, because of course he was in contact with you. He was also in touch with his team manager, Bidu. And he sent him a message saying, "Oh shit, I'm stranded at the airport. My phone is about to die." And then nothing anymore. And Bidu was worried, like, "Oh my god, dude, that kid is all alone and has no power on his phone anymore. He doesn't write back. I'm so worried. I'm this close to renting a car, drive to the airport and look for him." And then I went to you like, "Hey, Yannick, have you heard anything of Hitman?" Yeah, he texted me 20 minutes ago. It's all good." So he texted you and updated you, but he didn't update his team manager, who he knows for like 8 years or so. He just left him hanging.
I had the funniest phone call with him, honestly. Like, number one, it really sucked because, as we already mentioned, that I don't want to write this for too long, but budget-wise, the event was very short on budget, and buying a short notice train ticket, a second one, because we had already bought him one, from Frankfurt to Dortmund is surprisingly expensive. It was like 150 euros or something. And but the hardest point was because there are not that many direct train connections from Frankfurt Airport, which has its own little train station, to Dortmund. I had to get him onto a short distance train to Frankfurt Central Station. And I had been with him on the phone for the entire time. And for those people who know that Dortmund is a little bit dangerous, and I don't want to talk too bad about Germany, but Dortmund and Frankfurt are two of the less secure stations, I would call it, phrase it that way. And this guy, he was like, "Let me just give this cell phone to a random stranger so you can talk to him and he can guide me to the close distance train." We got it done, but it was really weird for a couple of moments because he somehow managed to find the only people in the entire Frankfurt Airport Central Station thing that were not able to speak German and English. So that was so weird because I couldn't see him, but I knew and I heard that the person that he was talking to was trying to like sign language him to the right direction. We got it all done. He got into the S9 close distance train, went to Frankfurt, caught his train there, and then we picked him up at the Dortmund main station. Then
he was super chill though. Shout out to Hitman. Oh boy. Yeah, that was fun.
Yeah, that was crazy. He also what a guy, dude. He was awake for 20 hours at that point, or 25 hours. He went to the hotel for 10 minutes and then went straight into the media day. Got a couple of really great videos and pictures. Good dude, man. He was a great sport to have.
All right. Do we want to talk a bit about production? Oh no, we can. I think we can finish.
I think we can. I mean, we are not even finished with a preliminary thing because then Thursday arrived, and Thursday was a strike, of course, and nevertheless, in the evening, people came into the venue already because we had this community evening, and we said, well, everybody who has a player ticket, you can come on Thursday and can already go to your PC, set up everything, and so forth and so on, and. This is where shit went down, excuse the language, but where shit went down the first time really bad. Because
this is when it went down real bad. Yeah. Everything up to now.
Well, that was fine. But now we go into really shit down territory because it was around 50 people who were walking into the venue and everything went smooth. They got their badges. They were happy. We guided them to their PCs. We explained them the thing with the USB that they have to go directly into the PC and whatnot. And it took around 20 minutes. And then the first people came up and said, "Hey, well, I cannot log into Warcraft 3 anymore." And I said, "What do you mean by anymore?" "Yeah, well, I was in there, but I then got kicked, and now I can't re-log into it." Okay, and it was one guy in the beginning, then there were 2, then there were 5, then there were 20, and then it was half of the venue, and only the people who were there the evening before were still in. But it was a absolute disaster and chaos, because what we thought in the first place was, of course, as we had the IP addresses so shortly before, and it was the weekend after BlizzCon, so we thought maybe Blizzard missed out on whitelisting it, and now 50 people tried to log in, and now we are blacklisted. And getting you off of the blacklist, you first of all need a Blizzard employee for that, and secondly, it takes more than a day or more than an evening. You have, I guess it is around a week or 3. I never had the situation, but this would be what I guess it should be. So what I did was I was sprinting to Yannis, and it was, Yannis, we have an issue here. Can you please contact Blizzard? And Yannick looked at me in a rather, resting bitch face kind of style, and he said to me, "Is that a joke?" And I said, "No, why? Can't you just..." "I lost my phone, dude. I do not have access to my Discord." And I was like, no! So we can't even talk to Blizzard about it. And then Yannis created a, how's it called? Like a Discord smurf.
Yeah.
And he joined every server, and we even got notified by people that saying, "Hey, watch out, there's somebody who's playing as Yannis. Be careful, he's trying to scam you." And it was actually the real Yannis who got his phone stolen or lost it or whatever. So we had the situation where nobody could log into Warcraft, and we tried everything out. And I was on our streaming PC. I stopped all the preparations. I started downloading Hearthstone, and I started downloading different other Blizzard games just to see if I could log into Battle.net and if I could log into other Blizzard games, because in my understanding, we never got blacklisted by Blizzard, but in my understanding, it would be, if you got blacklisted by Blizzard, they would block you off from all the Battle.net services, not only from Warcraft 3. And I then could log into Hearthstone. And it was at the same time, because Yannis also did some investigation. It was at the same time that Yannis came to me and he said to me, "Hey, I have somebody here on my Discord who said that he cannot log onto Warcraft 3 right now. He can go into Battle.net, but not Warcraft 3.
Somebody who was not at base tech.
Yeah, who was not a space, exactly, who was not a base tech." And then we started reaching out on every Discord in the world who might have a Warcraft 3 player on it, asking for them to try out if they can log into Warcraft 3, right? Not only Battle.net, but if they could go into Warcraft and play a game. And then we found out that this exact moment when 50 people walk into our venue, Blizzard shuts down or gets a crash on only the Warcraft 3 login servers. Not even the Battle.net servers, not the Hearthstone servers, not the World of Warcraft servers, nothing. Only the Warcraft 3 login servers. And there was this weird mistake where it was saying you are now at number 1 in the queue, and then it just shuts down. And the problem with that is, there was some sort of relief in the first place, but because of that, people try to enter captchas. As you know, you have this captcha thing. If the system thinks you are a bot or not a human or whatnot, you have this captcha thing. So people try to log in over and over and over again, and this captcha thing only works over IP and is not listed by Blizzard. This is a service that is not connected to our whitelisting with Blizzard. So what happened is, of course, that from the 50 or 60 or whatnot people that are there, some put in the captcha wrong here and there by logging in over and over and over again. So we had reached a captcha limit. Nobody could log in anyway, even though the Warcraft servers were working again. Nobody could log in because of the captcha block. And then we didn't know how long would this block take, because there were so many failed attempts on our IP, of course, because it was 60 people trying it. Is it now blocked for 24 hours? Is it blocked for a week? Or is it blocked for 2 hours? We simply do not know. So we kicked everybody out of the playing zone and tried to shut it down. And after 2 hours, we sent one chosen guy back to try it out, and it worked for him. The problem was the community was so eager in playing that people realized what we were doing. They saw through our scheme, and they like it was like really the horde rushing coming onto us, because they they found out it's possible again. So they came all in there, and the capture block was again there. because too many people tried again. But by then, we knew that at least the capture block takes around 2 hours or whatnot, and it was a big relief to have it there. On the on our side, and this was absolutely crazy. This Thursday evening was the first heart attack I had, because it looked like for about, I would say, 45 minutes to 1 hour, it looked like, okay, we did not even start the event, and we already know we will not be able to host it at all because we are blacklisted by Blizzard.
And I can't reach out to my community manager because I don't have a phone. So I eventually fixed that by going into World of Warcraft female servers, and I found her there. So that was at some point fixed. But yeah, that was, I thought, having this Experion PTSD, I thought we can just close it down, these 20, 30 minutes. And because you're in such a stress situation, right? We thought, okay, maybe Blizzard effed it up and didn't whitelist us. Maybe it's something at the venue that got effed up because we got the IPs so late, and maybe something in that regard was messed up. For like half an hour or an hour, we didn't even think about asking someone who is not at the venue. So it was 30, 40 minutes of panic. And then I thought, okay, maybe I just ask my Discord if other people have the problem as well, because you're so in the zone. We could have had this relief after like 3 minutes and everything would have been fine. But because of panic, because of stress, because we're not used to that setup, that was one of the most stressful moments the entire weekend for us.
I thought it was some positive things though, right? So
the pizza was good.
The pizza was damn good.
The pizza was
actually
really good.
Really good. I kept that one in mind for the next time. But in general, I don't want this to become this huge list of all of the things that went wrong. So Thursday was also pretty amazing. Seeing the people coming in, huge smiles on their faces, helping us in testing out, which was a test that we would have liked to avoid, but still, I mean, we were smarter the next day, and starting from the next day, everyone who had to enter a capture, we were like hawks behind them. We're like, you do that wrong, I do you wrong. So that was the one thing that was a bit stressful over the next couple of hours, but still, so many amazing people. And even if they had issues, I remember this guy named Medic. He was the friendliest issue haver in the world. He came to me 3 times on Thursday evening and was like, I'm so sorry to bother you again. And that was basically the experience for almost the entire weekend. Everyone was so friendly. Everyone seemed to be so eager and happy to play. Everyone was jumping into the games. The sound, that gets me every time. Every single offline event that we do. The sound when the first time there's like a silence coming because so many players are actually playing and all you hear is like keyboards and mice like click, 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 click. That's always a really good moment, I think. Because that means, all right, we're getting into the right direction now.
I have a final to close this out with a funny note. I have a final capture story. Because this reoccurred a few times over the weekend, and that one time Happy had to play on stage, and he had to log on everything there, and I ran through the process with him, and he also had the capture problem, and so I tried to enter the capture for him, and it was like the weirdest question ever. I was looking at Happy, I was looking at my admin, because we should find the biggest tortoise, like the biggest turtle on the pictures, which one is the biggest. And the problem was there were 9 pictures with a huge freaking tortoise on it. And they were just going with their shoulders like, I don't know, just try it. And I was clicking on the one I considered the biggest, and I hit it, and of course it was wrong. And Happy just looked at me and was like, yeah, you're not human.
Well, he isn't. We all know he is superhuman.
Yeah, but he told me. He said to me. He looked at me and he said to me, "You are not human." And
he noticed one of his kind.
Yeah, exactly. That was just amazing. That was crazy. Yeah. So this was the Thursday. I think we can close down the Thursday and move on because we are already talking almost 1.5 hours. Not quite. We started 8:15, right? But just to not talk too much.
Dude, we didn't even start production yet.
Yeah, exactly.
Holy shit, dude.
I have so much still in mind, so let's move on. I just wanted to bring the story with Happy and the capture.
Dude, where the hell do we even start with production?
Yeah, I had the same
God.
question on Thursday.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
First of all, we had no internet, right? So that's where it kind of starts. Cause can you briefly explain how the stream setup is done? Because people are probably used to my OBS setup, which is very good, of course, and very flexible. But an offline stream event setup is a little bit different.
Yeah, so we are not using OBS for those events. I mean, for example, for other stuff we do, like Dota or anything, we do. But for these bigger events, we use another broadcasting software, which is that is called vMix. That is not for free, of course. And what we normally do is we set up vMix beforehand, so we do not have to do too much setting up there. So this is, for example, one of the tasks that Paul, It's Your Games, did. He set up the vMix before, but it is way more complicated. So right now, let's just take this setup we are talking in now. We are together in a Discord call. Neo has his camera, and he has two browser sources or like two video sources putting into it and have an overlay. So this is fine. But on an offline event, you have multiple cameras. We this time even had cameras that we could control via a joystick. You have these cameras with cables going into a huge how's it called, box. To mix them together and decide which camera you have. You have multiple microphones. You have one for the audience. You have the ones for the casters. You have one for the free cams. You have those with the interviews, and all of this stuff goes together in a soundboard. Where you know those soundboards from movies or anything with all these little things on it that you can turn up and down, and then you have to take all of this and get it into a format that you can put it into a PC. Then you have two observer PCs going into there as well. Then we have our free cam, our flying cam, which is a camera that can walk around, that has to go over Wi-Fi. All of this, of course, needs internet to work. And as soon as you have figured out everything, you then can start setting it up properly. So this is basically the setup. So we had 3 people only for tech back there, me as the more or less head of it, and 2 observers only for the stream and only for the production, not counting in the casters and people who are helping like admins or anything.
So
and yeah, go ahead.
You're saying it goes over Wi-Fi and internet, right? So for sure we had the necessary capabilities to run all that?
Yeah.
Yeah, right?
We finally had.
Okay. All right. So that sounds like a lot of equipment, Benny. Is Being Esports owning all of that and brought it from Hamburg to Dortmund?
No. We own a little bit of equipment. We have our studio in Bavaria, where we have some equipment. But for an event like RARALAND, we are working together with a production company. They normally do TV productions and whatnot. And so they had to set up everything there as well. And what you normally have is you have multiple networks. So, of course, there's this network where everybody is in, like also the players and so forth and so on. And then you have another network only for the cameras. Then you have another network only for the communication between the casters and everybody. And you have another network for intercom with other people. So you normally have 2, 3, 4 networks, and we had none of those. Actually,
but usually if you have an event, right, that like the venue surely has some of that production stuff.
Normally it is, for example, with the Arcadia, or also if we go to Experian anything, they have all this equipment, and it should have been there. So we have been promised. We gave them a list what we need, because even though we do not own it ourselves, we of course know what we need. So we gave them a list, and they said, yeah, oh, that sounds all right. We will need that anyway. It will be there. And 1 week prior to the event, jumping back a bit in time now again, 1 week prior to the event, we got the message from the venue. Yeah, well, all this production stuff, we won't have it. Do you happen to know anybody? And funny enough is that I know people, and I asked them beforehand because I thought that might occur. And not 7 days before, but 9 days before, the venue told me to put down the offer of them and tell them, no, we don't need you. So I put down the offer, and 2 days later, I went back to them and said, hey, regarding that offer, I just did neglect. What do you think about putting it up again? I know it's just a week before and you have to be there all week, but how do you think of that idea? And they are very, very cool. Simon is the name of the guy who owns the company, and I know him well. So he said, okay, we will get that done, and we will make this. And Baystack took all the they said, well, we didn't put up we couldn't manage to put up the whole equipment, so we will take care of all the production company and what they need and so forth and so on. So this was very, very kind of Baystack again. And so we did it with them, and they arrived, and they were in shock because it was their first esports event they did. As I said before, they are doing concerts, and they were on Wacken, and they do stuff like that. So entirely different. And now they come into this venue and they ask us for the 4 different networks that they need. And I was simply telling them, well, regarding the networks, how does it sound for you? Like, we have one network and we get a router that is limited to 100 MBS. How does that sound like to you? They thought I was joking. They were laughing. Yeah. Funny enough. Now tell us. The problem is I wasn't joking, and they were absolutely amazing because they then set up at least the most necessary networks on their own. They had their own routers with them, and they just set them up, and it was like cables going everywhere. It looked like a scene out of the Matrix or anything, because they had these huge stuff there, and they're pulling it through the wall and across the ceiling and everywhere. It was a monstrosity, but they did a absolutely great job and managed to cover us up there, so that we at least had the stream, or in general, the stream that we wanted to have. The only thing that we did not get to work was this flying cam. Who watched the stream saw it on the first day we did this segment, and it was very, very blurry. And we tried to fix it, and we didn't manage to. At least we found a way on the last day to at least have the winning shot and everything with this camera.
Yeah.
But this was the start of all. So we came there. There was no equipment. We had to move the production room also a week prior because there was a fire security thing. So we planned it to have it in another room before, and we couldn't go there. And so we went to this. It was not even a room. There was only a niche or something in the wall where 3 tables or 4 tables had space. Normally we need double the space, and it was directly at the playing area, and there was just a curtain covering it. So it was very noisy, and it was if you went in there, it was like really like these isolation cells in prison. This is how it felt like.
I feel like
when we put up.
Put this in perspective, like if I go to Freaks for You for like a Meisterschaftsfinal, I think there's like 5 people on 25 square meters round. Not 20, is it? Oh no, 5 square meters, 5 by 5, I guess. So here we had half of that, a third of that. It was 6 square meters and 5 people.
Yeah, it was 8 square meters, something like this, maybe around that. So it was very, very cozy.
Yeah.
Let's put it like this. And the problem was we arrived there, and we didn't have tables there. We didn't have chairs there. None of the cables were set up. We did not have internet there in the beginning because the router wasn't set up and wasn't there and had to be installed first. So we started from scratch again. Then one of our partners sadly jumped off very close to the event as well, who wanted to supply us with the computers and everything. So in the end, I hope I'm allowed to tell this, in the end, we had to use Yannick's brand new personal computer that he just bought because it was the best computer we had in reach. So he just threw it into the car as well, and we took it with us because we were already there then, and we couldn't take our stuff from Bavaria with us anymore. So we took Yannick's computer and drove it all across Germany, and I was very uncomfortable with that, because if you drive a computer 6 hours one way, 6 hours another way, and you have it run an entire event weekend, this is not what you want to do to your brand new PC. Yeah,
I had to buy like it was a little. I thought about buying a new computer for years because my old one is doing. It has done a good job, but it broke down a couple of times, and in the end, it was so bad that I couldn't stream anymore. So I got a new one. My partner did assemble most of it and helped me with choosing the right parts, because she's quite efficient, quite proficient in these things. And when I told her that I would take it with me, she was mad because we waited so long to spend this money. So and then we got to a point where I was allowed to bring it with me under the condition that we really take care so we wouldn't destroy it. And the first thing I hear after we build it up in Dortmund was like, oh, well, we just had 2 blue screens. Don't really know where that came from, but yeah, let's see if it's still running.
The tone was a little bit different.
It was really rough because of course we had to plug in our capture card in there and do some stuff in the heart of the computer to make it ready for such a production as it is. It has to be done. And yeah, so this is how we set up the production. And then finally Paul, he had the responsibility of most of it, because I was busy with all these other stuff like the Warcraft server going down and whatnot, so I couldn't even be as much of a help as I should be there. So Paul had to sort most of those things out. Shout out to him. And finally he could go to work and set everything up. And then the next problem occurred because we couldn't get the overlay to run as intended. So poor Yannis was there racking his brain and
my overlay, ladies and gentlemen, is a fine overlay, because Warcraft 3 doesn't provide the greatest of overlays, as you all know. Even though it's called Advanced Observer thingy, it's not advanced to what we build. But our overlay is also very, very, very fragile. Just because it works at home doesn't mean it works anywhere else. I spent hours in Berlin setting it up for the ESL guys. Sometimes I spend 5 minutes and it just works. Of course, since we had this coin flip event where everything that could be a 50-50 thing goes wrong, it obviously didn't work.
Yep.
And obviously, usually, I'd just contact my coder and tell him to fix it.
He was on a mountain somewhere, right?
No, wait. First of all, I don't have access to my Discord, so I used my fake Discord account, and I texted him with my B2W Neo 2 thing, and he's like, can you somehow prove that it's you? Can you ask Remo or something? Yeah. So I had to record a video for him, like, yo, Chris, event, stressed as fuck, phone robbed, need your help.
Look at me, 5 fingers, no AI.
Yeah, exactly, no AI. We did this as if you checked your passport for an online bank account or something. So he believed me. And then he said, yo, you sent me the error code and stuff. I think I have an idea what causes this. There's a little problem. Right now, I am hitchhiking on Mount Fuji in Japan. Can you give me an hour? I need to find a place to sit down. So this guy had his laptop with him, thankfully, stopped his hike, sat down on a bench, spent an hour, fixed the code, and it finally worked again. Big shout out to Chris.
That was pretty neat. Maybe to give some more fun things before we go back to production. I also hope that this will not get me into Hell's Kitchen. To give you a perspective of the things that we think about while doing these events, when we sell tickets, we obviously ask you guys, those who have player or VIP or supporter tickets, where you want to sit and with what people you want to sit. And this is a very boring job because it's just basically like a big puzzle that luckily in the end worked quite well. There was this place where there was this big what is the name for Säule in English? This big pillar that we didn't really account for, and then we went to base deck. We thought like, oh, this is gonna work really well, and then there was this huge pillar and no computer obviously in that place, so that kind of sucked. But the thing that I want to get to is 2 days before the event started, so we were already there for like 48 hours. We looked at the seating plan again, and without stating specific names, there are a couple of people in the community that we didn't feel too comfortable with putting them straight to the production site, like directly close to that. So we changed the seating again shortly before opening the first time. I'm not gonna say who, but it's basically me standing beside Benny, and we were like, yeah, this guy's sitting there, this guy's sitting there, this guy's sitting there. I'm looking over to Benny, and he's like, that's not going to happen. we took these 2 or 3 people, we put them to the other side of the venue, and we placed a couple of really, really, really reliable people very close to the production, which worked really great. Nobody interfered, actually, I think.
Yeah, shout out to Link and Flucci for not breaking everything.
Exactly.
God damn, dude.
Yeah, that was really crazy. Yeah, so this is how production tech kicked off, and I'm not going to bore you with some in-depth tech stuff because there was a lot of, as you can imagine, you have multiple networks, you have multiple cameras and microphones. Then we had this huge problem with the sound check where we figured out, the area where people are will be sitting and watching the game, like the viewing area. It has glass windows, it has a concrete ceiling, and it has a floor that is not a carpet or anything. It is completely flat as well. So we already knew sound will be a problem because, as you can imagine, sound is when the sound waves go out, they go onto the glass windows, and it comes back. It goes to the ceiling, it comes back. It goes into the ground, it comes back, and then you have this huge problem that you cannot understand a thing anymore, and there's not much you can do. So we did what we can do. So we covered the windows with molten. I'm not sure if this is also the English expression. It's this fabric, black fabric that you know from concerts and everything as well, or festivals. So we covered it up, and we tried to put the chairs in a way that the people are very stacked on the floor. So most of the sound will get absorbed by the people themselves to make it happen there. And we had the same problem, of course, in the outer room in front of the analyst desk. And so stuff like this, just an example. We had multiple of these occasions, but I don't think we have to go into detail with every little bit, because there are way more funny stories that happened and that are more interesting than me talking about tech stuff and sound and videos and cameras. But we had to fix a lot. Yeah,
I guess we have to talk about tech stuff a little bit, because the biggest complaint online and also offline, obviously, was the big delays that we had between the games. So, ladies and gentlemen, please believe me when I said we did not plan for a 1 hour break in between games. We didn't even plan for 30 minutes or even 10 minutes between games. We were on a tight schedule with a little buffer in between. How we did it last year, which worked kind of well, was we had an admin who carried the PC from the Pro, from the main gaming area to the stage.
Shout out to Kevin. The stage was in the first floor and the main area was in the ground floor.
Exactly. Yeah. That was a little bare bones setup and required an entire person to do that in time. So we thought it would be very nice if we don't have to carry around desktops the entire event, because we planned for a lot of stage matches, of course. So
it also wasn't possible with GG Leap.
That's what I'm getting into. In more or less June, we said, all right, we have this obstacle with profiles for players because they need the software for their mouse, they need their specific Warcraft settings, etc., etc. Is there a way to save it all on a profile that you can log into your profile on PC, let's say 5, and it works there. And then you log in at PC 25, and it just downloads the settings, and you can play as planned. No problem, guys. That will work, of course. Easy, don't worry. Best setup you've ever seen. Okay, they didn't say that, but that was our intention. And basically every single month we're asking, yo, is the thing with the profiles, is that working? Yeah, for sure. No worries, dude. And then we arrive on Tuesday, and I try it. And of course it's not working. On top of the War 3 Champions problems, this wasn't working at all. And then someone hooked me up with a call to the tech people somewhere in Scandinavia. It's still unsure if it's Denmark or Norway, but somewhere over there.
It's Norway.
All right. And I tell them what we need for this event, and they laugh in my face and say, yo, that doesn't work with this kind of setup. Like, the fuck, dude? I was so angry at that moment. Because the entire plan, the entire schedule that we worked out for like half a year was doable. So we needed a plan B, which was, as we had everything in admin mode, correct me if I'm wrong, but we couldn't carry the PCs anymore, because if you shut them down, the settings get wiped.
Yeah, no, that's the second security setup. If you carry them, it does actually. If you carry them, they reconnect to the server in the basement, and it wipes everything that is not meant to be on it.
The problem is they won't even. We tried to work around that, and it was not possible because all the switches or routers or whatever that are in the different rooms are routed exactly with the IP of the computer. So if you take one computer from one room and place into another room, it won't connect anymore to the network and to the internet. So what would have been done there, the people from Norway or wherever, they would have to route it completely entirely new, and then it would reset anyway. So transporting PCs was like behind double doors.
Yeah. So we had to go with the one thing we really didn't want to do and have players set up on stage. We knew that it's not a good idea and it will take some time, but that was the last resort we were able to do.
Yeah, we really tried a lot and tried to figure out, and we then bought little sticks like flash drives, the USB sticks. I think that is not an English word, so flash drive is, I think, the correct English word, where they save all their stuff on, and we just plug it in, and they can set up quicker. The problem was that there were many issues that we had to face during production, and we even had plan Bs for in case there will be a delay here and there, but we did not plan for having a delay basically every single series. So we ran out of first of all, we ran out of backup plans, and secondly, as I said before, the flying cam where we would have done stuff with the community and other things, not showing the couch or the casters all the time, didn't work I explained it before. And there were different problems that occurred. For example, I'm just naming a few examples. One example would be when Moon tried to set up his PC, he encountered a problem that with his keyboard setting, I totally forgot about the keyboard language. Another great story. But that his keyboard setting did not work with the W3 Champions client. There was a problem. And a huge shout out to Kovacs and his colleague. I forgot the name right now. I'm very sorry.
Cephed or Toxie.
From W3 Champions, because they were the greatest guys. I always contact them via Discord when we had a W3 Champions problem. I was like, hey, we're having a problem here. Could you drop by? And he just showed up with a beer in hand, and, and we went straight to work and tried to fix it. And this one problem with the key binding was not solvable anyhow, and so we had to play one match where we had to move Moon back from the stage because we said it's not possible. And side story, they sat down overnight and programmed a new W3 Champions client just for us to make it work the next day. We have found another solution that was, I think, suggested by Kevin or Leon. I think it was
Kevin.
Kevin. It was Kevin. Okay, who had a similar problem. So we already solved it, but they went in there at night and programmed the client new. And I think in the newest client there is now also this hotkey fix in there. So
Guys,
I think they kept it.
You can't believe it, guys. The solution to the problem was that the players had to use Lesko's Warcraft 3 toolkit, which Kevin still uses to this day. That's a program that was coded for Dota 1 in 2009.
Awesome game, dude. Awesome game.
That's
that's
crazy. I used to use that back in the day when I was playing Dota 1.
Yeah.
So that was absolutely insane. But it worked in the end. Then one time we had Happy crashing the entire PC while he was setting it up.
True.
I don't even know what he did there. And I was not looking, and he just came to me and said, well, it died. and it was simply done. It was done. So we had this. Then we had issues with the internet because we had ping issues that we couldn't quite solve. So the ping was every half a second, the ping was jumping from 15 to 30, from 15 to 80, from 15 to whatever, and it was constantly jumping up and down. So we tried to fix that. We turned off the Wi-Fi and everything. We tried to find out what it is. And in the end, we found out that we couldn't fix it because it is probably something from the Deutsche Telekom, that the wire is faulty or anything. But at least when we went on EU Central 4, I even remember the server. When we went there, it was at least not as bad, so the players could play. This was another issue we had. Then we had one issue with the PC setup that they did sometimes for real reset, and sometimes they did not. And if a player, for example, tried to set everything up, they still had all the settings from the player before, and some players, they are using the W3 Champions client to not, so they do not use the custom keys file. They are clicking all of them, and there was a bug that if you use the custom key file, but they changed some of the standard things, they are obviously not in the custom keys file then, or something like that, it wouldn't update. So one player came to me, or he raised his hand and said, well, I'm trying to hit the move button, or it was like some standard button, and it doesn't work. And I asked him, did you insert the custom keys? And he said, yes. And it took some time until we finally figured out that the player that was playing there before changed it in W3 Champions. And then, funny enough, there was another Kovacs moment. We tried to change it back in W3 Champions. That simply didn't work. It simply didn't work. It refused to do anything. So Kovacs was on it again. Then we had some issues with the IP addresses, as I said before, and with the intra network. So there were that we had to sort out, and there was Blaze. He was from the venue. He was doing a lot of work. The people who were there probably saw him. He had like long blonde hair.
Polish Legolas.
Yeah, Polish Legolas, exactly. And he was just a player like Legolas is. So he did so much work. He salvaged me that weekend. So huge shout out at this point to W3 Champions and to Blaze. He probably will not watch the stream, but still, those guys, they supplied me with all the information I, as a manager, needed to make the right decisions. And if if it wasn't for them, we would have probably had double the delay and maybe not even stage matches. Then we had issues with the player cams. Then that's the reason why there were no player cams. Of course, we wanted to have player cams. We had them running by Saturday. Then we had Sunday issue with it, but other problems were more striking, so we had to just cut them and have other ones. So none of these big breaks. Paul also posted it in the chat here. In our run of show, there was a maximum break time of 10 minutes in between games. That was the plan. So there was never a plan to have long talking segments. I mean, we ourselves, we love esports as well, and we know if you want, if you watch an esports tournament, an esports stream, you want to see matches. Of course, we have some segments planned, like talking to the guys of Kuchenmeister with the koalas, or talking to Alex, or our announcement of the Dach Inferno. Of course, we had those planned, but they were always in those 10-minute breaks, somewhere in there. And due to all these problems that occurred during the time that we were playing there already, we had these breaks of half an hour to up to 45 minutes or something like that. And many of the people might now say, yeah, well, why didn't you test it beforehand? Well, I would have loved to test that beforehand, and it should have been tested beforehand. But if you tune in late, you can go to the VOD and watch the first, half an hour where we explain that the internet was there like 9 or 14 or whatever days before the event even started. The PCs weren't even set up 2 days before. The production wasn't even set up 1 day before due to other issues we had in the planning and in the running up of this event. And this is how everything in the stream went down, and I'm very sorry for it. And I absolutely understand that there was some frustration, and also with the ads, Neo explained that as well. Of course, we are not trying to put ads in the middle of a game. We simply did not have the access to the creative dashboard and to the ad dashboard to change it due to the lost or stolen or whatever phone. So there was a lot of things going not as we have planned, and we had a lot of plan Bs. Half of the plan Bs did not work as well, so we had to go to plan Cs, and sometimes even those did not work, and this caused then the 30-minute breaks that we had here and there. And I'm very sorry for it, and we will do everything we can to avoid it next time. But sometimes as a tournament organizer and as a producer, you have no other way than doing this. And the reason why we showed, for example, casters or couch for so long is that we at least thought it has more value to have people that are talking about things than having a break screen where it just gives you a 40-minute timer or a 30-minute timer. Oh, maybe to the timers as well. The thing is, we do not even know that it is a 30-minute break that is before us. Because let's take the thing with Happy breaks the PC, or Moon has issues with his hotkeys. I'm talking to the people who know more about the W3 champions or more about the system, and they tell me, yeah, I think we got this fixed in 5 to 8 minutes. So I'm telling Paul in the production, hey, I guess we have finished in 5 to 8 minutes. You can just fill a little bit and we go straight right into it. After 5 to 8 minutes, I'm asking, okay, are we good to go? And the information I get is, well, I guess we might need another 10 minutes. And so I'm going to Paul and say, well, you have to do something different now because we have another 10 minutes. Maybe you can get somebody on the couch or anything. And Paul does whatever he thinks is good, or shows highlights or whatnot. And after 10 minutes, I'm being told, well, I don't think we managed to fix it. And so I have to decide, okay, then let's move back Moon into the pro room and he plays from there or whatever. And then it takes another 10 minutes until he's set up back there. And we want to keep competitive integrity, right? It is, of course, there's a lot about the stream, but you have to imagine these players. It is a World Series after all. They all want to compete on the highest level, and they want to be able to give their best. So you cannot just move them around like chess figures, or just say, okay, now sit there and you have 3 minutes to set up. And I mean, they are still nervous. Even players like Moon, they are still nervous playing in front of a crowd. Not nervous in the sense of they are going down or come crushing down, but you still see that there's this slight tension in them, and they need that time to get into the zone, to get there, to be ready. Maybe play a little bit of a custom game before, to warm up the fingers and so forth and so on. So this is has also to be taken into consideration. So there was a long monologue. I'm very sorry for that, but I think it's good to explain it honestly and openly and say sorry for the issues on stream. I do not think it was unwatchable, to give a little sidekick here, but we will do everything we can to have it back in fashion next time.
But with all of this being said, and with all of the issues that we had, we obviously learned quite a bit from that, right?
Yeah.
So there are a couple of things that we will fix for the next time. There are a couple of things that will not happen next time because the venue will have learned quite a bit. There's always a human factor as well, which you will never be able to rule out, but you will be able to test a lot of things so that the human factor is not gonna make as much damage as it did this time. I mean, we had funny things. all of the players are instructed not to close the browser because the player cams go over a video ninja scene, and the first thing Xlord did was close the browser, so we didn't have his player cam anymore. Obviously, we then have to close both player cams for the viewers because you cannot show a gray little screen for the entire time. Those things will always happen, but of course, this is one of the major topics, not the only, but one of the major topics that we will find a solution for if there's a RARA 2024 and every single one beyond that for those ones as well, obviously. This cannot be the standard, and we will find a way to show more matches, less breaks, shorter breaks, and also what Planisphere just said, more exciting program around the games, I would say. And I agree. One of the things that we can definitely do for the future is pick up a couple of extra voices so that the community at home does not have to see the same 5 or 6 people and listen to the same 5 or 6 people over and over again.
I want to say that not everything was our fault, because I don't want to name names, but Link just reminded me. There was a certain Night Elf player from Brazil who was supposed to play on the stage.
Of which there are so many.
People can make it out. And he was supposed to set up on stage. He was supposed to log into his account, and then he forgot his password for 20 minutes. Like,
by the way, that wasn't the only player who forgot his password. I had a player who was then playing on his 3rd account, but because he forgot all the other passwords and got locked out by his 2 out. So it was not the only one. There were multiple of them.
Great.
One player even played on my account, by the way. So there is a VOD where my old, I think it's Paranoics, my very old, when I was using Blizzard thing, so he played with my account because he couldn't log into any of his.
Nice. Yeah, and another thing that people mentioned a lot is, why don't you jump into other games? It's a bit more difficult with the vMix sound setup that we had than just with OBS, as for example Sparta did or Frenchcraft did, and we only had 2 observer PCs. So while this might not have been the best decision, I would have hated the following scenario. We finally get the game running, we have the observer in, we got the backup observer, or we got the observer in, but the backup observer is still in the other game we casted before. Then what if the observer crashes? Then again, we have no game, and people would say, yeah, why don't you have a backup observer? Like, that could have happened as well. For next time, just get a 3rd observer in for exactly these situations, and everything is solved, right? It's so easy, but we were scrapped for PCs, we were scrapped for space, we were scrapped for screens, we were scrapped for power cables. Yeah, and that's why we couldn't do that. Really.
Maybe to anticipate the next question, because the next point and many feedbacks that we received was, if you cannot do it on the mainstream, why is there no B stream then? That's a really great idea, and we would have loved to do that. But one thing that we really have to think about is, how do we use each square meter of the location in the most efficient way, and how do we get the most people in? As you all know, tickets were sold out super quickly, so we would have loved to have more square footage actually to put more players in there. But at the same time, you also have to think about, how do we make this the best community event ever? And one of the things that we take quite a bit of pride in is how multilingual, if this is a word in any way, this event was. So we had a French stream, we had a German stream over at Frenchcraft and at Sparta, but we also had Poncho, who streamed for the Kyrgyz community, and we had Forks there. And if we would have used another room for a B stream in English, we would have had another less... We are already thinking about if this was the most efficient way, because the room of Forks, for example, was huge. There could have been 15 extra computers there, where more people could have been there as a player. And that's a really hard decision. It's a really hard decision to make, to say, do we want to have 1 extra caster so that more people at home in Portuguese, for example, can experience RARALAND from home, where we don't really have that much of a benefit of as a community organizer or tournament organizer? Or do we want to put 15 extra desks with computers in there and have more people playing? Yeah. So a B stream in English and an extra room that is once again blocked for just 1 person sitting at a computer was simply not a good idea venue-wise, sadly, this time.
And freaking Carson decided to go on tour when we do RARALAND. Otherwise, he
Yeah.
could have done maybe B-Stream or, I don't know, Qbert and Friends, whatever. Also, question, why don't you use Flow TV with no delay? We had server issues already, and if I might be mistaken here, but I think I'm kind of right. If there's a lot of load on the server, then the first thing it shuts down is Flow TV. So we can't always rely on Flow TV, especially if we know that servers are having issues already. So that was not an easy call to make, for sure.
Yeah, we also didn't really have the biggest power internet in place, right? They
Yep.
since upgraded it, but for the event, the internet, there were so many weird situations. I don't know if we are boring people here with all of this, but the calculations we made to find out whether the internet capacity that they had would be enough were so funny as well. We basically put Giannis into all different sorts of situation with the task manager open, checking how much internet one computer might use, and then we found out that if everyone was to play and have one instance of the broadcast open at the same time, and our production on top of that, it should barely be enough. Was a really good moment, but also that meant that we would have to communicate to everyone to please not have multiple streams open. And that's one of the situations where even the holy Warcraft community can, after a couple of Astra Rakete, be not too great at, because on the middle of the second day, we started having some internet issues. Luckily enough, a lot of people did not notice, because we started running out through the venue and checking every single computer where nobody was playing at the moment, of course, because we didn't want to interrupt any important games and all of the other events that were happening simultaneously to the Being Esports World Series. And I found so many computers with like 17 stream instances open. Like Sparta is open, Back to Warcraft is open twice, YouTube video running at the same time. So we closed all of those down. That happens, obviously. That's also not an issue that we're going to have in the future at BaseTech, because they have tenfolded their internet capacity since then.
Yeah. We also, like, it wasn't all unlucky. There was one instance where we actually were a little lucky, because, Yannick, you got your feet wet a little bit. Want to talk about the pipe breaking?
Oh, the pipe breaking in the actual arena, or like
did we have multiple pipes breaking? I'm only aware of the one.
I'm just gonna tell you about this one. That was so crazy. I go into the arena to talk to Hipposaur, who was playing at the time, and I talked to him. I look to the right, and there's this little drop of water coming down.
Didn't you just crash your feet almost?
Yeah. And then it's like 20 more drops coming down. And then there's like this, it wasn't really a river, but it was like a tiny river coming down from the water, from the ceiling, down the wall. And then there's this big puddle of water forming close to Hipposaur. And I knew that he was already, I think, grabbing all of his stuff to stand up. So I turned around, ran out of the arena, went to the guy managing the entire venue, so the CEO of the venue, and told him, and he was like, yeah, we know that happens every now and then. Got some people in, because when I went through this thing, I almost fell down. I almost face planted very, very drastically. So that was, I think the words that I used was, I ran out and was like, we need to make sure that none of our players die. So we need to go in there right now and fix that. That was, but those are the things that you don't really remember anymore with all of the other issues.
True. There was so much, and the venue had no stakes in that. By the way, it was from the hotel above, and it was in a room that was not. There was no guest in it. It was closed anyway, or it was empty, whatever. And there was this. I don't know the English expression, but pipe break or whatever. So water was just running into the house, and it came down right behind the right hand side player. So they couldn't do much about it. And I just want to underline, even though we had all these issues and there was all the stress, I'm so thankful for our entire team and for the team at BaseTech and everyone who was helping here and there, because I think even though we had all these issues, what mainly was visible was a delay on stream.
Yeah.
And apart from that, I did not get any feedback. By the way, feedback, !RARAFeedback, you can give us feedback anonymously there. We did not receive any feedback that anything was bad, and I think nobody realized what pain was put upon us on this weekend and on all these days, and how many things went wrong. So a huge shout out to everybody who was involved. Thank you, because our team really killed it this weekend to make sure nobody was very much tackled by these issues, apart from the stream where we couldn't make up for it.
Yeah, it's very clear that everyone who was at the event, at least I have not heard a majorly negative voice yet. Everyone at the event was very, very happy, and obviously everyone watching from home had a bit more feedback, of course, which is totally understandable. And as already mentioned, we are going to fix these things for the next iteration, if there is one. I have to say this every single time because I don't want anyone to hate me if we don't manage to do one. But yeah, that all of these things still somehow did not break the event in half, or in more pieces than half, actually.
I guess story time is over with that. A little quick round of questions if you guys still have some time.
Yeah, of course.
Let's go.
Let's go.
Okay,
I think we explained everything, and we said thank you to so many people. So dish out your questions. I mean, many questions were, will there be a RARALAND 2024? As Gideon said, we cannot say for sure now. What we can say is we definitely want to do one. And we definitely want to make it happen, and it's looking good, but we cannot promising anything right now, but you will find out as soon as possible.
Let's talk about some positive things, I would say.
Yeah.
We spoke about so many negative things. So let's what do you guys actually really like about RARALAND, and what would you make better? What would you change for the future?
What I like is all the personal interaction with people. Standout moment for sure was on Thursday evening, I think. Someone came up and wanted to have a very old version of Warcraft Deluxe Edition signed, and then he hugged me and started to tear up a little bit and said, oh, you and your content, you kind of got me through rough years in my life. And then I started tearing up, and it was a super heartfelt moment. Super awesome dude. That was big. Emo kind of guy that I am, of course, cherish these moments. Then there's other stuff like seeing people again after such like a decade, maybe. I met David, who's in chat, who looks like I went with him to China for a GCS tournament. He was just there as a fan after creating Warcraft 3.info. And back then, he was like a business kind of guy, button-up shirt, looking fine, looking dapper. And there he is with like a Fukuhila kind of guy. Man, Berlin is changing people. Looking like a half a hobo. Still an awesome dude after all these years. And seeing Sir Kato again, who supports us for 10 years plus, who gave me a little gift as well, which was super lovely. And just the boys, like the Remo, Todd, now Qbert, my friend Lawlight, etc. Just great to have this personal interaction.
Yeah, I think so too. The players were really great this time. I already shout out at Happy, who was really really cool, and was very surprised and very thankful. And I think overall I love the atmosphere, and I already said it. What I love the most about the event is that we made it possible and made it to overcome all these negative things without the team is getting depressed or anything even. So everybody kept their mood up, everybody kept their excitement up inside the team, and it carried over to the community, and it came back from the community. And I think this was the greatest thing about it, that we really had an amazing event. It really was a great event. And of course, in such a feedback talk, we are talking about many of the things that did not work well. But if we think about how the community events ran it was amazing, and it was a definite upgrade to last year. When we think about the venue in general, yeah, it was not finished, and we talked about the bad points here, but it was a great venue, and they put in so much effort to make it a amazing home for RARALAND. And I think they definitely managed to. It was way better with the bar. Last year we had these issues that the bar wasn't open until, I don't know, 5 p.m. or anything. This time it went like a charm. All the people, the line wasn't too long. Of course, there were these times in between games or anything where people had to wait a little bit. The front office, like our admins and the people who took care of the players, of the viewers, of the people, were amazing. Our partner, Kuchenmeister, with the koalas were really amazing, and it was so much fun working together with them, because they really liked that we had this also like funny approach how to integrate such a brand with the koalas in there. So there were so many positive things that overweight, of course, as we can see in the feedback, and probably as you who have been there experienced it. There were so many positive things that they easily overweight the negative ones that we talked about today. And we to put it in the right light, we talked about the negative things today because these are normally the ones you do not see, and people have like these questions in their head: why didn't they just do this? Why didn't they just do that? And even though we talked about negative points a lot today, and it was still a very, very good event from my point of view. People had fun. People had the time that they wanted to. The entire weekend, and just the energy that could be felt all weekend long was probably my best time.
So I would say the easy answer would be obviously how positive everybody was, especially at the venue itself, and how thankful everybody was. I keep saying thank you back to the Warcraft community, because it is the most supportive one in that regard. We have done these events for a couple of different titles, and the communities involved with those titles now, and I constantly get in trouble for saying that, because I know these other communities quite well as well, but the Warcraft community is second to none when it comes to being supportive, and people
Absolutely.
like a couple of Russian players suddenly brooming the front entrance to clean it for us and helping us.
Shout out Razor Moon, who did that, and Dice as well.
That was Dice actually grabbed the broom. That was pretty cool. So many awesome people, so supportive. But I would say my favorite moment this time was actually the Foggy Moon incident.
The signing session.
That was so damn cute. The signing sessions, first of all, were an amazing success. Neo and I were like, oh, how many people would actually give their signature, or like would want the signature from the pros? We put up like 4 tables, set a couple of pros behind it, and the row was super long, and there was like an hour and 30 minutes of signing sessions on the first day. Then on the second day, we put Happy and Moon there, and Foggy actually got in line. And he did not only get in line, he asked me at 8:30 in the morning when the signing session with Moon would be, so that he would definitely not miss it. And then he did not miss it. Absolute legend, that guy. Got in line, waited for 20 minutes just to get the signature from Moon, and he was so freaking happy. And that was a pretty awesome scene to witness.
And he was sitting with Moon the entire weekend. Yeah. They were in the same pro room, so he could have approached him anytime, but he did respect him so much to not interfere in his tournament preparations or tournament atmosphere, that he rather decided to wait for the signing session, get in line, and not go to fast lane to just turn around in the pro room.
Yeah, 100%. And I hope that this is not going to be too cringy now, but that is actually that is a perfect entrance for the points for one of the points that I would like to improve for the next iteration. Which is one of the amazing things. And I know that we are just playing Warcraft here, and that it's just computer games, and that it's quite simple. But one of the things that these events can do for a community that is more than 20 years old and still somehow alive, however that happened, I guess you had a big point in that, Neo. It brings people together, and Foggy actually is a perfect sad symbol for the things that are happening in the world right now, and that are not too great in the world right now. And there are so many things that are happening that bring us into the wrong trajectory, in my opinion. And usually, if a lot of people meet a lot of people from other countries, that means that the future is brighter. And then if you find new friends from other countries and from other cultures, that means that the future is brighter. And one thing that really annoys me is that we still have not had a couple of really strong Chinese pros at RARALAND. That really sucks, because I would like to bring the Chinese community closer to us as well. And so that would be one thing that I would really love to see, some of the old school Chinese pros, to have them over at Dortmund or wherever we would go next.
I mean, we did improve a little bit from last year to this year, right? This year we had South America, which we haven't had before. So all we need is China and Oceania, I guess. And then we need to find someone at the North or South Pole. I don't know what's considered a continent. Then we got it all.
They played a Tusker race. It's not implemented yet.
Don't. But yeah, for sure. So there was a question regarding the finances. You talked about that at the beginning.
Yeah.
My question is, how successful was it financially overall for Back to Warcraft, for the staff, for the sponsors, etc.? Was it a success? I really hope it was.
I will make it fast. Rara 2022 kind of sucked financially. We knew that was likely going to happen. It was also a deal with the Arcadia. They took part of a couple of the euros from the budget. Took care, not took part. But 2022 was a huge financial drain, basically. 2023 was much better. We are very likely to break even. You can still help with that by typing !merch in the chat and buying the last couple of t-shirts that we still have, because we are very close to breaking even, actually. But please do not feel sad or sorry about us. We knew that was going to happen. Very young company, being esports, that is. And we are trying to create these events to make them better and better and better and better and better. And if they are good enough and if they are big enough, we will make a living from that one day or the other. And it looks really good for the next one. So we have really, really good options. We have partners that are very happy, and hopefully will join the next one again. And if we then find a second or a third one, we will make a profit next year.
What's Benny's heart rate right now? I
already answered that. That is an insider with my guy, the best of all of them. No, not the best, but I love him. And my heart rate during the event was basically the entire day around 130. And he heard me talking about it, I think when we were outside smoking or anything, and so this was an insider. It is 98 right now.
All right. Other merch would be nice. Winter hats is something. No one wants to buy arm sleeves.
Oh yeah, that's all right. It's just one of 15 things. It's just one of 15. I actually have an idea, but I don't know if I should make that public yet, or somebody's gonna steal it. So I'm just gonna say it. My idea for the funding of Rara 2024 would be to print 200 t-shirts with Happy's face on it, and then Rara 23, it was all right below it. And then we would take the full money of whatever that merch shop would make and put it into Rara 24.
Yeah,
I think that would be a good idea.
I think we can even spend it, because 2022 in the winter interview, he said the same, right? So we can, all Rara lands by now were Happy's face, all right.
Rara is quite all right.
I mean, we have it as an emote now. We just have to scale it up a little bit. And
exactly.
There's the shirt. Yep, for sure.
Yeah.
Look, some other people asked questions, right? Africa was not represented. I don't think so.
We had Riva from South Africa.
Oh, true. From like
living in Saudi, coming from South Africa. So it is. First thoughts when you got back home. I slept for 20 hours. So I didn't think much at all. And I had to set up my phone and connect my lights again, my Philips Hue and stuff. That was annoying. Why create those? Sorry.
Sorry. I thought
you have to answer as well. Yeah, true. I'm not alone.
So the first thoughts when you're coming home, it feels quite empty in the first place, at least for me, all the time, because as I said before, you're running around 5 days straight with 130 heart rate, so many people around you, you have so much pressure on your shoulders because you know you are doing something for around 300 people here, and they paid for it, and they trust on you, and they rely on you to give them a great event, and you're under so much stress. But it's a positive way of stress. I do not want to sound like it's bad. It's very, very great. It's the best way of stress I ever feel. But you feel empty in the first place. But at least Yannick and I, we did not have much time for thinking about the event in the first place, because he mentioned it multiple times now. We are a small company. We have 4 full-time employees, and so 2 more than just Yannick and me. We are 2
We
more.
had a meeting with Moon's management at 7 a.m. the next morning.
Yeah, exactly. So we
Damn
went.
it.
Yeah,
that
we
was crazy.
We went straight into working again. We didn't even sleep. I have by now not slept more than 5 or maybe 6 hours a night since RARALAND began, because when we are there's 1 week that we are gone entirely. The week before is, of course, much planning for RARALAND, meaning there are 2 weeks where all 4 employees are basically just taking care of RARALAND, and we have so many other projects as well, and meetings to cover, that we all postpone after RARALAND, or to the time after RARALAND, that we went straight into working again. So there was not much time to think about. But especially on the train ride, you're sitting there and you feel something between happiness, emptiness, thankfulness, and try just to comprehend what just happened. And I mean, you heard now what the hurdles that we had to overcome, and on the other hand, the excitement and the crowd cheering when everything went down, and the final moments of the event were so emotional again. And it's hard to comprehend that, so it takes some time. This is also one of the reasons that it took now one or a little bit more than 1 week that we have this podcast here, because it just takes some time. But you feel happy. I feel happy. I feel thankful, but I also feel a bit empty.
I will make it short. I was just sad that it was over. We met a lot of individuals that were working on the event on the day after the event, so on Monday morning. And we had suddenly, out of coincidence, like 15 people or 12 people from the team there. A couple of them still drunk, I think. And then,
I have no idea what you're talking about.
They had not even slept yet, I think. I was not specifically talking about you, by the way. There were a couple more of those. We met a certain person who was on his way to the central station, and he was so true. Yeah. So it almost felt as if we were doing day 4, because it felt like our daily morning meetings, which we do always for these events every day to make sure that we don't do the mistakes again that we did the day before, basically. So I was just sad that it was over. And that was it. I wasn't as happy. I thought I would be super happy that it would be over this time, because, as Benny mentioned, a lot of other things to do. But I could have stayed another day, I think. But then again, I did sleep from Sunday to Monday, so I had energy left, basically.
Yeah, I haven't. I was in the crew with Neo.
Let's fucking go. Okay, there was one more thing that I might want to mention, but that's ending stuff on a low note. Anyway, I came back and I got my phone back into Wi-Fi, and I was pretty happy with everything overall, but of course super dead inside because of how physically demanding it all is with the stress, etc. And how emotionally drained I was, because I got a lot of love that weekend, and that is awesome. And then I open my phone on the couch and I see RARALAND was unwatchable because Neo and his black fingernails and all the breaks and his woke agenda. And of course it's a stupid comment, but if that's the first thing you read, that hit me in the gut a little bit for like 5 minutes until I processed and recovered and everything. But yeah, for 5 minutes that kind of sucked. So I miss my offline crew. For sure.
I think for these events, you just have to go the post and ghost way. So, like, for the 24 to 48 hours after it, just don't, like, even with a community this positive, you just have to just let it sit for a moment and have your own thoughts. But yeah, I mean, we can go back to ending it on a high note. I would say 95% sure that we're gonna do a RARA 2024. I'm actually, like,
I'm the kind of person I would like to do one in summer and one in winter every single year from now on. I'm not sure if that's going to be feasible, and I don't know if we destroy the magic by doing that. But it's at least a thing that crossed our minds. But I'm quite certain that we're going to do it, and we're just going to make sure to get you a really good makeup artist, and then we're going to pick us some more people.
Yeah, I'm thinking about wearing a skirt.
Oh yeah.
Something. I have to, like, someone has to remind me next year that I have to trigger this person even more. Like, into oblivion. I want daily Reddit threads because of my outfits.
But then again, yeah, right. Let's do it. Let's do it while focusing on making the event better in other ways.
Yeah, for sure.
Even though that's probably gonna be really good content, so it's gonna be really good stuff. See, we have Natalie. She's gonna maybe lend you a really nice Harry Potter themed skirt.
Nice.
And then she's also gonna bring some makeup. Perfect. Let's go.
We go shopping. You dress me up. It's gonna be good.
Yeah, but be sure that she gives you one of the skirts that of her longer ones. Otherwise, I mean, you're an old man now. You don't want to do the Big Ben clock.
there's nothing big down there, dude. I can tell you, so that's no problem. But yeah, to end things on a high note, from my side, I'm freaking proud that we can do this, and it's kind of funny thinking back how it all started with the beer in the Arcadia, and then it went to 12 beers, and that you reached out, Yannick, because Freaks for You and ESL were able to do one Meisterschaft final with an audience in 3.5 years. DreamHack never had an offline event after Anaheim, and we can do it back to back. It's pretty dope.
Pretty dope.
It's all right.
I don't see why this community that has survived for such a long time, and that should have been dead, to be very honest, right? Why we shouldn't be able to do this for a long time. And if for some reason one day in the future Warcraft is not going to be the RTS title of choice, you heard me saying it. I'm optimistic. And I will stay that way. I really think the RTS genre is the next one to pop off again. I think it's going to be a big renaissance for the RTS genre. So if it's ever not going to be a RARALAND for Warcraft 3, then it might be one for another title. But for now, I would say let's just hope that we're going to do a lot more Warcraft events. And maybe some foreshadowing. We might do some smaller, more local ones. Let's see what's going to happen.
Yeah, let's see what's gonna happen, and please help us in getting better. I read it in the chat multiple times. People saying we heard the feedback from last year and we tried to make it better, and they saw it. We want to do this for next year as well. So please, help us. Send your feedback. Gideon just triggered it in the chat again. Just send us your feedback. It helps us a lot because, as you saw in this podcast, we see many things behind the scenes, and there are for sure things we miss that viewers, players, and people who watch the stream see that we simply cannot see because we have our eyeballs somewhere else. And so help us by getting feedback together, and we will do whatever we can to fulfill it. And I'm looking forward to 2024 and whatever will happen in Warcraft 3 and the RTS universe together with Back to Warcraft and Being Esports.
Also, why did why did Moon play so good right after our event, right? Couldn't he have done that in the final? God damn it. That would have been sick. Sorry.
I mean, he got a map, and that was good enough. We got the moon.
Yeah.
That we can play now over and over and over. So it's all right.
It was all right, indeed. All right. I don't know if there are any other specific questions or if we can wrap this up. I guess the time has come. This was fun.
Yeah.
This was really fun.
Should do this more often.
I don't know if people, we talked about so many negative things. We will have to let everyone breathe and enjoy the content for a while. Maybe in 3 months or something. After the first iteration of the Dutch Championship, maybe we can do another one. Talk about what we did wrong there.
Next week is not next week. Is the qualifier next week? No, the week
after.
No,
in 2 weeks we moved it by one, but people don't know that we moved it by one.
What? Yeah. Okay,
Yeah,
I know
now you
that we did.
understand.
Yeah. All right, guys, you heard a lot about why things happened the way it did. If you still have feedback for us, RARAFeedback in the chat. As you can see, we are listening and reading pretty much everything, and it's anonymous, so do whatever you feel is right. There's still some leftover merch at Rara Merch in the chat. And of course, you would help us a ton by signing up for our German, Austrian, Swiss championship. The qualifiers are up, and I got some good names there. Longwalk said to me in the bar, dude, I'm just there for like the weekend events, a league thing, maybe not my kind of tournament. And here he is, signed up already. So some good names. I still expect a Hippo here and some other people. So look for it. WC3 Dach Inferno, the new project of Back to Warcraft and Being Esports. Thank you, guys. Do you want the people to follow you as well? Should they maybe follow you somewhere?
Maybe they should.
Damn. Maybe they should. Maybe they should follow Being Esports on Twitter, right? Being Esports Dach to be precise, but actually both would be fine. Being Esports Dach for the Inferno, and then also the normal Being Esports account on Twitter for everything else. I don't know, who should they follow? You can follow me if you want to see the shittiest Warcraft gameplay that you've ever seen. I got coached by Blas last week. I won a game. I won a game,
dude. That came out wrong. It is not for Blast that he is so shitty.
No. He coached me, and therefore I won a game, like a real game. I'm actually 2-1 in the ladder, but in the Battle.net ladder right now. But one is because somebody didn't want to play a Night Elf Mirror, so I got a death win.
Okay, so gladly follow us. Make sure to join the Being Esports Discord if you want to enter the league, because there will be all the communication around the Inferno. And we are happy if you follow us, and you will not miss out on any news around Warcraft 3, both in the German-speaking region, but also international.
All right, guys. We see each other tomorrow for TP League, third last day. I think we get Happy vs. Moon again, if I'm informed correctly. Maybe we don't. Remo's gonna cast for you. I'm gonna be sleeping in. Channels here in the chat. And I'm pretty sure Out of Warcraft will also put them in the video description. Thank you guys for 2.5 hours of your busy schedules. And now, have a good night. See you soon.
Goodbye.
Your civil rights, you demand that I eternize your name. Walk ahead. You cover us in shame, and I take the blame. Living by the rules to which high school blues. Walk ahead. Keep provoking, blood red suns thirst choking. Can anyone stand this nonsense? Eating away, telling us to stop and obey. To stop and obey. Now rats can shine. Joker's got silver lining. Holy Mary sings songs in the wet